The Bell. It's more than a trophy. It's a place amongst the greatest to ever compete on surfing's biggest stage. It's a beacon, calling us to the shores of the Southern Ocean, to Bells Beach, known as Jurup, here in Wadawurrung country. Now in its 60th year, the longest running event in competitive surfing is once again the amphitheater for the best surfers in the world to realize a dream and ring their way into history. As the World Surf League Championship Tour focuses on Australia, it's fitting that two of her own arrive in yellow jerseys. Legends are on the ropes as the mid-season cut rapidly approaches. Will the familiar toll of the bell power their rise, or will the youth movement continue? At the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy, you've got to win it to ring it. Wonderful morning at Bells Beach, and might as well take a bite out of your tail pad there. Getting the leash string in for Kalohe Andino. Tyler Wright. Just focusing on her defense of her Bells trophy from last season, and Chianca Callum Robson with some great feelings from last season. A three-time world champ Gabriel Medina warmed up, and Kanoa Igarashi remembers he was in yellow here last year. He wants to fight for that back. Carlos Munoz, Sally Fitzgibbons, all on set, ready to go here at Bells Beach. There's a view of that famous lineup as we celebrate 60 incredible years here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Stop 4 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew on the Harvey Norman host set. Rosie, this is the moment we've been waiting for. I'm just going to spoil the call there. It's on. We're running at Winky Pump today.
Yeah, Joe, we've been here since dark, watching, the sun come up and seeing the action out in the lineup. The waves look super fun. I think all the athletes are frothing to get underway.
Bugs, this event is so special for you. First year that you came down here to compete, do you remember like it was yesterday?
Well, 1971 wasn't exactly yesterday, but you know, those first trips to those iconic locations, they're magical. They stay with you forever.
So great to see Winky Pop utilized so well throughout the years. I know you must have competed out at Winky Pop multiple times in your career.
Well, it was pretty rare. I mean, back in the day, right through the 1960s that I wasn't here for, and right through the 70s, it was all about Bells Beach. There was a couple of times we went down to Joanna, but going to Winky Pop really back then was nearly like a last resort. It was like, if you weren't at Bells, it was the surfing equivalent of blasphemy, nearly.
As we look at where we are, it's a great choice for contest officials to look at Bells, and then you can see how close we are to Winky Pop. As you can see that button, all those waves rippling over that rock shelf, and you can see that high performance wall that we have as a great backup site at Winky. Let's now get the Oakberry call, Laura Enever and Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Yes, guys, down here with Jessie. Feels like we were just here in the same place as yesterday morning here at Winky Pop. What is doing today? What do we have to look forward to?
Yeah, same place, different story.
Same clothes.
Yeah, same clothes. We're going to be on actually. Different to the other day, but it's looking really good out there. We also have a building swell for today, which is really important for us. We've been watching this forecast, and there are a couple of tricky spots in there, but it's starting to look better and better, which is what we love to see being down here at Bells. So we've got the men's opening round up first, and then that's going to be followed by the women's opening round. So it's going to continue to pick up through the day, and we've waited that little bit this morning just to really see it start to pick up.
How exciting. Back to you guys. We've got a full day of action down here at the Rip Curl Pro.
Thank you so much, Laura Enever and Jessie Miley-Dyer, two great surfers right there who have surfed in this event for many years. They know the differences between Bells and Winky Pop, And for Rosie, for you, did you have a preference? There's some surfers that have a favorite lineup. For you, was it Bells or was it Winky Pop?
Yeah, it's such an interesting place because you do have to be across it. You've got that Rincon Bowl, you've got Bell's Bowl, and then you can utilize Winky Pop. So it is important to spend time at each location. For me, I actually really like Winky Pop. I like what it has to offer. It's on that shallower shelf. There's more opportunity to have a consistent wave down the line. And it's just a really rippable right-hander. So I'm all about Winky.
Let's focus on Winky a bit for you, Bugs. Any special memories competitively on this venue?
Well, I think, the very first time we moved to Winky Pop, and I agree with Rosie, I mean, it's a world-class backup site, really. It's just around the corner from Bell's, but it's a beautiful shelf, and it's a long connecting ride. And yeah, in 1979, the event, it was the last day of the waiting period. You know, Doug Claw Warbrick always had a very innovative criteria for this system. Every year we came was a different system, and it was very innovative and very exciting right through the 1970s. This particular year, he'd innovated a repecharge round where if you lost early, you were still in the event, but you had to come through the repecharge round. So you had the winners going through, and it ended up being Mark Richards and Dane Kealoha that had won all the way through. So they kind of competed and had a final, and then they waited for the rest to come through, and only one surfer came out of the repecharge round, and it happened to be me.
Well done.
But I had to surf like 7 times on the last day, and it was an amazing lineup of people. You know, Larry Bertelman and Hans Hedemann and Terry Richardson, Dane. I mean, it was just incredible. And there's Mark Richards sitting up there waiting for whoever comes through, and it was a pretty classic day, you know. And ended up coming down to the last minute of that final, and I got a really good wave, and I looked back and I saw this, like as Rosie said, like just up the point, MR took off in a wave, went over a double up, and did a big snap right in front of me and just took it in the last 30 seconds.
Wow, what a story. We're going to have a lot of those celebrating 60 years here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. It's on. Opening round of competition featuring Australia's Ethan Ewing, from the United States, Nat Young, and Costa Rica's own Carlos Munoz, all looking for a jump straight into the round of 32. Third place will have to deal with the elimination round. 30-minute heat scored on their top 2. No wave max. And we'll see if we get an early start here, and paddling hard, and that one's going to go unridden. But we've got the classic scenario here when you look at these seeded rounds, those red jerseys having a great start to the season, heading into stop number 4. And we'll see those lower seeds that'll be really under pressure to make the midseason cut after Margaret River. California's Nat Young will get started. First wave of the contest goes to the goofy foot. Clean snap off the lip. There's the whitewater. Nice clean motion as he will kick out. His backhand has earned him a lot of money in his career. It has that unique style and approach, very powerful, but growing up on a wave called Steamer Lane, which isn't an easy right-hander to surf. He's ready for just about anything when it comes to backhand surfing. Rosie, what'd you see here?
Yeah, this was that warm-up wave for Nat. That tail throw right there on that last maneuver, but you can see his easy flow and read on that backhand. Like you said, Joe, he's got success out here at Bells, so you can really tap into that knowledge, and it just looks like he's got that even temperament at the moment.
So judges setting the scale here at Winky Pop. Carlos Munoz, injury replacement wildcard this season. Nice aggressive snap under the lip and taps it. 2 turns out of the way. And that section slows him down for just a moment, but right into a frontside wrap again. Drifting the fin, staying over his board, and incomplete. As you can see how shallow it got on that final turn for the Costa Rican. Now opening ride for the man from Stradbrook. Ethan Ewing getting a completion. All 3 surfers on the board. And Nat Young still swinging. Nat Young on his second opportunity in the matchup. Throws down the carve and kicks out. Great to see everybody kind of getting a tempo of their first few waves this morning. And the idea, Rabbit, is if you're that first heat of a contest, you don't want to be doing your warm-up when your heat starts. You've got to know how to switch right into gear as soon as that horn goes off.
Yeah, well, you know, all three of these guys are pretty attuned to that, and you know, you'd back yourself. I mean, today, as you said, it's a non-elimination round. Also, you know, you're looking at a better than 50% advancement, so you'd kind of back yourself.
Ethan Ewing and Carlos Munoz happened to be first heat of the opening round in Portugal at the last stop of the season. They went 1-2 there and sent Kelly to the elimination round. This was Carlos on his start, Rosie.
Yeah, Carlos with a lot of intent in this first wave. You can tell that he's really hungry, looking down for these sections to connect this wave. It is tricky out there, Joe. You can tell that there's that bump and rib up the face. It was unfortunate that he couldn't stay over his board on that last maneuver.
And then Ethan Ewing bugs.
Yeah, well, Ethan, this is a good, solid opening ride for Ethan Ewing, and he finishes it well. I mean, whereas Carlos didn't quite get the finish in, Ethan absolutely does. That's the strongest ride of the opening exchange, and this is where we first saw Ethan Ewing. You know, when he first came on the tour as a rookie, in his first go-around, I think Winky was the first heat. He started with a 9.17 or in that first heat, but he didn't get a backup.
So great to see how much he's grown in a short period of time. This was Nat on his second wave, Rosie.
Yeah, Nat just having the pick of the kind of set waves out here, has to kind of deal with a little bit of lump up that face from the jet ski, but he does wind through a series of maneuvers. Nice to see that flow on the backhand. It's kind of a refreshing look. You got two forehand surfers and then Nat on his backhand, so he can have that point of difference. You know, for me, when I'm looking at those exchanges from all the competitors, you have to give the nod to Ethan Ewing and the surfing and the power that he was displaying.
He looks so brilliant. He's got that finesse, style, and power, and all the greats are always picking him as one of the favorites to watch on tour. From world champs like Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, they can't get enough of this young Australian. A big hope for Australia to take home a world title one day.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where he's nearly like the new Parko, where, you know, everyone in the world goes, oh, I want to surf like Ethan Ewing.
And can you do that? I mean, there are oftentimes references of what Ethan looks like. When he first came on, you couldn't not think of Andy from his back arm, but then you got to see his own personality kind of revealed, and I feel like he surfs like himself. It's hard for me to really place anyone else that he really surfs like from start to finish. He's got a great approach.
His style, I mean, he's definitely peppered in a couple of his favorites, and you have that flair and essence of some of his favorite surfers. But you're right, Joe. I mean, the brand of surfing that he's doing and just his technique is something that I think all of the coaches and the surfers are being so aware of, watching footage of Ethan and trying to implement it into their own game.
Scores in from these opening waves. Carlos Munoz 2.5. Nat Young 4.17 to a 5.33, and the man on screen, Ethan Ewing, a 7-point ride on his opener. Puts him right into first, now with priority. What a statement on his opening ride of the contest. Really special event here for Ethan Ewing, knowing that his mom, Helen Lambert, won back in 1983. Ronnie Blakey joins us on the VIP headset, and I think everyone's hoping for that story for the Ewing family, that Ethan could grab a bell just like his mom did back in the day.
Yeah, morning, Joey. Certainly the case. I mean, that would be a first for sure. But yeah, you think about this event, what it means to us surf fans, but also what it means to the competitors as well. And in particular, the three surfers that are out there at the moment. You've got Ethan, obviously. You mentioned his mum getting the victory back in '83. But for Nat Young, his namesake, Nat Young, the Australian champ, he won here way back in the day, and then of course Carlos is working with Barton Lynch, who won the event here in '91. So there is a deep connection for the competitors out there in this first heat of the opening round to the history of this contest. They want to go on and ring the bell, obviously, but it's going to be tough. You know, you talk to any of the former champs here, they talk about this event, just how hard it is to find rhythm at the different locations. You might have the edge over on the bowl, but when the event moves here to Winky, you got to survive these earlier rounds too. So it's a marathon, not a sprint, and it's going to take a really complete and special performance to ring the bell this year.
Thanks so much, Ronnie. Great insight as we'll be checking in with him on top of the stairs there at Winky Pop. Carlos Munoz, he mentioned there, joining with Barton Lynch, a Belgian champ, but also a world champ as well. And for Carlos, remember, he's the injury replacement wild card, so he does get points for these performances. He hasn't had enough to really put himself in a shot to make the mid-season cut, but he does have this event, and he'll be hoping to get the call-up for Margaret River as well.
Yeah, well, Carlos, you know, he's been in all 4 events so far, as we see him on a ride now, Joe.
There's that front side wrap to tail slide for the Costa Rican. Another version of it on the second effort. And he'll just pace his way into this inside corner. Jams it off the lip again, and he'll fade out. Remember, he dislocated his shoulder in his rookie debut at Pipeline in a heat against Luca Macinas. So he had to just deal with an equal 9th result. Went straight into surgery over in California by Warren Kramer. Got back into the CT jersey as a wild card in El Salvador, but just didn't quite look the same. He definitely was protecting that shoulder, hadn't gained confidence in really paddling like he wanted to yet. And we're waiting to see his spark come back. He is vibrant in his personality, the way he performs in the water. As we'll look back at this wave, Ro.
Yeah, hanging on the bottom, just really trying to utilize that critical section. Like you said, Joe, another version of that tail slide. So the judges want to see a bit of variety, but it's cool to see him laying it on rail, looking at his surfboard, just observing that there's a lot of length in that board for the swell that's on offer today. So we know that that swell's going to build, but just notice that Carlos is really using a bit of a longer equipment, and also his positioning. He's way up closer to the button there at Winky compared to his competitors.
Love this perspective of Carlos Munoz. Held on to that bottom turn to lay down that rail with the fin release, Bugs.
Yeah, nice fin release and great variety on this wave. And as Rosie said, he's very deep up the point near the button. And this wave kind of peters out. The first half of this ride was really exciting, and it looked like he was going to really pose something special. And it's very interesting to see the separation of the two of the surfers here. Up on the button there, you're really looking for that down the line the connectivity, whereas the wide section, often the bigger sets hit there, they go deep into the valley.
So you definitely have to make a decision here. Carlos, 3rd position, 3rd priority, with a lot of room at the top, and Ethan Ewing in the red jersey has that 7-point ride, and see how low he's sitting. So Carlos could be halfway down the line, and Ethan is totally allowed to take off in front of him if he wants to pick up the rest of the wave.
Yeah, and he's playing that game, Carlos, now with his positioning. He's obviously been looking at the conditions, obviously with his coach Barton Lynch, and has seen something up there, and like Bugs was touching on, you do have to get that down the line momentum and flow through a couple sections, but it looks like he's kind of just looking at every opportunity that comes his way.
So quick one there. Nat Young does have the lead since he has 2 scoring rides, 4.17 and a 5.33, as he wants to bring back those feelings that he had from that 2013 rookie season where he finaled with Adriano de Souza. As Ethan Ewing holds down a priority, let's get some more insight on the conditions. Thrown to the water, saying a big good morning to Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, how you doing out there?
I'm doing excellent, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, it's exciting to see things get kicked off underway out here. A little bit from the water. Right now we have a reverse rip, so the current is actually moving up the point here, and so positioning, even when the surfers are sitting still, it can maybe take them a little bit off position, so I think the surfers need to be aware of that reverse rip.
Thank you, Kaipo. Are you too cold out there? How's the water feeling?
I'm good right now, but it's a long day, but the water's nice. The air's a little bit chilly. The water's nice. It's a beautiful day. I'm just stoked to get everything started here at the Rip Curl Bells Pro.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, Kaipo, and good insight there on that reverse rip. Just on positioning, it's going to be pulling you up the point a bit. And so surfers always have their lineups. If they're sitting for a while, they're always making those subtle adjustments so they stay in the same spot when a wave comes through. But yeah, the other day, just jumping in the water in a 3-2, especially those wetsuits from Rip Curl, super warm. It's just that air that has a little bite to it when, you know, the wind picks up. And you always have to be prepared for everything when you head down to this part of the world. You can be sitting in a t-shirt and then looking for all your jackets that you brought with you just to make sure that you're nice and toasty.
And never look at the locals. The Victorians are always in shorts and thongs, like no matter what the weather is like. So, you know, all of us coming from different parts of different regions, we've rugged up and they'll be out there like, this is balmy.
Yeah, totally. They're just enjoying it like it's a summer day. 16:50 on the clock here. Nat Young leading at the moment with a 5.33 and a 4.17 here in the first heat of the opening round to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Stand by. Carlos in motion. Munoz leading at 3.34 as he just does a flyaway. He'll stay in third and still looking for more waves to come through out of this opening round and avoid the elimination round of competition. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. You are watching the opening round of competition, and hey, if you joined us now, you haven't missed much. This is the first heat of the entire contest, about halfway through. You're definitely going to want to go back and watch what Ethan did to start, a 7-point ride that he's still sitting on with priority. And he's looking to push himself up towards the rankings a bit further. He featured in the Rip Curl WSL Finals last season. So coming off a 4th in the world finish last year on the championship tour. Carlos Munoz up. Trying to find rhythm. He's got an explosive air game. He'll just ditch the fins. Spins it around forward. And throws down an aggressive wrapping turn in the pocket. Carlos trying to ditch a 2.5 there. And I like it. You kind of think about how can he separate himself a bit from Nat Young and Ethan Ewing. If he gets explosive, goes back to those big airs that he brought to us many years ago, that could be the way to get through this matchup, Bucks.
Well, that's a very interesting strategy that Carlos has deployed here, because he sat really deep up near the button. If it's a super inconsistent heat, great move. If there's big sets coming wide, then you know, we saw Ethan. You know, Ethan, he doesn't change his tactics. He just waits for the quality.
He certainly does. He doesn't seem like a guy that has to go fishing to get rhythm. He can grab it right away. Wave selection, incredible. We saw that last year through so many great moments. I think definitely peaking as the champion at Jeffreys Bay in a classic final in pumping conditions. Back to Carlos, Rosie.
Yeah, you see him kind of have that easy read through this wave in the beginning stages. Here he starts to pick up that speed, eyes off that section, and hucks the tail around. But now I feel like he's using this wave to kind of reposition himself. He knows he wants to get back into the game. I mean, you know, you look at the difference in approach. Like you said, Ethan, one wave has priority. He's in such a controlling position at the moment, where Carlos, multiple waves. I mean, that was his 5th attempt there. So they're going to kind of change strategies, or is Carlos going to go back up to the point? It looks like this guy is really trying to figure out this lineup on the fly.
Saw Ethan Ewing in the water the other day on a warm-up, and he told me that he spent about 6 days at home, which I think in tour standards, that's a lifetime. That's all you need to refresh, see your friends and family, sleep in your own bed. So in World Tour terms, he had a great time at home.
Yeah, well, Joe, you know, North Stradbroke Island, let me tell you, 6 days there, time slows down on the island.
What is it like, Bugs?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's paradise. It's, you know, really, you step off. You're only just a bit off the mainland, but you really do feel like you're overseas. And, you know, island time is what they call it.
Yeah. So he felt great and refreshed. His dad on the beach getting all the vision of those warm-up sessions. And he has been ready to go. He uses priority now. A little over 11 minutes on the clock. Throws down the wrap. He's got a nice wall to work with. Aggressive wrapping turn for Ewing. Big float. Transition solid with the tail blow. And things are working. Motion maybe for a board change. We'll see what Ethan's up to. But Nat's getting down to the line here with some big backhand turns. Carve after carve, belt after belt. Doesn't take long for Nat to transition in between maneuvers, as he will shut that one down. Nat looking to better a 4-1-7, but now Ewing's got to back up for the 7. Expecting a lead change there with 10:30 to go, Rosie.
Yeah, that was impressive. I mean, both those surfers, Ethan Ewing, wow, the guy just, he doesn't skip a beat. Like you said, he's going to do the board change. Cale Bell Warren, one of the locals in his corner at the moment, giving him the board change.
That's right. Cale Bell Warren is the coach for a lot of great competitors that come down here to compete at his home break. Cale's also featured in the main event as a wild card representing the locals and Victoria. And that's what Ethan did, Bucks.
He sure did. At this wave here, it really opens up. And look at it kind of gets vertical, this section here. And he maintains his speed, his control all the way through it. While he motions for a board change, he certainly doesn't look like this one's hanging him up too much, Joe.
I'm trying to look at this wave going, what did he feel that forced him to go to the beach? But that's Ethan Ewing. He knows he can do a bit more. What do you think, Rosie?
Well, looking at that wave when he took off, I mean, to the average eye, you're like, oh, it doesn't look like a great wave. But he created those sections. I mean, he really found those pockets to work with. Similar with Nat Young, the second wave of the set actually looked like a better wave, as it had no frothiness on the face. And Nat, pretty much the same thing, just starts to hammer on his backhand, finds a lot of connection with this wave. I think he's going to increase his scoreline. I'm interested to see what Ethan does and how he kind of couples up that 7 for his score range. But both Nat and Ethan really picking the best waves and doing the best surfing in this heat.
I mean, the other element at play here is that Carlos Munoz, he started near the button. He didn't get anything really special going. It was a gamble. And then when he moved down he moved down there with under 3rd priority. That is a telling factor, because that exchange there is going to be, there's 2 keepers.
Exactly right, Bugs. Nat Young throws down a 6.10, his best so far. Ethan Ewing locks in a 7.5. A huge total with 2 waves to kick off the morning for Ethan Ewing. Nat Young solid in second. And Carlos now needs a 7.76, and there's the buckle. That's what Ethan was surfing through on that final wave. And when you push as hard as he does, gosh, you could get that crease above the fins.
You wonder when that happened, though.
It must have happened on the first wave.
Yeah, that last maneuver, or potentially here.
Unless he felt it under his feet there.
Yeah.
Because you'd think if it happened on the first wave, he had quite a bit of time.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a deep buckle either. Maybe he felt that, maybe he did it right there.
Yeah, that's kind of when he got that indication as he's slowing down there to kind of feel his way out of that maneuver, feeling that crease and you know, between the fins there.
Not bad timing, though.
Yeah.
Darren Hanley doing a great job providing some incredible surfboards that have taken home quite a few bells over the years. So Ethan's in good hands. Backhand wrap to start for Nat Cy Young. There's the vertical and a rare fall for Nat, his first fall of the morning. He'll end up throwing away that wave.
Yeah, I think Carlos was a little bit too deep on that one. He might have had a look at it, but, you know, he would look at the score now and realise that, you know, he's probably got to get up there a 7-point ride under his belt to kind of get himself into this heat.
You look at a coastline like this, and it's hard not to make a comparison to parts of California, especially towards the Central Coast and where Nat comes from up in Santa Cruz, as we see what happened here, Rosie.
Yeah, as you said, Bugs, Carlos too deep with the priority. Nat Young, this was looking like a beautiful wave for him. As it cuts out on this section, you just see him kind of lose connection with his feet there. You know what's interesting too, when you walk over this reef, it does give like a bit of a film of slickness to your feet when you're standing on your equipment.
Absolutely. I was only thinking that when Ethan was running out, even though it looks like a smooth platform, there's these little crevasses along the way. And that the seaweed, it's got a slippery element to it. You've got to kind of rub your feet on your ankles when you're paddling out at Winky Pop, just to make sure you don't have that slip factor.
Yeah, such a great routine. Wax the top of your feet, then rub them together, because you could have that slip on your first wave. Here's Nat Young up and out. Still hanging on to second.
And obviously, as the tide comes in, it changes. But here's Carlos. This is a do-or-die effort by Carlos, and you know what? He gets through. Caution to the air.
He sure did. Incomplete for Carlos. You could tell he could get a little bit stressful at this stage of the year. As an injury replacement wild card, you definitely see that as an opportunity. And even for Carlos, maybe he didn't know at the start of the season that he almost would have a complete shot at getting past the midseason cut. Now with 5:15 on the clock, what a way to kick off this event, Kaipo. A lot of great looks, especially from Nat Young and Ethan Ewing so far.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, a lot of times, you know, when I refer to everyone playing at home, all the fans playing fantasy surf, this opening round, a lot of times you can treat it as a scouting round for all the surfers in the comp. And right now, I'm giving A's. I'm giving great grades to Ethan Ewing in this opening round as we scout him. He's already able to put up some great numbers, and he looks like he's in form, and he's in sync with Winky Pop. So put him on your team.
I agree, Kaipo. It's such great advice coming from a former fantasy regular season world champ in Kaipo Guerrero. But now that new rule change we felt last year is you get to watch this opening round. You can make changes and see who you want to put on your team. Go to worldsurfleague.com, check out fantasy. You also have a power surfer that gets you double points. Ethan Ewing would be a smart pick. 7 and a 7.5 so far in his first showing this year at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy.
Yeah, it's so fun to have a look at the mindset, to see these top players and how they come into play in the opening rounds.
This is the Harvey Norman heat recap. Ethan Ewing, 2 waves, 7.5 was his last, opened up with a 7, buckled board. No problem for this man, Bugs.
No problem whatsoever. And you know, one thing about Ethan is very, very patient. He's like Matt Hoy, kind of stubbornly patient, but it pays off for him. You know, this wave here, he buckles the board on this last wave, Rosie. Last maneuver.
Last maneuver does the board change, but dominant is the word that comes to mind when you look at the control that he's had. Nat Young has also had a couple bites of the apple, doing extremely well. Great first look at Nat in this opening round.
Nat always so reliable on the backhand. He had 1 fall, but it didn't matter. A 6.10, 5.33 already, as he is ready to find redemption here at Winky Pop and Bells. It's been since 2013 that he made the final out here, and now into his 7th start at this incredible venue, which probably just reminds him of home. And he's got home with him. His little baby girl's with him here with his wonderful wife, enjoying the lay days as he's preparing for this big event. Carlos up on this one, 2:40 to go, needs a 7.76 here. There's that carved tail release that he's been forcing this morning. Throws down a down carve, almost looked a little indecisive there. Inside track with some speed, throw tail reverse. He will ride out. More waves on the way. Ethan's the one with priority. See some in this one to maybe improve on a 7. Just a short one there on the backup board. And that hands priority straight over to Nat Young. Now passing that 2-minute mark, standing by for the update for Carlos Munoz to see if he'll have to deal with the elimination round. Griffin Colapinto getting the pep talk from Tommy Whitaker as he headlines the next matchup. He'll be with one of his best friends, Seth Moniz, and representing France, the rookie on tour, Maxime Housineau. Now down to 90 seconds. Carlos chasing a 7.76 on this one, Bucks.
Yeah, well, so far the feature and the pattern that Carlos has been in, it's been a story of 2 halves. Either the first half of his wave or the second half. This time he starts out on fire, kind of gets caught up a little bit there, as you said, a little indecisive, but he finishes it well. This is the first time he's actually been able to put a whole wave together.
Great sign for Carlos, but is it too late into the final minute? He had the variety there. It was a smaller wave than what Ethan was utilizing on his 7+ rides, and the score will reflect that. 4.87 for Carlos. Here's Ewing. He'll get tangled up again. He's got a little bit of room to move with that big lead, so he's probably just feeling up that board. Knows he's got some time, not too much stress for Ewing at the moment. All the pressure on Carlos. Chasing now a 6.56 with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, you know, he's narrowed down that requirement, but yeah, as that time winds down, it really has been Ethan Ewing, Nat Young that have stayed really strong and backed themselves throughout this heat. Unfortunately, I think for Carlos, he's going to be back into that elimination round.
And 10 seconds to go for Ethan Ewing to enjoy a brilliant start this morning at Winky Pop. A 7 and a 7.5 to take a convincing win first thing in the morning. Nat Young will advance on behind him in second into the round of 32, and Carlos Munoz will be in the elimination round as the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy continues. Heat number 2 coming up next. The Rip Curl Pro acknowledges we are here at Juruk on Wadawurrung country. We acknowledge Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on today. We pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations peoples here today. And what a day it is. Winky Pop hosting the world's best here at stop number 4 on the opening day of competition, just the third day of the waiting period. And we had a stellar performance from Australia's Ethan Ewing with a 14.5 total. Seeing some cloud cover, but a little bit of blue skies popping in there. And we've got a brand new heat getting set up. Heat number 2, surfer in the white jersey, former world junior champ, a rookie on tour representing France, Maxime Houssonneau. Tagging a couple of roundhouse cutbacks and shutting it down with a nice clean over the top on the finishing move. Rolling in now, Hawaii's own Seth Moniz. Nice wave just opening up now for a racetrack section for the Hawaiian. He'll get a bit hung up, awkward on the attempt for the air. And now one of his best buds, Colapinto, throws down the wrap. Nice wall to project off the lip. There's the spin Seth was looking for. Nice clean tail-high rotation for Griffin Colapinto. Great way to kick it off, just kind of flexing that high seed red jersey. Colapinto was at the press conference, and he was happy to get the news that he has officially made the midseason cut. So pressure off there. He knows he's got a complete season and even qualify for the start of 2024. Seth Moniz enters stop 4, number 13 in the world. So Maxime Houssonneau's in that position where he needs a big result to make the back end of the year, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. Maxime, think about his run on the Challenger Series, how many years he's been knocking on the door of CT qualifications. So for him to save his spot on tour, he's got a lot of work to do, Joe. So I think he'd be feeling that pressure coming into these last 2 events. It's going to be, you know, interesting to see how he kind of utilizes that energy and where he can find confidence and hopefully save his spot on the tour.
Griffin Colapinto, what a start, Bugs.
Yeah, it's most definitely the best of the opening exchange, and Griffin has just been in great form all year. You know, he's got a 2nd and a 5th already under his belt, so he's not only is he guaranteed of making the cut, but he's well and truly in the conversation of the final 5, something he's just missed out on his home break, and wow, he's just got that on lock.
He's been doing that maneuver for a very long time. I've seen him feature it at Winky Pop in the past. As Rosie, we were discussing this morning, we kind of were scratching our heads when you think Griffin at Bells. He hasn't had that many opportunities in the past out here.
He hasn't, Joe. I mean, only 2 times has he featured in this event in his career. He had an injury that he had to pull out of this event, but he doesn't have a great track record here at Bells, so it's going to be fun to see how he can turn that script and how he can find some momentum. But to open up with the way that he's surfing, it's interesting to see what his run is going to look like and what he's going to do on this wave.
The Californian up again and does another huge attempt at that big rotator. That one a tougher landing in the flats, but the back foot came off. It's up to Seth if he wants this wave, and uses his priority. A mistake there for Seth, and now Maxime gets that P next to his name. You see P on your screen, that means priority. And you have undisputed right-of-way, which world champ Joel Parkinson said was the greatest thing he'd miss on tour, knowing that it was up to him on any wave he wanted on these world-class waves. What went wrong here, Rosie?
Yeah, just watching Griff kind of almost lose connection there with that board, able to kind of bring it around. But you see, oh man, that was awkward, that kind of splits maneuver. You could see that his feet just shifted as the board blew up in that wind. But yeah, that is an awkward fall.
You can tell for Griffin and how great he is at maneuvers like that. They know when to eject. They know when to let those those airs go to avoid those injuries. I think for Griffin, he was a bit surprised to end up in the splits like that. In his head, he thought he was stomping that as soon as he let go off the lip.
Yeah, it looked pretty dangerous, actually. You know, that back foot slipped off. He went into the splits in slow motion. You could definitely see what was going wrong there. But, you know, interestingly, Griffin separated himself. He went deep on that wave. And when you go deep, you're going to have to generate the speed. So he hit that section with a lot of speed.
Colapinto 6.33 on his opener, where he did land the rotation. And we'll get another look here.
Yeah, he knew it was just an all or nothing effort. And as he lands this, watch the back foot here. It just completely slips off and he goes into the splits. That is, wow, that could be a serious injury.
Ouch.
He's assessing that equipment, but also you could tell, like you said, Joe, he was committed. You see his head and his eyes. He was looking for that landing. So the surprise factor was that back foot slipping off and going into the splits there.
Set approaching. Priority with Husino. He doesn't want it. Seth looking to take this one apart. Moniz with a ton of speed. Now patiently trying to channel it to something big off the lip. Huge rotator, similar type of split move on the incomplete effort.
That was audible, Joe, that equipment hitting that flat section, hitting the trough of the wave.
So a couple of hammers, as they call each other. Seth and Griffin, they push each other all the time in the water. They're almost like brothers. They're going air for air, but going down really hard. Let's watch it from this angle, Bugs.
Yeah, well, you can see he's really racing down the line. I mean, there's no surprise here that it's going to be a one major Hail Mary maneuver to try to garner some points, and it's looking pretty good right there. It doesn't quite make the full rotation, though.
Oh.
And again, the back foot just comes off. It just didn't seem to have that. It just didn't go into that so confidently. It didn't seem like.
Well, if he just says back-to-back wipeouts going big above the lip, Kaipo Guerrero, we're kind of like rolling around in the booth up here because those wipeouts look pretty painful. What are you seeing?
I'm talking, it's high impact, right? These guys are going for it. The waves are getting, you know, they're a little bit walled, so the acrobatic surfing's coming into play. But with that acrobatic surfing comes a lot of risk, some high impact on those non-makes. So yeah, what you're seeing in there, I'm seeing out here, and some big splashes.
Good man, Kaipo. Seth and Griffin going back to back. You know, they're landing one of those, they've got to keep her score. They're that big, that risky, and landing in the flats is as hard as it gets. They both look okay. Just another day at the office for these two, pushing the limits. Colapinto 6.33 and a 1.0. Husino in the second spot, holding priority, and Seth chasing a 3.08. For Seth Moniz, he had that unbelievable event, the best of his career, finaling at Pipeline, and Kelly Slater won. Kelly called that his sweetest victory of his entire career, and that said a lot because he's won 56 times. And for Seth, he was in that Final Five picture early, quarterfinal at Sunset to follow. Then an injury came in Indonesia, and he's just been trying to recover. I think everyone's been rooting for him just to have a nice, clean road to a final series again, like he did at Pipeline 2 years ago.
Yeah, Seth is just incredibly talented. So good to see him healthy back in the jersey, competing against one of his best friends.
Ezekiel Lau coming up next. He'll take on Ryan Callanan and Kaiwa Belly in heat number 3. Zeke Lau loves Bells. He calls it maybe his favorite venue on tour. He's had some great memories here, and he's going to have to really lean into that comfort because he needs a big result to make the back end of the season. Big wall for Husino. Lean back carve off the top and shuts it down with a 2-turn combo. And now Colapinto running after it. Quick speed check off the lip. He might be coiling up again. Another big full rotation. Griffin Colapinto rides out perfectly. So it shows what these guys are capable of. Not afraid of a hard landing, doing the splits, immediately recovers and actually transitions knowing that he's going to land his very next attempt. His lead has just increased dramatically here at Winky Pop as we take another look, Rosie.
Yeah, this is a fun wave to kind of digest. As we see Griffin, he kind of goes for that speed carve off the top there, but he's really eyeing off this last section. I think when we look at his other waves, he almost had to manufacture the sections, where this one really gave him that open canvas. He kind of got to pick the maneuver that he wanted to do. It was a cleaner wall, not so wind affected, and he just goes straight for the full rotation. So you see Griffin, just look at that technique. He stays low in order to just ride through that white water, and Maxime right there, front seat for all of it. So he's going to add to that lead. Just a beautiful technique and great solid surfing.
Gosh, I love that punt. That angle was brilliant. So high, so much control. And with full rotations like that, to show that he doesn't have to grab his rail. So talented with his footwork and his upper body. Lives for moments like this where he can do his best surfing in a jersey on demand, and that's what the championship tour brings to everybody. It's not like filming a surf movie where you can try a million times to get your keeper's bugs. These guys are on the hot seat every time they put the jersey on, and Griffin Colapinto always delivers.
Yeah, well, Griffin's really, he's really learned his craft. You know, he knows how to surf under pressure. He can do his best surfing in the singlet now, and you know, the red jersey is kind of dominating the opening heats.
Colapinto throws down the biggest number of the morning, an 8.33. Excellent surfing for Colapinto as he's way out in front. 16:45 on the clock. Seth and Maxime, plenty of time to chase down the Californian. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for more right after this.
I don't even feel like I'm in the final five, you know? Yeah, I am, but it doesn't feel that way just because it's so tight. I know I have to perform here.
Well, yeah, you're not locked. That's why you don't feel like you're not really comfortable yet.
I'm definitely not comfortable at all. I think way too much. When I first got on the tour, I was always overthinking everything. I wasn't really like comfortable in my own skin. Yeah, and it was hard for me to believe in myself.
You're up.
So I'm trying to figure out how to get to that level where you feel like you belong and you deserve to be in the top 5. You almost ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I just have to be on it and really make sure that I handle those negative thoughts.
So fun to watch Make or Break Season 2 on Apple TV Plus to get that special insight from the world's best. As we go right into live action, Husino in transition off the lip. Shutting another big section down. Husino has a lot of experience coming here to Bells. I saw him in the car park at the top with his father, who's always by his side. And he was reflecting back on the Grom search days that Rip Curl would put together, all the best Groms in the world that would get the opportunity to compete at Bells and Winky Pop. So he just feels like he's in his second home. Everything's familiar, the wave, where to get around, where to eat, where to take care of himself. So even though he's a rookie, it's nothing new for Maxime being in this part of the world. Husino 393 on this last wave, Bugs. What'd you see?
Yeah, I see Maxime he just seems to be surfing with a lot more desperation right now, and he's just trying to squeeze everything out of his maneuvers. You know, the wave itself wasn't a really top quality wave, wasn't one of the bigger ones, but he really just surfing with that. It looks like he's desperate to get through this heat.
Just racetrack section, not giving him too much. Husino up and out. He's counted his last 2 scores, and it's been enough to go right ahead of Seth Moniz. Remember, Seth's been going for big airs. He hasn't landed one yet. So Maxime at the moment in that advancing position. Husino had one of those emotional moments when he qualified for the tour, knowing that he'd been trying to get there for over a decade. When you win a World Junior title, that comes with a lot of pressure. Things are supposed to happen right away. He said he felt like he just started forcing it. It just was like not coming quick enough. All the expectations, things that he had to achieve. He said his wave selection went down the tubes in heats. He was trying to force everything. The year he qualified, well, just last year, he said everything just started making sense. He relaxed, cleaned up his heat strategy, and got himself on the big stage. Husino scrapping quickly to try to make sure he's got some room over Seth Moniz here. He's winding up a section to throw the tail high above the lip. He's incomplete. Seth Moniz, nice clean top turn. Seth going off the lip, driving hard into a nice tail drifting turn. Exactly what Seth needed. And now throws it up vertically to shut it down. He'll ride away. His best wave so far with 11:15 to go. Enjoying that. He's switching gears now, Rosie. Now looking for just one big closeout section. He put that whole wave together.
There's relief in that ride, I think, for Seth. That really starts to calm and settle the nerves. And you look at his scoreline, he has gone for those risky maneuvers. So just to get that solid wave under your feet, to feel that equipment and get that connection, that'll settle you right down into things.
Seth Moniz made the announcement. He did a board change, equipment change for his major sponsor there into Sharp Eye Surfboards, joining that program. So we're getting to see it in action right now, Bugs.
Yeah, I really like this ride. You know, he decided to go big carving maneuvers, and he's got a bag full of them. I mean, Seth is just such a you know, quick, fast surfer. He's got a good carve game. We know the air game, but I think it's a relief all round. You know, all the people supporting him would have been going, thank goodness he's in the heat.
Seth Moniz had a tee time the other day that kept getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back, and he was doing his job. He was actually here at Winky Pop just trying to find the board that he would compete on, and so golf had to take a back seat. But he kept just sticking to his guns and saying, hey, I've got to figure out which board I'm going to use. And which is a great opportunity when you move on from basically a lifelong shaper for him. He had so many great things to say to Wade Takoro before he made the switch. But then getting a fresh look at a quiver, you definitely want to put in some time so there's no surprises before you hit the lineup, as we'll get an update on the CT Shaper rankings. Sharp Eye is the crew that Seth just jumped into, and wow, look at their position so far, Rosie.
They have been so dominant. I mean, we look at who's on that equipment and how successful they've been. Their team is just razor sharp.
Sharp Eye back in first. Mayhem had taken the lead after Sunset Beach. DHD, he's got a great track record when it comes to making boards for Bells Beach and Winky Pop. We'll keep you posted on the CT Shaper rankings. We'll see who ends up on top at the end of the regular season. Priority with Maxime here. If he wants it, he gets it. He'll take another look out the back and let Griffin have this wave. Griffin so smooth. How was that? Greasing the fin drift. Floats it off the bottom. There's that big rotation towards the beach. He can do that all day long. That's his third completion of that type of maneuver. His 833 was a much bigger section, but this man's on a heater right now.
That first maneuver, just such control through that grind. The board just keeping connection with that lip line, but no fins engaged. So impressive to see the way that he kept that weight over the board and was able to control that whole maneuver.
That rotation for Griffin has just gotten better and better over the years. When he was a rookie, he had this maneuver down, but it's even more radical today, Bucks.
Yeah, look, he's looking very comfortable now, Griffin. You know, he's got into his stride completely, and a great variety there, as Rosie was pointing out. I mean, Griffin, I was surprised that Maxime gave him that wave.
This is Maxime now. We'll see if patience pays off. Big wall here, and he's already thrown down 2 turns. And he'll get caught behind for a moment, hangs in there for a third and final maneuver, gets the finish. Seth Moniz off the bottom now. Clean top turn. Great transition, just a quiet down carve. Slides out a bit, so looking for some control here on the end section, and he'll slow things down and get the finish. Seth's previous wave was his best, the 6.03. So now he needed a 2.57 to catch up to Maxime, but I'll hold on that because Husino has a wave still yet to factor in. Griffin so far in front, he has both of them comboed at the moment. And last for Griffin, a 7.33. So if we just compare our red jerseys so far, Ethan to Griffin, they're looking pretty sharp this morning.
Very sharp, very dominant. This was an interesting wave from Maxime, like you said, Bugs. He kind of gave that first wave to Griffin. This had a lot of texture on the face. He almost seemed just a little bit behind on every maneuver that he was doing. But 3 big hits from him, a bit of size to that wave. Seth Moniz is a smaller wave, but he did some good rail surfing.
Yeah, well, he had the advantage of having a smooth face. That second wave in the set. And Seth, the advantage really goes with Seth on this one because he was really just looking to eliminate that 1.93. I feel like there's going to be an exchange here, a change of position.
Let's hear from Ethan Ewing with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, I've come and found Ethan Ewing down here on the beach at Winky Pop. Ethan, pocket 7s to start that. Your campaign off here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells. You know, 3rd here last year. How excited are you to be back?
Yeah, I always love coming down here. It's probably my favourite event all year. I just love the area and the waves are fun, and yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy myself. I got my dad down here, and yeah, having fun.
Amazing. And first heat of the morning, talk us through it.
Yeah, it's always hard first heat. It's been coming down super early each morning and not sure if they're going to run or not, but yeah, the waves have been fun. It's kind of getting bigger since my free surf, which is good. The wind's a little bit tricky though. It's kind of hard with all the bump, but yeah, I was stoked to get a few.
Amazing. Well, into the next round, Ethan, and enjoy your day.
Sure.
You got a big day ahead of you.
Thanks so much, Laura. Ethan Ewing looking so comfortable in this part of the world. Enjoyed his job this morning. 7, then built to a 7.5. Remember, buckled that board on the finishing move. But that lead was never in jeopardy as he'll heat up into the round of 32. I guess you want to compare now the momentum of the red jerseys. Griffin Colapinto, 8.33, 7.33. The only difference I'm seeing is he has, you know, the advantage in the air over Ethan. You always want to make predictions for big heats coming in the draw. But I don't know if you could ever outflow Ethan Ewing with his dynamic rail work. Probably one of the best carvers on tour at the moment.
Yeah, it is. This is such a fun game, just watching this opening round and trying to determine who's going to go far in the event. Comparing our 2 red jerseys, Ethan is so deadly. Griff has the edge in the air. Let's see what Seth does on this wave.
Seth looking very aggressive, speedy through those points. Smaller looking wave on the face, but very engaged until the fall. Tried to force the fins out and got hung up there. Seth is in second. 6.03 to a 5.0. Maxime Husino, 5.7 on his last. He's dropped to 3rd, so it's incredibly close for that 2nd position. They're out of the combination now from Griffin, so Seth can get a 9.63 to try to take the lead, but Colapinto's looking very safe early in this heat to go right into the round of 32. Let's now dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Opening round number 2. All started about an air show. Both Griffin and Seth taking some wild wipeouts, but right out of the gates on the opener, we saw Griffin grease a 6.33, and he's just gotten better and better ever since, Rosie.
Yeah, the 8.33 for Griffin Colapinto, just building throughout this heat. He manages to couple that up with this ride. Nice flow and connection. 3-turn combo from him as he lines up this next section and hucks that big air. The 7.33 is what he's rewarded with.
I just love how smooth he is. Variety is in the judging criteria, and he gave us so much of it on that last wave, putting him way out in front. This would have been what Griffin and Seth dreamed of qualifying together on tour and having big heats together. Especially like one event like this that Seth's father competed in for several years.
Yeah, his dad Tony was on tour for quite a few years, and you know, a great guy. What a
Last of red locks in at a 7.3.
Awesome mentor to have. But you know, Griffin's putting on a real clinic out here, but that battle for second place is wide open.
Foam climb to kick this one off for our heat leader. Nice full roundhouse cutback. Sees the lip vertical, and a little mistake there. Doesn't affect his lead, so no harm, no foul for Colapinto. His engagement with the tour is incredible. His engagement with him improving is second to none. The amount of time he spends mentally, physically preparing for big moments is amazing. He visualizes everything. So it makes sense that he's in the position that he is in today. Back-to-back seasons where he missed out on the Rip Curl WSL finals by a spot. And that was a learning curve as well. Going through a painful loss, missing out on his big goal for the year 2 times by that close of a margin. This year, he's trying to turn that whole story around.
Well, I mean, I think that's what's going to be the character building moment for Griff. How do you pick yourself up? How do you dust yourself off? And how do you improve for the next season? I mean, these guys are surfing at such a high level. They've got to find that edge over their competitors every single time they hit the water. So that in itself is such a mammoth feat.
Well, that was a great insight, you know, and Griffin said he's really learning to get in the mindset where he belongs in the top 5. And that's a big mindset, you know, to be able to feel comfortable walking in those shoes.
I think it was Mick Fanning, 3-time world champ, who recently joined Dave Proden on the lineup, and he actually talked about belief. And he's going with Jack Robinson as the man who believes in himself more than anybody, of being there where he can have more confidence in moments of understanding that he can be a world champ, but also he can beat anybody on any day. 10 seconds to go. Husino with priority. Will he have a chance to avoid the elimination round? They're into the countdown. Let's listen for the horn. I feel like he's up in time. This wave should count, but it's not going to matter as he'll get tripped up. Husino will have to deal with the elimination round. Seth Moniz and Griffin Colapinto share a special relationship. They finish in the top 2 and move on into the round of 32 of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Kiowa Belli takes on Ryan Callanan, and Ezekiel Lau coming up next. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Welcome back to the show. Day 3 of the event window, and we are getting competition underway here at Winky, the 60th edition, can you believe it, of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. What a lineup this is. This is going to be a lot of fun. Kai O'Belly, a former runner-up here, lost out to Geordie Smith in the 2017 World Bells final, I should say. Ryan Callanan, he's looking to make a charge up towards that top 10. And Zeke Lau, he's got work to do. He's had a tough start to the year, but we know he's capable. He's had some semi-final finishes here in the past. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a bloke who competed here at Bells, firstly as a trialist and then as a World Tour competitor. Great to see you, Richie Lovett.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks for having me. Great to be back. We talked about the energy of this place, and it really has it. And great start to the morning so far. Really crazy heat that last one. The boys just stepped it up, so more to come.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've had a great opportunity to chat with some of the legends of the sport, icons, two of them in particular, former winners here, Mark Occhilupo and Tom Curran, just in the lead up to this opening day of competition. And they've just been talking about the magic of this place. And all the competitors know it, and all of them are desperate to get that big win in this 60th edition of the Rip Curl Pro. Zeke Lau up at the moment, needing a huge result to get himself off the bottom of the ladder, and he's going to go down on that first rotation effort there. But this is going to be a lot of fun. Kai O'Belly just well situated on the ladder at the moment, in 4th position coming into this 4th stop on the tour, and he is just so focused on taking his performances to the next level. He's reinvigorated.
Yeah, absolutely. Kaio's he's sort of the blue-collar worker, really, isn't he? As we see Zeke up and riding on another insider.
Just trying to make up for sort of not putting a score up in the early stages there, but throws everything. We've seen the surfers really putting it on the line and launching themselves out into the flats here today. Griffin Colapinto and Seth Moniz on the last heat. I thought a leg was going to fly off at one point. Those guys were hacking their boards out into the flats like you wouldn't believe, and Zeke's just attempted one on the inside here too. But a low-scoring start to this one. But Kai O'Belly, let's touch on just this new version of the man.
Yeah, well, this is the greatest start Kaio's ever had to a season, and you know, he's really starting to build that reputation of just bringing solid scores, solid performances to every single heat. He's sort of carved out this Iceman reputation now, and I think he's starting to rattle his competitors, because it's not like, hey, I got Kaio, you know, it's I've got Kaio. He's going to bring it.
Yeah, well, he got called out by his fiancée, actually. Great article on Stab magazine with Kaio, just talking about the fact that his fiancée, who is a doctor but also a swimmer at the highest level, she said, you think you're an athlete? You're not really that committed. So he's just completely brought a whole new focus to his game, and man, it is paying off in a big way. He's well positioned, seems to have a real belief in where this hard work is going to take him.
One thing that is for certain, you ask any athlete who puts in the work, who puts in the time, that has an effect on you physically, but it also, more importantly, has an effect on you mentally. You put in that hard work, you actually start believing that you deserve the results, and it's that confidence. We know that it's everything. If between the ears is working and the body's working and the equipment's working, that's the puzzle right there. If you got all the pieces, you're ready to roll.
Well, 24 minutes remaining here. One guy who's been keeping a close eye on all the competitors through these first few events of the season, and now here at stop 4 is Kaipo. He's out there, and Kaipo, the importance of getting through this opening round and avoiding the elimination round, especially for Zeke Lau, is going to be front of mind.
Yeah, I mean, Ezekiel Lau's got his back up against the wall right now at stop number 4. He needs a result in these next events. He needs a result here at Bells. He needs a result at Margaret River if he wants to survive that mid-season cut. Cowie Belly, you talked about it. He's good. He's confident. But it really is going to be Ryan Callahan and especially Zeke Lau. Super important heat for both of those surfers.
Yeah, it is crucial. I mean, you look at Zeke's year so far, it's been a really difficult one. Pipe, he came up against Kyle Belly, actually, and Kyle got an interference, but still managed to wrestle the win away from Zeke in the early rounds, so he had a 17th there, and then he's had a couple of elimination round exits, including an interference at Sunset, which was super unfortunate. One thing to note, though, about Zeke, is he's just had the greatest win of his life. He and his partner, his wife Jenna, they welcomed a healthy baby girl, Luna. The family is out here. One thing that I think Zeke's going to be taking into this contest is the fact that in his first couple of visits here, he got a semi-final finish as a rookie and then backed it up the next year with a quarter-final finish. The last 2 years been a little different, but I just think those positive memories will serve him well, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you come back to a place where you've had a good result or you've started to really connect with that event and that location. You've got good feeling there. And you know, you look at Zeke's resume, he's got a lot of wins on there, but they're not CT wins. In the Challenger events, in the QSs, he's well decorated, but something's missing. He can't quite crack it in the CT yet, and I'm sure he's done the work. Well, you know, he's one of the fittest and most powerful surfers on the tour, really suited to Bells once it starts turning on, but he also has that progressive element as well, which I love when he brings it in, and he's going to need it here down at Winky Pop.
Well, he was a victim of the cut last year and did so well to get himself a victory on the Challenger Series, keep a place in the top 10 there to earn his spot back on the CT. He doesn't want to let it go now, and we'll see if he can save himself. But he has got the lead here in the early stages. Low scoring numbers for him, a 1.5 and a 2.7. We'll see if he can fall into a good rhythm as we move into the back half of this heat. Ryan Callahan, he's had some big performances here in the past at Bells as well, and we'll see what he can bring to the party. He's sort of in a precarious spot. You know, there's a number of surfers sitting in that equal 13th position, and if you fall out of the mix early, I think you'll tumble down the ladder pretty quickly. So it's sort of a false sense of security, hanging numbers-wise inside the bubble, but sharing that spot with a number of people. Here goes Ryan now. Just looking to build some speed, has some major tricks he can go to on this backhand. But he's going to stick with the more traditional stuff to get started and look to build some numbers early on. Nice finish, just whips that board up into a vertical position to hammer the end section there.
Yeah, not a bad opener for Ryan. Interesting just to see the contrast in styles here and the approach between the natural footers and the goofy footers. We saw Griffin go to the air, Seth go to the air, Ethan Ewing just putting on an incredible display of power hacks and on the forehand as well. And Nat Young certainly did some good backhand surfing this morning, as we see Ryan up on the replay here. Tags it on the second one through to the inside. You can see that wind, but Ryan gets it up nice and vertical on that final hit. Leaves a good lasting impression on the judges.
Here goes Kyo now, looking to get his biggest number on the board. Had a 2.33 earlier on. That'll help his chances. Obviously, the big goal for the competitors in this opening round is to get themselves just a top 2 finish. You just want to avoid that elimination round by finishing in 3rd place here. Zeke with another quick ride. Opts out of that one to get himself priority on the outside. No big numbers dropped just yet.
Yeah, nothing substantial. I think Ryan's wave is going to come in as the best score so far in this heat. So he'll take some confidence as he paddles back out the back here. But just this slight wind coming up out of the easterly section here, Ryan, and creating a little bit of ruffle on the lip there, but still, I don't mind it. It gives you a little spot to hit, certainly regarded as an air wind for those that like to take to the air. And yeah, I don't think we'll see, well, we know how corked out Arkau can get on his backhand. So perhaps we'll see that once he starts to settle in, gets a couple of good scores on the board.
Just under 19 minutes remaining here, Rich, and Jesse Miley-Dyer deciding to get competition underway today here at Winky. It's a good option when we have a look at the Surfline forecast.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's plenty of swell on the way, but not really clean conditions right now. So this is a new swell that we're seeing in the water at the moment. And just to confirm here, green means go. Green means there's swell. Yeah, and the red means not so good. But you can see there in Bells, we're seeing a little bit of the swell taper off. And then we've got this big energy coming through the week and lining up through next week. So today, what are we looking at? We've got 4 to 5 foot faces, and we've got nice winds, variable, slide on shore, but still very manageable for our competitors. So I think we're gonna have a great day of surfing ahead.
Bring it on. Yeah, just under 18 minutes to go here, and Kaipo, he's amongst those conditions out there in the lineup as we have a look at the next 4 days. And as Rich said, you know, there's some promising signs there. We're going to have some swell over the weekend.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of wind with it as well, but you can see Saturday into Sunday and all early next week, we're going to have swell. And I think we'll possibly be back at the bowl at that point. And, I mean, I've surfed the Bells Bowl countless times on shore. Super fun.
Here goes Zeke now, live action. And looking like this is going to shape up to be one of his better scores so far. He's been the busiest surfer in the lineup, but doesn't have any major numbers to speak of just yet. That could change in a moment. Ryan Callanan, a 5.83 in his last ride. And working this one over, up into the bowl a couple of times in this ride, and placing these moves carefully. Not over surfing it at the moment. It's a measured approach with no one really dropping any big scores just yet. So he's just building a bit of a foundation here at this stage.
Love the timing on that wave, Ron, for Ryan Callanan. Just a series of strong backhand turns, as you said, didn't overcook anything. Just wanted to get to the completion there, and he's going to put another decent score on the board here, put a little bit of pressure on the competitors. Love how Ryan just, watch this inside hand, he just skims it along the face as he turns around that hand, gets right up into the pocket, hooks it on his backhand, doesn't over-rotate, so he keeps moving down the line here. Gets that final hit on a difficult section. We know that those foamy sections are kind of hard to keep the board and the rail engaged here. And this was Zeke streaking down the line, patient, belts it off the top and down the line, bang, gets to the finish. Kept fairly horizontal on that wave. The judges will be taking note of it, but you can see nice and tight, drifts the fins out. Gets a little bit of tail release and then resets for this last turn. Up and over, pushes it through the lip. Nice and confident on his feet to finish off.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan setting the pace in this heat at the moment, but his scores are just in that very good range, good to very good range. 5.83 for his first ride. He's going to back it up nicely here. Might even get past that opening number. But in the previous heat, you know, we saw surfers taken to the sky. Griffin Colapinto set the pace early on and dropped an excellent score. So, you know, I think until we see someone throw that risk, we're going to see these guys just chipping away with those more traditional manoeuvres. As Zeke just finds one on the inside here, draws off the bottom. Just hits it in transition to find a bit of open face down the line here. Working this one over, thinking about a big finish on the inside. You can see there's some lumps to deal with on the open face at the moment, but he's doing extremely well here. And a clean finish on the inside as the wave shuts down. Just under 15 minutes to go. Had a 4.07 on his last ride. That one will probably be better than that.
Yeah, great surfing from Zeke on that wave. Just really stringing together multiple turns. Board's looking fantastic. Believe on the Takoros, excuse me. And that board looks really spicy. Nice driving down the line. Holds the speed very well. As we see the replay of Zeke, you can see here, just went up high, drops down to the bottom. And what Winky allows you to do is come from behind the section, climb up and over the foam. Zeke just cutting back into the energy source here, up and over again. Really quick snap there. Gets the tail right out off the top of the board, off the lip there.
What are the challenges when the wind is blowing in this direction, Rich. It's got that little bit of east in it as well. And there's those ribs on the face. What are the competitors having to negotiate?
Yeah, well, you can see there's a great shot here. You can just see the surface texture and what that does to the lip of the wave. It just breaks it up completely. So you really have to time and fit in with those little bumps and you know, creases on the wave face. And you know, you've really got to work to keep your rail and the fins working, the bottom of the board engaged into the wave face. You've just basically got to be solid on your feet today.
Kaipo's out there watching on, and Kaipo, I mean, one approach, we saw it in the previous heat, is just to avoid all those lumps on the face and take it into the air, but we haven't seen anyone go that above the lip approach just yet in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Ron, it's just placing your turns in between these ribs. We got this cross-shore wind, right? So we saw that cross-shore wind, that can provide ramps. We saw Griffin Colapinto take advantage of that. The other approach is to time your turns in between the ribs and kind of bounce off of them. So it's something to contend with, but you can use it to your advantage, working down the line and putting a little exclamation mark in your maneuvers.
We love it. We love the insights, and we're hearing word that that wind could clock around to the north a little bit more throughout the day, so it'll take some of those ribs away and clean up those walls. But on the outside at the moment, we've got some hustle from Kai Albelly, getting himself into this one with that priority and just hammering down the line. Does well to get a lot of speed for this section, drives up into it. Nice projection hit there to get down the line and find another opening section to just really hammer there. Solid stuff. We'll see some replays in a moment. 12 minutes remaining. Kaio's trying to fight his way out of third place here. We'll see if he gets the job done in just a moment. You are watching the Rip Curl Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
What have you done to sort of build your mental muscle?
The last few months have been me just trying to focus on the positive things in my life, focus on manifesting positive things to happen. And I've been trying so hard this year. And that's why I'm laughing so much, because I'll paddle out in the heat and all of a sudden all this crazy stuff's happening. I'm like, I don't understand why. I'm trying to be so positive here. Where's all this coming from? I've just been, for me, I just feel like I'm getting tested and I gotta stay strong. There's good things happening around me, and competitive surfing is not everything in my life, so.
And you can catch the full interview one-on-one with Ezekiel Lau on worldsurfleague.com. And it's a fantastic conversation. It goes into the trials and tribulations of a championship tour surfer, and Zeke's had some really tough moments this year. He's trying to dig himself out of trouble through these next couple of events to survive the cut as we see Ryan Callanan on the replay this way during the break, and it looks like a good one, Rich.
Cal just really starting to wind up on the backhand here, and a series of 3 connected manoeuvres. Love this first one. Watch how he pushes the tail a little bit further, gets the drift, re-engages, drives beautifully, smoothly off the bottom, hammers it again, and a 3-turn combo. Very clean.
Well, he's just come off a photo trip mission to Morocco. Looks like we just caught the end of a rotation from Zeke Lau there. Nice big air. He looked pretty happy with himself in the body language. We'll get a replay of that in just a moment. 8.5 minutes to go, but Ryan Callanan drops a 7 on that previous wave, and he's up again. Some decent set waves rolling our way. Positive signs for what's to come on this opening round of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Day 3 of the event window. And we are on. You can feel the energy up here in the car park. It's starting to fill up with surf fans. Feels like the school holidays might have started early for a lot of the students in the area down here watching their favourite surfers compete here on this opening day of competition. Here's the replay of what Zeke got done on his last ride.
Yeah, gets the wrap to start things off and a second. And I think it's all about this final air, streaking down the line, setting it up, getting all the speed. Wow, gets the little grab, clean rotation. And he was pretty happy with that one, Kaio.
Yeah, this was just before the break. He did so well to get a lot of momentum. This was a solid hit. Finished this one off well too, Rich.
Yeah, blasts that final turn. You can see just getting a little bit of air under the board, disconnecting from the wave, but keeps complete control as he rode out of that one. So we're starting to build a story here on the scores are starting to drop.
Yeah, these numbers are going to be crucial. 7 minutes to go. We're waiting for them to come through. Zeke Lau logs a 6.27, and he gets himself back up into that second position, or holds on to that second position, I should say. Ryan Callanan still out in front, and Kaio Abeli trying to chase them down at this stage. A little earlier on, Laura Anova caught up with Griffin Colapinto, who won through in the previous heat.
Griff, back to Bells Beach, second heat of the morning, 15.66 total. Made it look very fun out there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was super fun. Really similar to the waves I have in California, so felt right at home. And yeah, a little bit of breeze to help with the airs, and yeah, stoked to make it with my friend Seth.
And you're coming into this event in 5th place, just off of 5th in Portugal. You know, this is only your 3rd time competing here at Bells. What are your goals and dreams for this event?
Well, obviously it's to win the contest, so yeah, I'll have that in my head. But yeah, just have fun, hang out with all my friends that are here, and yeah, just keep improving as a person. So yeah, that's the deal.
And you look like you're just having a lot of fun this year. You were looking laser sharp on the stairs this morning, but traveling with an awesome team, how's that been just making you feel this year?
Oh, so good. It's like sometimes, like back in the day when I first got on tour, like I was kind of like dreading like lay days. I just wanted to like surf the contest so bad. I was like, just run it, like let's run it. But now I'm like, when it's a lay day, I'm like super psyched because I have a lot of fun people to hang out with, and like it's not even about the contest. It's about just the fun around the contest. So yeah, it makes traveling and everything just like feel at home.
Well, you're clocking off for 10 a.m. today. Have a good day off, and congratulations on making the cut.
Thanks, Laura.
Good job, brother.
Yeah, really strong pace-setting performance from Griffin Colapinto in Heat 2. And now we're seeing Kaio up again. Needs a 5.18 to get out of this just dreaded 3rd position in the opening round to avoid having to surf through the elimination round. And yeah, he again hits the end section with some authority. Was pretty comparable, I felt, to his previous ride, the 5.17. We'll see where it falls in. It's a 5.18 to get himself above Zeke Lau at the moment.
Yeah, almost one of the biggest waves of the day too, Ron. And it was, well, this is Ryan. So this was the wave after Kaio's standing up, blasts the first turn. Just loving the look of this board under his feet. The JS looking really spicy. Ryan just looks in complete control at the moment. Very strong. This was that wave of Kaio's. Biggest wave of the day so far. and a little fat on the opening section, on the upper section, but this is where it started to stand up through the lowest part. Just, he never falls off, this guy. Even when it looks like he's out of control, he just regains down the line here. Beautiful hit. And you can see there, I was explaining earlier how you come from behind at Winky Pop, up and over the section.
Well, just reflecting on that replay, I think he gets the number he needs out of that ride.
I think so.
Just as you said, taller wave, set the fins free for a moment, regathered control and smashed the closeout. So with 3.5 minutes to go, Zeke might need a number. He's got priority on the outside, still waiting on that score to come through. He'll want the update pretty soon. And it is looking like it's going to get him over the line here. Kyle Belly after a 5.18. It's right there in the range.
Wow, this is going to put some pressure on Zeke if he drops down into third. We know he needs a good result here.
Yeah, Zeke's got some elimination round scar tissue that he wants to avoid dealing with as well, having been bundled out of the second round at the last 2 stops. That's what's got him sitting way down the bottom end of the ratings at the moment. 5.77 for Kaio, and Zeke with priority is now after a 4.67. Earlier on, Zeke let go of that beautiful rotation, a 6.27, really forced it out of the section.
Well, this is what Kaio Belli does. He just keeps coming at you. He keeps chipping away, and he is super reliable when it comes to dropping the score he needs.
I think it would be a confidence-building move for Zeke on that final section of that last ride, the 6.27, because he was late to the section. He forced his way out of it, and it was just executed, you know, just so swiftly and with really no recovery time. As we go to a replay of that turn, 6.27.
Yeah, and he got those 2 wraps out the back and then streaking down the line. It really wasn't a 6.27 wave, but he creates it with this final maneuver here. He was a little bit late, but gets a beautiful rotation, grabs the rail just for a moment, and he'll have good muscle memory for this wave.
Well, he needs a 4.67 here. Just under 2 minutes to go. Likely this will be his last shot at it.
Oh.
And Zeke just gets a little caught up in some of those bumps to kick off, which means he's a little mistimed on that second move, but he can make up for it here with something big on the inside, loading up, huge float, has a lot of speed, but is late to this final foam climb. 4.67.
Oh.
He claps, but he's it wasn't too convincing, the clap.
He didn't leave it without a doubt. You know, the judges would be going, oh, maybe, you know, because you could see he actually pulled back a little bit in his approach on that wave. So they're going to check the replay, and, you know, there was a lot of horizontal work done. He got a little bit caught at the start. Let's check the replay here. Good looking wave from the start. You can see hits the brakes straight away because he just wanted to get himself in that power zone. Gets caught up. That second turn a little bit late as well. That's a nice wrap. And now the wave hits the lowest section, streaks down the line. Very long floater section, but then again gets a little caught up in the foam. So
I don't think
4.67.
I don't think he was being measured. I just think that first turn threw him off.
Yeah.
Just kind of got bogged down and lost some momentum and speed. His rhythm was thrown out. And yeah, he's going to fall short on the number, 3.87. And he's so far down the line, he won't get back out there for another shot. This is a victory lap for Ryan Callanan, who will go to the air with one of his trademark backside rotations. He can't stick it though, but it's not going to matter. A 7, a 6.27 on his previous ride. He's easily going to get the victory here, and Kaio Belli's going to hang on to this second spot.
Yeah, well, that's a great victory for Ryan Callanan. Good confidence booster there. He's not on the cut line, but he's certainly, you know, not out of trouble.
Really positive signs here for Callanan. A healthy heat score total. Kaio Belli just, you know, proving that he's in a magic place at the moment. Didn't lose his cool as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. And it was just that traditional clean backhand surfing from Ryan Callanan that saw him outpoint his rivals.
Yeah, well, this is a goofy foot victory, the first of this morning. down here at Winky Pop, and it's courtesy of this solid backhand surfing from Ryan Callanan, just blasting through the lip here. And you could see he got confidence as the heat progressed. He started pushing harder, really kicking the tail out on some of those big finishing moves. And this was that fantastic air from Zeke Lau, the highlight of the heat for him for sure. And he'll have to carry that confidence into that critical elimination round. But Kaya,
in heats like this, Rich, you know, you want to take some positives, and Zeke will have that move in mind as he goes into the elimination round. But Kyle Belly, just clutch, composed in the final stages, used his priority wisely, and got the score he needed to get to second spot. But Ryan Callanan victorious here in Heat 3. We'll take a quick break and be back with more in just a moment.
Colapinto pulling in, big section, absolutely blasted out by a massive spin.
Pulling in, Kyle Belly in a backdoor barrel, finds the exit.
Felipe Toledo takes out the Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach.
Joao Chianca is Rip Curl Pro Portugal champion.
Jack Robinson officially your Billabong Pro Pipe champ.
And there they are, the current surfers sitting in that top 5. And Kyle Belly's in the mix, sitting in 4th position at the moment. He just got through that opening round heat, just survived it. And he'll make that jump directly through to the round of 32. Strong performance from him, but all those surfers in that top 5 at the moment have survived the cut. They're a lock for the back half of the season, and obviously setting the pace for a potential spot in the final 5. Joao Chianca, what an amazing turnaround for him. He didn't make the cut last year. We can reflect on his results, and it's just been a remarkable turnaround. We'll get to that. Matthew McGilvray, he had that amazing performance at Margaret River last year to save his place on the CT. And Dylan Moffat gets the call up to compete. He just missed out on making the grade on the Challenger Series last year. He finished in 11th spot. So he is going to get some opportunities, you'd think, throughout the year to show us what he's got. As we see out there at the moment, Matty McGilvray getting started with a big rotation. The surfer from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, looking good in the opening stages here as we dive into some replays, Rich.
Yeah, so this is the wild card, Dylan Moffat. And he'll be trying to take it to the more seasoned competitors here. Dill just finishing off this one. Young surfer from Narrabeen. He's had a taste of CT, and well, he's getting the call up here, which is fantastic.
Now we'll get to the surfers that we're more familiar with as CT campaigners, but tell us a bit more about Dylan Moffat, the kind of surfing that he has, and what are his weapons out here that he can bring to the party?
Very strong on the forehand. He's got the air game. He's also got that power hack that he's been perfecting at the alley rights at Narra. He's also got you know, that lineage from Narrabeen. He's got the support of the home crowd there. He's got the heroes to look up to, the likes of, you know, Damien Hartman, Simon Anderson, Nathan Webster, you know, Chris Davidson. He's surrounded by surf royalty there. So, you know, he's just a good foundational surfer in that he's got all the power and the flow. But, yeah, I'd say his weapon is in the air.
Beautiful. We'll see if he brings it to the party. Numbers in for the opening exchange. Pretty close for all the competitors. Joao Chianca, he dropped the highest of them all, though, a 5.67 for this one.
Oh, just coming through the inside, and what this guy has done is built a reputation for just so much power and energy, 100% commitment to every single turn on the wave, and you can see lots of body torque, brings it all the way through to the inside. And interesting in the spring suit and the water, not traditionally freezing cold that we get down here in Bills. It's quite pleasant.
Here we go. Chianca up again, looking for a backup already. And his small wave surfing is looking a lot more flowing, a lot smoother. And he just seems to be evolving very quickly. Obviously, he's a beast in waves of consequence. We saw what he was able to do over there in Portugal. It was remarkable. Kaipo, you've been following his career closely, and he is just flying high at the moment, sitting in a great position on the ladder.
Chumbinho, Joao Chianca, I mean, he's coming out firing this year, and he's keeping it hot in the water right now. He's got a spring suit on. It's not warm out here. He wants to keep loose. He's another top seed in this opening round that is looking on point, Ron.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch if he can maintain his position at the top. He's looking near unbeatable at the moment. You know, to get the jump on Jack Robinson, who's just really flowing beautifully at the moment, is pretty remarkable in barreling conditions.
Incredible when you think about where, you know, what happened to him last year, you know, and reflecting on that. In those opening events, his scores were so big, though. And I think it was a bit of a shock to everyone when he actually did drop off to it, didn't make the cut, considering he had such good performances. So we knew it was there. Got back, did the work on the Challenger Series, and now he's gone, okay, now I'm really going to open up. But, you know, I love this guy's approach. I kind of love the rawness of it and just how kind of energetic it is. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see how he continues this momentum through the latter half of this year.
Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Laura Anaver. It's Ryan Callanan.
Yes, guys, Ryan, he's just been tackling the Winky Pop stairs, out of breath, but you got the job done out there. You've been coming down to Bells since you were grommet competing here. How good does it feel to be back out here in a place that you've grown up at?
Yeah, yeah, I've been here a lot, and I've had some results here and stuff, and I really enjoy surfing out here. I mean, today, the wind chop, and I mean, Winky's kind of hard to surf, but it's a really fun wave, and when you get going, it's always fun to have, like, sets rolling in, and it gets exciting.
And coming out of Portugal, sitting in 13th on the rankings, that cut is obviously, you know, coming on up. Is that in the back of your head coming into this event, or, you know, you just want to surf?
I'd love to just surf, but yeah, I mean, pretty nervous, you know, like, still need a few results, and just to, you know, try every heat's a bonus. So I'm just, yeah, I was actually really nervous that heat, but to get a couple of scores and put some numbers on the board was really good.
Well, the nerves were not showing, and you know, riding an Old Faithful board, you've taken this lady around for a while. Fresh wax job. Talk us through this board.
Yeah, I had it in Portugal last year at the QS. I rode it for a few heats. It's just really good when it's a bit flatter on the wave, and it feels really fast, but got some new stickers on, or old stickers depending on how you look at it. Billabong is doing 50 years this year, so I'm so stoked to be a part of the brand and trying to channel my inner Oki, Simo, Margot, and yeah, the new stickers really pulling through for me.
Amazing. Well, pulling from all the icons. Good luck, Ryan. We'll see you into the next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. 21 minutes remaining in this heat. And we've seen some good rides for each of the competitors now. Joao Chianca, a 3 on that second wave. The backup has him out in front at the moment, holding priority on the outside. Matthew McGilvray, you know, we saw some amazing rides last year. But two of the best waves of the season for me came from competitors that are out there at the moment. Joao Chianca in his heat against John Florence at Pipe as a rookie. Got himself an absolute pipe monster, and yeah, that was a beauty. But Matthew McGilvray, for me, got the ride of last season.
Chopu.
Yeah, it was incredible. But this was a pretty decent wave for Dylan Moffat, Rich.
Yeah, great snap to start things off. And comes around again, up and over the foamy section. See how much projection he gets down the line. sets it up for that third turn. Difficult section here, but holds onto it, so a great finish.
Real solid in his stance, isn't he? Kind of, you know, in some ways reminds me, not quite as nuggety as, say, a Trent Munro who won Bells, but he has that similar approach, kind of a boxy stance, but really rips into his turns.
Yeah, he's looking a little fitter and bigger in the thighs too, and obviously doing a lot of training in the lead up to these events. And just to hang on here through this foamy section, you can see didn't overcook it, just got up in the lip and rode down with it. Important to get to the finish on that one, and what a score.
You're only going to get so many opportunities today on a wave that tall, and if you do get one, you've got to attack it, and Dylan Moffat certainly did, and he got himself an excellent score, an 8-point ride, and he is out in front. A 4.33 also in his scoreline. Zhao Chianca, he's got a 5.67. That's a 6.67 to jump into the lead at the moment. Matthew McGilvray, he's back in third position. Only looking for a 3.51, but what a start for the Grom.
This is fantastic to see. Dylan Moffat with an excellent ride, the 8-point ride, and you know, thinking back to his wildcard appearance at Narrabeen, I you know, being a little critical of the kid, I don't think his turns were as big as they could have been. And I feel like he's worked on that, and he's come in, he's gone, you know what, if I want to be CT level, I need to work on the intensity of the big moves. Every single one of them needs to be an exclamation mark, and he did it on that wave.
Real brotherhood between the surfers from the Australia-Oceania region on the Challenger Series too. They're like a bikie gang down here. They've all come down to cheer each other on. So you've got a bunch of guys that are going to be on the Challenger Series that have flown down to cheer on Dylan Moffat, also Xavier Huxtable, who didn't make the grade into the Challenger Series, but is a rising talent. He's in the mix here at this contest as well, and they're just here in force. I heard them screaming as Dylan finished off that wave then on the inside.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and you know, you can feel that energy of these younger guys as they're coming onto the tour, and they want to come on as a force and help each other. And you know, I was talking to Courtney Conlog's mother this morning, and we were just actually talking about how competitive it is, but also that it's a big family, and you're all traveling with each other, and you tend to bro down with your fellow countrymen and really back each other.
Yeah, but it's like family, like stepbrothers out there at the moment. Just not giving each other any room in this lineup. Dylan Moffat, what a start. 8-point ride, and you know, that's just a ride that's going to validate a competitor that's not on the CT. If you can come in, put that jersey on, paddle out an event with so much history against guys who have posted scores. We mentioned before, Matty McGilvray, 10-point ride. He started this heat off so well, but if you can put those excellent scores up against guys that have already made the grade onto the CT, you've got a future.
Absolutely. As we see paddle here.
Just eyeing that one off down the line, not really seeing the scoring potential. It was a good call, that wave, super flat, but Winky Rich, totally different kind of setup to what we have over at the Bells Bowl. What are the characteristics of Winky? What are the characteristics of Bells? And what do you got to do to change things up to get yourself set for a first round heat here?
Winky is more of a down the line wave. It's very stretched out. You're coming from behind the section more often than not. We do see more of a progressive approach to Winky Pop, especially on those final sections. The Bells is a different riddle altogether. It's all about your timing and flow through the bowl. If your timing's off, you're totally exposed. And it's about making sure you get those 3 big turns in. And you've got to stamp your authority on the bowl, then weave and get the final section on the end. But there's, you know, for the most part, through the tides, Winky's fairly similar. It doesn't really change its personality too much, whereas the bowl, it changes on every half hour to an hour, and you've got to be on that as a competitor. The only way you can get to know and have a relationship with Bells is to surf it continually. It's probably a little easier to figure out down at Winky Pop, but certainly both high performance waves.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this day unfold. We've already seen some big moves thrown down. We've also got some big names about to hit the lineup. Owen Wright, this will be his retirement event, and we can't wait to see what he brings to the party as we go to a Bonsoy brew break. Stay tuned.
There's something on tour you just want to smash.
There isn't this guy. Starts with J, and there is another J.
Let's get the rematch on the ball. Let's do it.
It's gonna feel so good when I get the first win over him.
I'm looking forward to that one. Joseph Pell catching up with Joao Chianca in one-on-one, and you can look forward to catching that one on worldsurfleague.com. Learn more about the tour athletes, and you know, he's a guy that we're going to be talking to a lot, it feels like. The surfing that he's doing in waves of consequence, the stuff that he's doing in small waves too, is so impressive. But he does need to find a score to go with this 5.67 at the moment. He's sitting out there, and you can see he's got plenty of time, just on 13 minutes remaining, and he's got the priority at this stage. But it's a pretty tight heat, really. It's Dylan Moffat who's kind of streaked ahead. It's sort of turned into the battle for second spot already.
Yeah, and Dylan can actually extend. He's still holding that 4.33, so if he finds another wave, he'll really extend, put some space between his other competitors. But, well, Zhao's got the box position at the moment with priority, and I was just looking at that, and he's got two personalities. He's got his, like, this mellow, just so cruisy persona when he's on land, and then when he gets in the water, he's just a beast.
An animal. Yeah, doesn't mind getting in the face of his rivals out there in the water, but at the moment with priority, he's just set his sights on what's approaching, and it looks like we do have some energy rolling our way here at the moment. On the opening round of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 60th edition, can you believe it? So much history. It is always a celebration of surfing down here at Easter time, and it's certainly been the case the first few nights. We've had a lot on. We've had conversations with our surfers, our icons taking part in the Heritage Heat, Tom Curran and Mark Occhilupo. We had the industry awards last night. Stephanie Gilmore recognised as the Surfer of the Year. Rosie Hodge did an a cappella version of Hell's Bells to get the night going. Looking forward to hearing that on finals day. And out the back, we've got a ride for Matty McGilvray, the South African, loading up. He's got some big airs he can go to. It seems like he's going to bring one to the party for us. And he sticks it with ease. Won't find much more down the line. But that is a high strike rate move for him. He's got a great percentage for finishing off those turns. And it's a good one to call on when the conditions are tough and those wave faces aren't that clean.
Yeah, that was a great move from Matty. You could see he was in second priority at that point, but he drifted down to the sort of outside of the upper section, stayed away from his competitors, and managed to get that wave off the other two as we watch here. So Matty just gets around this first little section, and then he just eyes it down the line. He goes, yep, the only thing here on offer is to do this, the big rotation. Didn't quite get the full rope, but certainly nonetheless a great wave. And looking at it from behind, plenty of height. Look at the front foot there, right up towards the nose. And right here, very turbulent water to land on. But not a problem there from the South African Matty McGillivray. A very important score here in the scheme of things when you think about where he is on the ratings and where he's positioned in this heat.
Yeah, he's got some work to do, that's for sure. Sitting in 22nd spot right there on the line. But he'll take a little bit of confidence from what he was able to achieve last year, where he needed to get himself to the semi-finals, to get himself above that cut line at Margaret River. He made the semis, equalled his best, what was his best ever result in a CT event. So, you know, he's definitely got some mettle, this guy, and you know, you talk about comfort levels in the air. Well, when he's not competing in CT events, this guy does base jumping trips. Hoiks himself off cliffs and bridges. He's an absolute freak, looking really fit at the moment and ready to go after that top end of the ratings again, to survive the cut and contend for the back half of the season.
6-7 to take first.
Look out, here he comes.
Last year's world champion. For me, Rich, the surfing that I saw in the lead up to the event window, the best I saw was from Felipe Toledo. Just so powerful, moving so much water And yeah, he just hacks into the face of these big open faces so beautifully. Has the airs, obviously, as we see McGilvray up again, just stuffing a move into that final section.
Yeah, really late to the party on that final hit, but got it done.
Also got himself back up in the second spot.
Yeah, well, interesting to note that Matthew McGillivray and Zhao Chianca both have the identical high score in their tally right now, a 5.67, and it's just Matty who has got the nod with the backup of 5.17, and he may even improve it on this one. Let's check it out again. As we can see, Matty, he's picked up a couple of wide ones, streaks down the line, great projection. Up and over the whitewash, but this final turn was super late, tweaks the tail out and stomps the finish here. Watch the lip already coming down, and he throws the board up and just keeps his composure, riding sea eyes, looking good under his feet.
Really well rounded, especially on his forehand, Matty McGillivray, but you like his chances here at Winky, maybe even better on the bowl when he's coming up against people. I mean, J-Bay pedigree, the wave is pretty down the line. You can see he's comfortable stuffing those moves in on the closeout sections when that wave is getting cupped out.
It's almost got a little bit of a J-Bay vibe to it with this wind currently, so he'll be channeling that for sure.
Just on 7 minutes to go. So McGillivray didn't improve his situation, but he has pushed Chianca back into third spot. He's got priority, the man in red, and he's after a 5.18. Not going to get into this one down the line. It looks like McGillivray's sussing it out, but he's going to let it go too. And Laura caught up with Kaio Abeli, who survived the opening round in that previous heat. She's with him now.
Kaio sneaking through that heat at the end there. It must feel good to miss out on that elimination round. You've had an amazing year so far, in 4th place currently. Take us through that heat.
Yeah, in the heat, like, you know, Winky, like, you can struggle having opportunities. So I was a little bit stressed. Like, I wanted to surf really big and try my best, but, like, you know, you cannot waste waves. And I'm really happy to get the last wave and surf. I feel like I still have a lot in the tank to show. Like, it's pretty good that I didn't pick on the first heat, so hopefully I can start building up and showing more of my surfing.
Well, you've been having a stellar year so far. Like I said, 4th place in the rankings. You have officially made the cut. How good does it feel to come into these events and not have that pressure on you?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Like, I've been working, putting so much work to be where I am today. And I feel like the higher you go, the more pressure, the more unsatisfied you get. It's kind of weird to say, but like you start building this thing on the back of your mind that you want to go more and more and more, and start being a little bit stressing. But like, it's the fun process. Like I'm loving to figure out to be better, to do 1% better every day.
Absolutely amazing, Kyle. We'll see you into the next round.
Thank you.
Just over 12 minutes.
Thank you, Laura. Great to hear from Kaio and just talk about, you know, achieving your goals, but the added expectation that comes when you're achieving at the highest level. He survives the opening round in 2nd spot. Matty McGillivray is trying to hold off Chianca here. He's in 2nd spot at the moment, loading up for a big finish on the inside. And again, sticks it. Trying to improve on a 5.17. What are your thoughts, Rich?
Oh, it's close. It's close. It wasn't convincingly better than a 5.17, but it was a nice, clean, neat wave, put together well, had the strong finish. The question mark for me is just the size of this wave being a little bit smaller on the inside. First turn, nice and critical, just a clean snap, nice wrap back into the pocket, and streaks down the line here. You knew at this point he wanted to take to the air. It's a fair bit of pop, little 180 to finish off.
Yeah, he's kind of surfed that wave mistake-free, really. It just depends on how high the judges would be willing to go on a smaller set.
Yeah.
So he's looking to better a 5.17. Zhao Chianca's got 4 minutes to save himself here, Rich, and it's been really interesting just hearing from Kaio there about the expectation that kind of comes with when you're achieving big results. And Zhao Chianca's had one of the most amazing starts to a CT that we've ever seen, especially compared to what he did as a rookie last season. Last season, this time, he had a 9th and 2 17ths. Now he's sitting with 2 semi-final finishes and a victory. So he has an expectation now of where he should get to in these events, and he's being tested right here.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, you get used to winning, or the feeling of winning, I should say. It's a beautiful thing when you're a competitor at this level, and that's what it's almost like that's the drug that you're trying to achieve. You know, you just want more of it because it feels good, and that's ultimately why they're all here. So here we go, the recap. And it was Dylan Moffat who opened up really strong. The kid from Narrabeen, the wild card, just putting together a series of really well-timed manoeuvres, gets to the finish. And this was Zhao Chenka.
Yeah, love this. You know, you can see that energy you were talking about, that rawness in his approach. I feel like when the surf is bigger, Chianca, he really, his lines are a little cleaned up, but in these medium-sized conditions that we've got today, he's kept it pretty smooth. This guy's owned the heat, though, with this big number. You know, by far the tallest rider of the heat, and he hammered all the right sections, got himself an 8-point ride. Matty McGilvray's been really strong. 5.67 for this one. I mean, reflecting on it, it felt like it could have been higher.
Yeah, looking at it back, it was a great-looking wave. Great way to finish off that with that aerial manoeuvre. And looking really good on his feet this year, Matty McGillivray, and he's a quiet achiever, but his performances are certainly not quiet.
2 minutes to go here. I'm not riding off Chianca just yet, but he did surf through the elimination round over in Portugal on his way to his maiden CT victory. So, you know, he's got that on his side if he doesn't survive this opening round heat. But he's been sort of sitting idle for a long time here.
I was about to say, and what Matthew's done is actually get ahead of Zhao under his priority. He snuck down, got a couple of those wider ones, and he sort of manufactured scores, did what he had to do, and that'll be putting pressure on with only a minute and a half to go, and Zhao might be starting to feel that.
Is there any better feeling, Rich, than sort of turning the table on your rival without priority as a competitor?
It's sweet. It's a fantastic feeling because you kind of have to work. It's like getting a bit chess move done, and you all of a sudden got him in checkmate, and they don't even realise what's going on.
And what's it like being on the other side when you've got priority and you're ahead of your competitor and you gift them a wave?
Like getting stung by a handful of bees. It's horrible.
1 minute remaining here. Chianca just searching out that opportunity. Doesn't need a whole lot, 5.18. But you do have to remember that Matthew McGilvray's big frontside air reverse was only a 5.67. So it's not nothing, even though it's not a huge number. As we see Dylan Moffat up. Oh, he finds a lofty air out of that final section. Felt like he didn't even launch off the ramp the way he would have liked, but still managed to stick it. And Chianca now, 45 seconds to go. This will be a shot at it. Chasing down that 5.18, whipping his board through a couple of top turns. I mean, a composed effort, hangs on for the finish. But as I mentioned before, they're going to be making some comparisons to some of those earlier rides.
Well, they'll be looking at Matty McGillivray's 5.17, because he basically needs a 5.18, which is the same score or thereabouts. But that man, I think he's going to take the win. What a feeling for the youngster. It was incredible that he actually got out of the lip on that final air. He sort of tripped over a speed bump as he went into that final manoeuvre.
Well, they're counting this one down. And we're waiting on the judges to tally up the scores now. Dylan Moffat with the excellent ride is looking pretty good. Here's Chianca's ride on the replay.
Yeah, looking nice and spicy, isn't he? Quick down the line, gets to the final manoeuvre. The air rotation. And pats the kitty just to let the judges know that he made the final manoeuvre. Board's looking great. The CI with the Channel Islands fins, the FCS fins in there. And, well, they'll be watching the replays right now. This is Matty McGillivray and a lofty punt, so they'll be comparing it to that.
Well, that was far better than Chianca's final ride.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Zhao might be in the elimination round, but let's just wait and see. Those two guys would be feeling, well, Dill would be feeling incredible right now.
Wow, well, the judges disagreed. 6-point ride. So he gets the number he needs to get ahead of Matt McGilvray there.
Well, you know, on reflection, the speed was there. He connected all the manoeuvres. He got the finish. The judges ate it up.
I was way off. But Gianca survives, and he is going to charge on through to the round of 32. Along with Dylan Moffat, Matty McGilvray is going to have to fight his way out of the elimination round. We'll take a quick break here. When we return, Joe Chappelle and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew will step in for the call.
Not many people would experience to actually walk into a competitor's area and be a part of the World Tour. It was a pretty special moment actually, just put my rashi on for the first time. That was really cool, and running out for my first heat. That was probably the moment where it was like, yeah, I'm definitely a part of the tour now.
Owen now looks perfect positioning. The wave already spits. He steps on the gas. As he beats multiple sections, he'll make another wave.
He's done it again. 2 consecutive perfect scores. What?
The Australian makes history.
Owen Wright, he just plowed through the toughest road.
One of the best comeback stories we could ever imagine.
I've tried to win this event a lot of times, and it's been amazing to finally get that today.
Join us in celebrating the story of Owen Wright, number 3 on his back, calling it a day here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. The wild card will feature in his last competitive event of his career, and it's very special that it happens to be at Bells, where he will be moving on from full-time competition. He's always going to be surfing, but he's going to move on from the title races that he's been a part of since 2010. Owen Wright is going to have a battle with Ian Gentile, the rookie from Maui, and also the defending world champ, defending event champ, Felipe Toledo. Joe Chappelle alongside one of the greatest, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. We talked the other day, Bugs, on Dawn Patrol, about what it meant for you to hear about Owen's retirement. This is really special now to get to watch it in real time.
Yeah, well, you know, let's hope Owen can really make a great acquittal of himself out here at Winky Pop and in the Rip Curl Pro, his testimonial event, and go deep into the event. You know, we wish him well.
Watching the start from Ian Gentile, just attacking some sections. That'll be a bit of a warm-up wave for the Maui boy. Just a .13. But you get these sentimental moments every once in a while when a superstar and a veteran decides to move on. You could wonder how that would be affecting a guy like Ian Gentile, because a lot of Australians showed up early in the morning to watch Owen Wright surf today.
Yeah, I know. He's got a great following here, Owen, and a lot of people come down here with a lot of sentimentality. For Ian, you know, he's laid a pretty good foundation for making the cut this year. I think as a rookie, he's one of the better results earlier in the year to get himself right on that platform of the cutting, you know, inside the cutting line, and I think that's a great move for him. So I think Ian will just be looking out for his own game. We've got the world champion out there, Toledo. But Owen Wright, it's time to reflect on an illustrious career.
And it all started before he officially qualified. He had one of those profiles where he was already a world title threat before he got there. I remember a special wildcard call-up to a then search event, now full-time. Everyone's really familiar with the last stop on tour in Peniche at Super Tubos. But it was aggressive, it was big, it was challenging, and a young teenage wildcard burst his eardrum in the semifinals, and he was looking like the guy to beat from that first round. That's when the statement was made that Owen Wright was coming full blast for the tour.
Yeah, it's really amazing, really. This really bookends his career. As you see Ian up and riding, Joe.
Gentile driving the fins off the lip, laid back, and a recovery for the tall rookie.
And of course, Owen, you know, he got some wild cards earlier when he was in, you know, he was winning tons of junior events and getting the wild card out here, seeing him on the Bells Bowl against the top seeds. It was a pretty special moment for the young kid, and here we are now bookending that amazing ride. You know, lots of ups and downs, many more highlights, but a pretty serious situation where you've got a medical opinion that you can't afford any more head knocks.
As we look at the incredible career of Owen Wright, qualified 2010, earned the CT Rookie of the Year award. Guys like Jadson Andre, part of that rookie class. 4 championship tour wins. The more recent one was the rematch with Gabriel Medina. Remember, that was the final in back-to-back seasons. Owen got it back there. The sentimental one was that comeback story on the Gold Coast 2017 when he was just hoping to surf again, let alone compete again at the top stage. Kicked off that year world #1. And then the 2 perfect 10s in the same contest. Nobody's ever done that. And he did it in the final as well. And then the New York win was part of a 3-final series with Kelly Slater back when he was just in his 2nd season on the championship tour. This was the last of Ian Gentile bugs.
Yeah, Ian sort of backs up here. He gets a 4.33 for that effort. So it's been a pretty quiet start to this heat, Joe.
Certainly has, but that finish was radical. Took him a little bit of time to show the panel that he had control.
Yeah, I know. There's a little bit of recovery, but he ended up pulling it off. A 4.33, so, you know, nothing to write home about at this point. Owen and Felipe just still waiting to crack it open.
So Gentile looks like he's real focused, happy in his own space, not getting caught up in any other celebrations at the moment. A 2.33 and a 4.33. And the surfer from Maui's put in some hard yards over the years. The story is just wild to think about, that he actually moved away from the idea of being a pro surfer for a few months and just completely stayed out of the water and signed up for a few classes at school and then realized, yep, I think I better go surfing, just missing it. He needed to miss it because it had been such a big part of his everyday since he was about 8 years old.
Yeah, that's a great story as well. And I mean, the thing about Owen, I mean, what I loved in the middle of his career, that pinnacle moment where he had those 3 finals with Kelly Slater. You know, that's unforgettable. He ended up kind of the crowning achievement was the world record first prize in New York.
$300,000 for that final with Kelly. And that's the one he got in that 3-final series. 2011, that was when Kelly clinched that 11th world title, but Owen was the man trying to change that script around. He was so young, he was so vocal, he had a really exciting air game as well. Remember, he did a big slob punt in Brazil, didn't get the score, and he just said, hey, I didn't come on tour to do floaters. And that tagline stuck. The media grabbed hold of it, and they said, hey, this guy's ready for the world's best. He's confident. He says what's on his mind.
When you think about it generationally, Kelly Slater has had so many rivalries, but the one with Owen was kind of special because obviously it was another world title year for Kelly, his 11th, another slice of history. But those 3 events right in the middle of the tour, they were super high profile events.
Those are, you know what? Let's watch the vision. 2011, Owen Wright, second year on tour, 3 finals in a row with the greatest of all time. Got to compete at the end of the road in Tahiti. Remember, 2011 was that code red year where there was a big tow session that happened the day before finals day. Owen was swinging on everything, and the only man that got past him was Kelly in one of the most incredible finals we've ever had in Tahiti. And this was the unique event, a one-off in New York, a great swell, completely different approach. It just showed that Owen was in sync with everything on the championship tour.
And by the time they came to trestles, you know, it was 1-all, and that was such a showdown.
This was that big prize purse, $300,000, second year on tour, taking that check, and then down to the spot where we have the Rip Curl WSL finals. Blow for blow again. Kelly ended up getting the win in this final, but it showed how much depth Owen had. Big barrels going right or left. He had everything that it took to succeed on the championship tour.
Yeah, that was a momentous occasion, one that I'm sure will stay with Owen well beyond his retirement.
Just such a nice, smooth backhand approach. He has so much range, being 6'3", incredibly flexible. Board's looking nice and loose. Nice tail blow there. And Owen kicks out of his first wave so far. And now looks like the defending Bells champ wants to get started. Felipe Toledo. Great size for Toledo here at Winky Pop. Nice section, cool float, transitions incredibly into the front side wrap. Blast the fins out. Toledo, little tangled up there, but now he rides out with control.
Well, it took the world champion 11 minutes to get his first wave, so that was a kind of a slow start. He likes to come out of the blocks, firing, but on this occasion being a little bit more selective. Not a high-scoring heat so far, but they've all got a wave under the belt, something to put in the scorecard.
Owen's first wave, Bugs.
Yeah, look how silky smooth that board looks. Fantastic under his feet there. And this last turn here, he just really jams it. Tail free, and you know, he'll get himself a nice little keeper there.
And then to Toledo's start.
Yeah, well, Toledo, look at the speed. This guy is so built for, wow, big wrapping cutback there. Toledo, you know, he just loves Winky Pop. Jess has to kind of recover there, but he always does.
And now more waves on the way here, paddling hard is Ian Gentile. Nice fading cutback. Just waiting for something big down the line. There's the section and a similar type of maneuver. This one on a bigger section, layback, blowtail, reverse. Doesn't ride away clean. But he's enjoying that type of maneuver on that end section where he can lean back a bit, blow the tail out. And he might have felt something on his equipment. He might be making a board change here.
Yeah, I think he felt something. He might have buckled his board right there, Joe. It didn't look that threatening. But he's going to do an equipment change here. The beauty about it with now, you can see the tides come in now. It's covering the rocks and the seaweed. You still got to do the run around. It's only a very little slither of sand that you get to run around at Winky Pop. And when the tide really comes in, that goes and you're rock hopping.
You certainly are. And there could be a lot of surprises if you're trying to move quickly to get to the beach. A couple little holes in there. Your feet can get a bit slimy. Sometimes you see them wax the top of their feet and rub their feet together to make sure that they will grip when they take off again.
So a quick pit stop there for Ian Gentile, and he's on the sand right now, but he'll be, as you can see, it's pretty shallow, but you're still got to go across the rocks there. It takes a little bit of time too. You've got to go right up the end near the button to try to come around the back of the break.
So true there, Bugs. Let's hear from winner of the last heat, wild card Dylan Moffat is hanging out with Laura.
Yeah, so Dylan Moffat, this is the second time we've seen you on the big stage. Another wild card in Narrabeen a couple of years ago, but coming out with a bang in the first round, an 8-point ride. How does it feel to be here firstly and get that 8-point ride?
It's pretty surreal. It's pretty nuts. I've been here for like a week now, and when I first got here we had like a couple of really fun waves, and it's been kind of small the last couple of days, so you're just kind of getting out of the car park early. The anticipation's building. It's like, oh, is there going to be waves tomorrow? Is there going to be waves the next day? And then when we rocked up this morning and seen a couple sick ones coming through, and you're like, oh yeah, it's on. And that was sick. I was so psyched. I've always grown up watching this comp and like working at Damien's shop. He has one of his bells sitting up on the mantelpiece there. Whenever the bells events runs, we like bring it down, put all the merch on the table, and like always looking there like, oh, reading all the names on the list. So like I've always been fascinated by this event. So having the opportunity to put a Rashi on and surf in it myself is like pretty psycho. I'm frothing.
And you actually missed out on qualifying on the Challenger Series by 1 spot. You came in at 11th last year. You were so close to, being here full time this year. Being here now and competing, does it just give you that confidence to go into the Challenger Series again this year?
Yeah, for sure. Like it's always bittersweet, like being close to the bubble, but it's just kind of another year to surf and get better and push myself. Definitely got a lot more things I want to work on in my surfing, so having that time to kind of surf heaps and a little bit of a break between the start of the Challenger Series is kind of nice. But being in and around this and surrounded by all these like amazing surfers definitely fires me up.
Well, amazing. Well, you've just shown you well and truly deserve to be here. Good luck into the next round, deal. Hope it's a great event for you.
Yeah, thanks heaps, Laura. Cheers.
Just got a little vibe from North Narrabeen right there with those two hanging out. Laura Aniverse, he's seen a lot of Dylan Moffat surfing the same local break, and he mentioned seeing a trophy that belonged to Damien, well, also known as the Iceman. Damien Hardman, 2-time world champ. So he had so much to look up to, being raised on that break at North Narrabeen, and now taking it to Winky Pop and getting a win against guys like Joao Chianca, who's the current world number 2. Racetrack section for Gentile on the backup sharp eye. Throws the tail towards the beach, gets the reverse.
Yeah, pretty slick ride there. And Ian is in first place, but it's a tenuous first place lead. Owen Wright, he did get the best of that first overall exchange with that 617, and Toledo a 577. So heat on.
It certainly is. Wright probably feeling really solid that he has the high single wave score to be in a great position to try to back it up here. 13:10 to go in the opening round, heat number 5. Some big names to come in heat number 6. Nothing bigger than the GOAT, Kelly Slater, who has world number 1, Jack Robinson. He's trying to cartwheel his way into the next round of competition. I'll be right back.
Good to see you, brother. You too. Ready for a laugh?
Yeah, I am, mate.
When's your last time you played golf?
I think it was at my Bucks party with you.
Back to Melbourne. Feeling good?
Yeah, it's great, man.
It's just like coming home, isn't it?
It is,
yeah. That'll be the best shot I do all day.
Show me what retirement's like, mate. No, I was still a practice swing.
Whoa! No matter how you get there. as long as you get there.
Perfect chip.
Nice. Wow, look at this hole. Nice little short one. Just like the drive down from Melbourne, eh? Perfect. You've got epic waves, epic food, and some of the best golf courses in the world. Oh, wow. Go in!
Bells to birdies.
More like bunkers.
What a great day that was for Mick Fanning, hanging out with Owen Wright, and I think Mick giving him a little bit of advice of the next chapter. Yeah, it's going to be a lot more golf. Fanning did wait for his official retirement to get into that full swing, but also just them talking about this area is incredibly special. I saw Mick yesterday, and he was heading up the coast, and he's like, I don't remember the last time I wasn't here for Easter. It's just a part of that tradition, hanging out in the great city of Melbourne, driving about an hour and a half to the surf coast here in Torquay, getting some great waves. Just like Kelly, he could dive into that conversation. You almost feel strange if you're not on this part of the world around Easter weekend. Such a great time in the state of Victoria.
Yep, certainly is a pilgrimage, Joe.
Alley-oop right there for Gentile. Into a big swing for Owen Wright off the bottom and drills it right on the money. Quick tag there for O. Throws the vert again, and just love how smooth he always is. Big, tall guy, but one of the best styles that we've seen. In small conditions, he just extends with that big range that he has. Drives so hard off the bottom. Perfect technique. 617, 6.67. Owen Wright leading. Remember, this is his final event on the championship tour. He also called up Glenn Micro Hall, kind of in a really cool way. It was a way of thanking Micro for all that he's done for him in his career, especially after his injury. Micro has some unbelievable stories. They should definitely make it into a movie one day. What they were working with just to get him outside again, to get him back in the water, and then it all led to the yellow jersey at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, of course, Micro's worked with the whole Wright family. You know, does a lot of work with Tyler. And yeah, there's Kelly working on his golf swing. And gosh, I mean, that footage before, I mean, Melbourne is world-renowned as these famous, the sand belt. And Kelly Slater, well, I reckon he could have been a pro golfer. I really do.
He just had a game of golf yesterday with Glenn Hall. And Micro's father, Jeffrey, who's got one of the most unique golf swings you'd ever see. Jump on Micro Surf Academy Instagram and you can check it out. And Kelly was there just going, well, how did you come up with that? I think they're still discussing it. Back to Ian's last wave.
Yeah, well, Ian, you know, he's yet to really break through that 5 mark. This was another wave that just took him a while to recover here. And just didn't quite pull it off. So that held his score down. I think he was heading for the 6+ range on that wave, but got held back to a 4.83.
So Gentile in second, Owen out in front, and just lingering in that third spot with priority is Felipe Toledo. I'm feeling a wave of more selectivity for Felipe in the last couple of years. Are you feeling that too? He doesn't mind sitting these days.
Most definitely. You know, he used to, you know, he's got the luxury of being able to turn a substandard wave into an excellent score. He's always been able to do that. Now it seems like he's settled into wave choice, a la the Ethan Ewing approach, just sort of waiting for the quality. That, you know in his back pocket, if it gets desperate times in that last 5 minutes, he can still make something out of nothing.
There might be a theory there, just kind of save a little bit to really get the judges wrapped around your finger towards the later rounds if you haven't shown him too much. Now wave number 2, 6:30 to go, and he'll get hung up on the first turn.
Very uncharacteristic there for Toledo to go down. 6 minutes 20 seconds remaining. As a quick check of the equipment.
Now with 6:10 on the clock as Toledo recovers, Laura Enever did catch up with Joao Chianca.
Joao sneaking through that heat in the final seconds must have felt good to, get into that qualifying position.
Yeah, coming here as second in the world, People kind of expect big things, so I'm just like letting the pressure sink in and just deal with it. So it was a little sketchy heat. I was hoping for better waves or like more consistent sets, but you know, just ready for all. Realized that the waves took a while to come, so I was just hoping for one last opportunity and got it done.
Yeah, you got the job done, Joel. And just talking about the pressures this year, how different does it feel to when you were fighting to make that cut last year? You have officially made the cut this year. You are way above the cut line. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. It feels that like all the work that I put last year and on the past few years came together now, and we are getting results. I planted this seed long time ago, and now I'm getting to eat some fruit. So it's fun. It's fun. It's the fun part of the career. Just get the results that you wish for, and yeah, I'm just really enjoying.
Well, enjoy a bit of a fruit salad today. You deserve it, and we'll see you into the next round tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well done, Joao Chianca, enjoying his time on tour. And what a contrast, Bugs, of what we saw from Chianca last season, the pressure that he was under, the emotional extended interviews, because I love that he's willing to share everything he's going through. He deserves to be in the place he is now. He can really enjoy this ride and fight for a world title.
Last year, Joe, he showed some glimpses of championship caliber surfing. Absolutely. He was in some losing heats that he would have won pretty much every other heat in the round. That showed me that this kid had so much potential.
The classic heat he had at Bells last year against John, one of the highest scoring battles of last season. Maybe the heat of the year for some people, but he came up short. He had another heat with John and Pipe where he came up short, so he came back with so much fire. And it's all working out. Owen Wright on a snap at Winky Pop, and he'll kick out. His coach, Glenn Microhall, kind of looking around for other opportunities there. But Glenn was honored when he got the call from Owen. He was saying how special that is, that he just felt that Owen was really taking care of the people that have contributed to his career. He really wanted to take this on as his coach for his final stop as a big honor, and to help a longtime friend try to achieve his biggest goal, winning a bell. Gentile moving quickly through this inside track. He's got a big ramp. He will throw down the reverse, and that was not an easy section. Well done there for Gentile to get the completion.
Well, Ian now he went from first to third. Not a sort of a happy place to end up in this first round, but that wave there, that really should get him back in the frame to advance. As we see this wave, sort of a whitewatery start, but he gets some nice moves in. A lot of variety on this one, Joe. This is a beautiful air reverse there, and he just pulls it off. Like the last wave got caught up, took him ages to try to surf out of the whitewater, didn't quite make it, held his score down. He looked a lot freer there.
Ian Gentile sitting in equal 13th at the moment. Remember, the cut line's 22, as we're starting to see some opportunity head towards Winky Pop.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad position to be in. He's laid a pretty good foundation, Joe. You know, number 13, he's well within the cut line. Not safe, but, you know, in those first three events, quite a good foundation with two keepers.
Toledo letting that opportunity go through. Owen Wright sitting the deepest, has first priority and the lead, 90 seconds. Maybe picking this one up on the way back out, managing his time. Ian Gentile still third, going for another punt. He pulls off the reverse. Forces the climb to show that he has control. Well, as he's trying to save himself here, Bugs. His way before the 5.53 shortened the requirement to a 5.72.
Exactly. It helped him out. That 5.53 it did get him in the frame, didn't get him out of third place. Now looking for that 5.72. His fate is definitely in the hands of the judges. It was a pretty good improvisation, that wave.
And a smart move, just managing the lineup on his way back out. He was lucky that Toledo and Owen didn't use their higher priority on that last set.
So, interesting situation here between Gentile and Toledo, because the world champ, he needs a 7:07 to scoot past Owen Wright for the win. But he is under threat here. We'll see how this pans out.
Now just waiting for the number of Gentile. Owen did take off on a short ride, so priority switches to Toledo as he was up and out. Number is not enough for Ian Gentile. A 4.3 as Toledo will take his last wave of the matchup. Snap to slide. Not much on this one, just getting a ride into the beach. And with 2 seconds to go, Toledo looking for a final move. Big tail high reverse, not a lot of water, but it will be Owen Wright taking the big win and moving on into the round of 32. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, a special one in the lead up, knowing that Owen Wright is moving on from full-time competition, and he put together some beautiful turns in this heat.
You know, he's surfing with freedom, even though he's down here, he's got micro coaching him. Look at the freedom in his surfing. You know, nothing to lose, no pressure. And Toledo, another classy performance. If not his best, but certainly classy enough to advance.
As we see him shut that one down, Owen Wright just so smooth. Board looks magic. Nice big vertical surfing, packaging it together. So many different types of moves, and never looked rushed, never looked like he needed to really search for bad waves. Gentile looked to save himself, had a couple of heroic reverses, but came up just a little bit short there.
Yeah, just short. Surf well. Yeah, probably the wave quality let him down a little bit.
It's all about Owen Wright in his retirement party here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, getting the win, which included the defending Bells champ and also the defending world champ here at Winky Pop. Promising size as Toledo and Owen move on to the round of 32. Up next, Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, takes on Jack Robinson and Xavier Huxtable right after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Hope everyone's been watching Make or Break Season 2. Hi, everybody, hanging out in the car park. You guys are incredible. We look forward to seeing you each and every year. And thanks to all the Victorians for hosting us and all the locals that are giving us the lineup at Winky Pop and Bells throughout this waiting period and all the way through Easter weekend. Jack Robinson, Kelly Slater, Xavier Huxtable have the lineup to themselves. Top 2 scores counted here. No wave maximum. Rolling in is a bright yellow jersey, meaning your world number 1 frontside punt to start for Robinson. Rapid cutback to follow. Nice smooth move through the white water onto the open face for the wrap. Tagging that oncoming section well, timing through this section that changes gears. It was really well done. And stays on his feet. This guy is unbelievable under pressure. I think the theory behind Jack was that he needed to have slabs to surf when he qualified. That couldn't have been more wrong. He could compete in anything against the best in the world, and showing why that he is number 1 leading the pro surfing world right now.
Well, you know, Joe, there was a moment there for Jack where it really changed for him. It was at Sunset Beach, the last event of the year several years ago. Before that, he kind of was struggling a little bit there in the QS before the Challenger Series, when the QS used to be, you know, there was a lot of times you'd go to places that'd be 2 foot, and he would struggle in those conditions. But then on one magical day at Sunset, he won, broke into the CT, and has not looked back.
Another look at the opening ride. That reminded me of Andy Irons in Mexico years back.
It sure did. This is by far the longest ride of the day. He connects all these sections together, just goes to work. Every time he, you know, gets a major maneuver here, it's another point on the board. They're not huge maneuvers, but he's racking up the points. He goes over this little double up here, Joe, and he just gets the finish in. That's by far the longest ride, and on the high tide, you can do that.
This angle here, the ramp.
Yeah, like he's getting some clear air there. And just has to sort of wrestle with the lip a little bit. It'll be very interesting to see where they go with this score.
So much risk involved of going for a maneuver like that on the takeoff. Instead of waiting for a section to come at you, he did it right out of the lip. Kelly Slater's turn. Nice big rapid cutback, and he will lose connection. So it'll be a short start for Kelly Slater. 51 years of age. Getting to compete with Jack, and also a quick look at Xavier Huxtable, who's appearing once again in the main event. He's done this before, Bucks, coming out of the trials. He gets to represent the local contingent. And
well,
he wants
you know,
to protect
Xavier,
it.
you know, he's the hottest young junior to come through Victoria for, you know, for a long, long time. And, you know, I don't think I've seen a Victorian surfer on the CT since Troy Brooks. Xavier, I've seen him come through the, you know, honestly, all the way through the Oki Grom comps, the Skull Candies, all the junior pros. And this year on the QS, the Aussie League of the QS, you know, this kid was getting some good scores. He was having heat scores, getting 15, 16 point combined heat scores, just missed qualifying for the Challenger Series.
As we see his start there, incredible carve and snap before we caught up to the final decision. So great 3-turn combo on his local wave.
Yeah. Oh, he spent a lot of time out here, young Xavier. He knows his wave so well. And look, he's got some power in his surfing now, Joe. This last maneuver here overcomes a little rail catch at the bottom turn, and just no problem. I was thinking before, even though Kelly, you know, he's been on the tour for 30 plus years and knows this area so well, I still don't think he's caught as many waves at Winky Pop as Xavier.
That's one thing the local boy has on Kelly. Just all the time he spent here at these 2 venues could change the script around. And gosh, how many wild card stories do we have against Kelly? Because oftentimes Kelly's sitting in that number 1, number 2 position throughout the season. And when they reseed the rounds, you always have someone brand new sitting next to you in the water, especially in those early stages of the event.
I mean, you know, what an amazing opportunity. What a daunting task.
Kelly Slater in a troubling position number-wise. When you talk about the mid-season cut, this is stop 4, stop 5 coming up next in Margaret River. And he's got to move up some places to move ahead of the top 22 mark.
Yeah, I mean, you have to forgive him on that first wave there. It was a super white-watery, frothy wave. There was no clean face whatsoever. I think he did himself a favor.
Priority with Jack Robinson. World number 1 is going to commit here. Xavier watches him take off. Nice clean cutback. Wall starting to wedge down the line. Nice snap off the lip. Total control into the fin blast. Robinson earned a 6.33 on his creative start. That included that nice clean frontside error on the takeoff. That last wave will factor into his top two. Quick up and out from Xavier. But Jack with a nice start to this heat. I know Jack and Kelly are good friends. For how much time Jack and Kelly love spending on the North Shore of Oahu. They surf together a lot through those winter seasons. What'd you see here, Bugs?
Yeah, look, this is I just see a pretty good backup wave for Jack here. But by his standards, it's a reasonably conservative ride. I don't think it's going to go, I don't think it'll be a keeper at the end of the heat, but he's just tagging one. It might be a slow heat. Kelly was a bit too deep on that wave. If he didn't go, Xavier was definitely going.
Really enjoy the spontaneity of Jack Robinson. Definitely is not predictable. Sometimes there's a surfer you get used to and you see how they like approaching waves, certain turn selections that they really rely on, and they can rely on them well. There's something about a surfer that have the unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, he is the ultimate X-factor surfer in this day and age.
Now 20 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Let's catch up with Owen Wright hanging out with Rosie.
Thank you, Joey. Well, special for me to be standing here with Owen, opening round of the event, coming in as a wild card. We all know this is your retirement event. How does it feel to open up with a win, especially against the reigning world champ, Felipe Toledo?
Yeah, it feels great. Just like coming in, being out of the Rashi for a while, I felt like I slot straight back in the heat, and you know, it's just pretty special being my last event and getting to have a heat win like that. And you know, for whatever happens, I'll just keep putting my best foot forward. And yeah, I mean, it's nice to start like that.
Oh, and you're freezing at the moment. How are you going to get warm?
And that was a slow heat. Like, I'm pretty sure I only caught 3 waves. I got freezing cold out there, so I'm going to go and have a sauna or a bath or something.
We know how, you know, well you do in this event. You've made the quarterfinals time and time again. Yeah. How are you going to go to better? How are you going to make the final and ring that bell?
I don't know. I'll tell you if I figure it out.
Well, we really hope you do.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I think in the past, like I've kind of stumbled that quarterfinals rounds. There's been some tricky conditions, and yeah, hopefully maybe just with a little bit less pressure on myself and being a wild card, see what happens.
We'll let you get warm. Thanks for your time.
Cheers, thanks.
Owen Wright into the round of 32. A brilliant start, getting the win over the defending event champ Felipe Toledo. As we catch up with the 51-year-old Kelly Slater from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Nice float off the top, gets a little stuck and completely stuck on that snap, so he goes down. 2 stumbles to kick things off for Kelly Slater.
Yeah, the greatest surfer of all time. He just hasn't quite found his feet in this one, and he's going to have to, because he's up against 2 pretty gnarly opponents. Jack Robinson is flying down the line, Joe, and just so clean. The guy's got, you know, the X factor just came into play right there.
There's that big ramp for Jack Robinson. It shows you how talented he is above the lip. Did a frontside air with no rotation, and then his next opportunity does a huge forehand reverse. And I love where he does it. You could easily do a snap there, and he just projects above and gets some nice loft. Last to Kelly here, Bugs.
Yeah, he's just, you know, screaming down the line. Gets a nice little float there, sets up here. But just that soft lip, it was a crumbly soft lip. He needed just a little bit more of a pocket there, and just mistimed it, went over the back of the wave too far.
So Kelly in the 3rd spot needs a 3.78. to take second. Xavier's in the 2nd spot, and Jack's out in front, a 6.23, going right next to his 6.33 start. As we're just trying to stay caught up with the fire of Jack Robinson, a household name since he was about 10 years of age. But he's done some incredible work in a short period of time. All started with the big win in Mexico. That win was significant because he was just trying to keep his spot on tour at the time. Learned a lot in that rookie season. And he's doing so well, he even has time to meditate in the middle of a heat.
That is unreal. Because he wears the number 72 on the back. 72, Joe, that was the last year of the Bells Beach Easter Classic. In 73, it turned to the Rip Curl Pro.
There we go.
Went
What a
professional.
transition. Yeah. Celebrating 60 years of this incredible event. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, a part of so many big showdowns, not just at Bells, but right here at Winky Pop as well. It's fair to say that every legend of the sport has competed at this incredible venue. And not all surf spots had that kind of longevity, you know, and you would know that the best, Bugs, of being one of the founding fathers that busted down the door and created pro surfing. It was a lot of figuring things out that all the pro surfers are benefiting from today.
Yeah, look, a lot of events, a lot of great, huge events have come and gone, Joe, but the Rip Curl Pro at Bells has just, you know, we call it the Wimbledon of surfing. It's just got that tradition.
Something special about getting down to the surf coast and seeing waves like this at Winky Pop in the car park. Jack Robinson is able to get position under priority for this wave. Stays high on the wave for that snap. Looks like he's waiting for something big down the line. There's the speed, there's the ramp, and an aggressive reverse for Jack Robinson. Kelly wants to join the punt conversation. A big full rotation attempt from Kelly. He's done that quite a bit here over his career. Maybe his most famous air, he's had a few at Bells. A big full rotation to get a 10 in the final in 2012 against Mick Fanning. The way the story goes, Bugs, is Kelly, you know, tried to have a conversation in the final with Mick, and Mick just kind of iced him and look out to the horizon. And Kelly said, well, that frustrated him. So he paddled up the point and did a full rotation right in front of him. As we see what happened here.
Yeah, another bit of a whitewater section. He went for the massive air reverse, and, you know, it was a bit of a Hail Mary. He gets a lot of air time in this one, though, Joe. I tell you what, he didn't go far from, he nearly made that. So not a happy heat so far for the champ. You see Jack, he has sat wider than the other two. I'd say this has been part of his game plan. It's really paid off well, and this is, as you said, an aggressive air rev. Done with speed, just made like, you know, like Kung Fu style.
Nice footwork, sliding up that front foot. He's able to ride around without even having to look at his feet. Well done for Jack Robinson. 6-2-3. 6-3-3. We'll see if one of those is gone after that last score is locked in. Here comes Kelly. Snap, extends the slide. Quick gouge on the open face, and section looking fine on that finish.
Yeah, he'll feel a lot happier about that, Joe. He's got himself into the heat, because Xavier sitting there with that 5.6. Not an insignificant score when you're only trailing and carrying 2s and 1s.
Certainly, as we see this heat really starting to unfold. Heat number 6, featuring the greatest of all time, who's chasing a big result to get past the midseason cut. All about Jack Robinson at the moment, going to the sky. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. Looking back in history with the best to ever do it, he's also a 4-time Bells champ. Kelly Slater equal with the great Mark Richards and Mick Fanning into his 26th start here in 2023. So many great memories, so many highlights. That first win, Bugs, came back in 1994.
Yeah, he's had an incredibly long career here at Bells. Winner 4 times, and he's had some amazing heats along the way.
He certainly has, and it wasn't one of those venues where he'd win his back-to-back or just take him over like a Pipeline or a Tahiti or even a Lower Trestles. He won in 94, and then it took him a lot of years. 2006 was his next win out here, and that was significant because he broke the all-time CT win record against Tom Curran that day. Back to this one, Xavier Huxtable. Getting over the whitewater, and section kind of blasted him in the face there, but still hung on with control. A 196 gets him into the top 2 as we see a world champ there and a Bells champion, Adriano de Souza, working with the Italian team these days. That's why you see a Leonardo Fioravanti just hanging out, getting all the knowledge from what an incredible competitor Adriano de Souza was on tour.
Yeah, Adriano was, you know, the leading edge of the Brazilian Storm, Joe. He broke down the door for that first world title, and there's been 3 since. I mean, 3 different individuals with multiple titles. Medina with 3.
Impressive looking at that story of the Brazilian Storm. Medina to de Souza. Medina with a total of 3. Italo. Felipe Toledo, defending world champ. Speaking of Toledo, Rosie caught up with him after that heat.
Well, Felipe Toledo, defending champ, welcome back to Bells. What's it like putting on that jersey and competing out here again?
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's pretty special. Especially now, this year coming back, defending my win here last year was really cool, and having the family, so it's definitely extra special to be here. And to have that first round heat with Owen in his last event, so everything's been really amazing so far, and yeah, super happy.
And we're only in the opening round, but we already have to make it official. You have made the cuts. How does that free you up for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I guess, you know, first of all, super happy and thankful and blessed to, you know, be able to do what I love another year for the rest of the year too. And yeah, right now I guess it's just fun and pure joy. Just go out there and do what I really love to do, and just keep the momentum going.
And save your spot in the top 5?
Exactly, yeah, that's the goal at the end of the year. And if I do have an opportunity to be on the top 5 and, you know, somehow qualify for the Olympics, it would be amazing.
Well done, Felipe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie, and congrats, Felipe Toledo, officially making the midseason cut nice and early. A lot to talk about for him already to kick off with some great heats of pipe, stellar performance, getting his first CT win of his career on the North Shore, specifically at Sunset Beach. Great final, super entertaining with Griffin Colapinto runner-up that day.
You know, it wasn't big, wild and woolly sunset, but it was epic Sunset Point.
It really was just a freestyle battle. 2 high-performance superheroes going blow for blow.
You know, that incredible offshore straight east wind, you know, it was holding up those lips. It was a spectacular day in its own right.
So Toledo, world number 3, chasing the yellow jersey this year. I guess just like he was last year in his world title campaign. Kanoe Igarashi was wearing the yellow at this stage last season. Short one there for Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, he's left the door open. Will Kelly get this wave? Yes, he will. Interesting right here, Joe.
Kelly is one of the best paddlers. If you're in the water with him, he can catch just about anything. Right now, he's just doing setup work to get down the line, and he just got left searching. He'll stay in 3rd, 7 minutes to go. He'll try to pick up something, potentially on his way back out. He'll let that one run through.
You know, one of the sort of not the highlights, but just a pattern in Kelly's career is how dangerous he is paddling back out at pretty much any location to get a back-to-back good score.
I talked to Joel Parkinson years ago where he was in a paddle battle with Kelly once, and Parker was just shaking his head. He's like, I don't know how he got past me. I mean, I think, in my opinion, Parker was one of the great paddlers on tour during his day. He signed up for the Molokai crossing in the past with his coach, but so when he saw Kelly just with so much steam, just couldn't believe he had an extra gear. And I think for Kelly's training, it's always been kind of a top secret sort of thing you're trying to pick up. He's not one of those guys posting workout programs online, and he'd often deny it in the past if you asked him if he had some sort of fitness program.
It's been shrouded in secrecy for decades. I mean, I saw him once in California. I was there in late January. We had a game of golf, and he said, well, it's day 38. I went, day 38, day 38 since I surfed. And he came and won the next event.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just a method that he would put together to take out the best in the world. Snap to start for Kelly. Small wrapping turn, doesn't really have a wave size helping him out, and he'll force the reverse there. But just on a small wave, chasing a 3.88. We'll see if he did enough.
Well, that's right, though, Joe. He was only, like a 4-point ride there. We'll see him into second place. So with 5 minutes remaining, it was kind of a bit of a setup. I mean, he's very aware of what he needs. And that time when I was with him and he said 38 days, I did sort of go, yeah, I know you're doing something.
Let's see, Bugs. Is this going to be enough?
Yeah, well, I kind of think it is. He kind of bonked that second bottom turn there. It's a smaller wave, but just the air rev, that first maneuver is kind of crisp. I believe he'll get there on that one.
So numbers will be dropping in for Kelly. He's trying to get second spot off of Xavier Huxtable. Out of that replay, seeing Huxtable pick himself back up. And numbers are in, Bugs. You called it. Kelly does get the change. 4.37. He goes to second. Huxtable down to third. And Xavier just having a wave where he's chasing a 4.0.
Yeah, well, a 4.0, it's not much. I mean, Xavier, he's had a bunch of, pull-through waves. So he hasn't really been very patient. He knows this wave super, super well. He would have surfed it on all tides. Knows, we're really approaching that high tide mark now. And here we see there. We didn't see the start of this one, Joe.
Yeah, we'll see what happened. Xavier first turn, a nice vertical, Bugs.
Yeah, he was too. Oh, he goes for the layback and goes down. Would have been pretty interesting. He knew he had to do something special.
I feel like he pulls that finish.
Yeah, I feel
he
it.
Gets himself right back into second.
Yeah, that's a fall for sure. He pulls that layback because that first turn, a nice crisp carve.
So many great places to watch this event unfold. From the fans watching on the bluff, you get this higher kind of a perspective. And from this perspective, we take advantage of the Melbourne flight cam. Always great to hang out in the state of Victoria, hang out with one of the greatest cities we've ever been to in Melbourne. Nice and clean. I think the best coffee I've ever had. And you drive down about an hour or so, hour and a half, and get down to the surf coast. You can check Winky Pop, walk down those stairs, and have a go at a world-class wave right here at Winky Pop, as we'll now transition to the Harvey Norman recap. Jack Robinson, world #1. How about that? This is a live surf movie. Robinson, frontside punt, looking like Andy. 6.33 and a 6.23, and it's really been the battle for second ever since between Kelly and the trials champ, Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, well, Xavier, he's got the big moves if he can get the waves behind him. This heat has been dominated by the yellow jersey, and Jack Robinson, well, #1, is showing the way here. Here's the 11-time world champion. Small wave here, but this got him into second place. We'll see, though. There's still a couple of minutes to go, Joe. A very clever ride there for a small wave.
Really cool to see Kelly in that kind of form. He's been pretty busy, checking out the F1 the other day in Melbourne. playing some golf. He always has a ton of media responsibilities. I'm always so impressed how well he manages that all in. And then gets ready to compete. Sometimes he says it's his first look at the ocean right when he's grabbing the jersey.
Yeah.
But getting that reverse done was crucial to get the 4.37. Huxtable has priority over Kelly, but under Robinson. So Jack will keep the trials champ honest here. Nice wall opportunity to tag it quickly for Jack. Nothing changing to his total out front. Now Xavier's got to settle for a wave with a lot of froth on the face. First turn, a snap. Remember, a 4 gets him there. Nice clean on the second effort. Third snap complete, and a 4th to shut it down. Huxtable chasing just a 4 to send Kelly Slater into the elimination round.
Yeah, well, he starts out that this first maneuver is really crisp. I think there's a dangerous score coming in for Kelly.
Smart surfing from the local hero who had to deal with other trials champs from the past like Tully Wiley the other day. And since he's already had an experience in the main event, he's grown a bit. He's been in more contests. It's not as shocking to be sitting next to the best in the world when you've been there before. So well prepared trials champion. Xavier waiting for the number from the panel to see if he did enough. Great composure on those 4 turns. For me, Bugs, I'm feeling like it will be enough.
Yeah, I feel it will be. Like this first turn here, he really sets it up well. It's a really frothy wave, but wow, that first turn was pretty crisp, and he backs up the second one even stronger. You know, you would think this is easily a 4-point ride.
Just perfect sync with the rhythm of that wave. Judges took some time to maybe check out some replays. And now numbers coming through for the trials champ of 5.9. He gets it, moves on to second to advance on to the round of 32 with world number 1 Jack Robinson. And now the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, will be sent to the elimination round at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Italo Ferreira coming up next to take on Connor O'Leary and Kolohe Andino. We're going to bring in a great panel coming up next. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Laura Enever right after this.
Welcome back to the show. We're into Heat 7 of the opening round. And what a heat it is. We've got a former champ out there in the lineup. Italo Ferreira taking on Connor O'Leary, and Kolohe Andino chasing a big result here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Laura Enever and Richie Lovett. Laura, you're a maniac. Let's get that out of the way. That wave that you had during the Eddie swirl over in Hawaii absolutely blew everyone's mind, and it's great to have you back on the commentary team.
Yeah, it wasn't as hard as running up and down those winky stairs all morning. That has actually had me, in stitches.
I totally disagree with that. Rich, looking forward to this heat. Obviously, Italo, he's a proven performer here. Amazing backhand work that he's done over on the Bells Bowl. He should be able to bring his air game to the party on the winky rights, though.
You would think Italo's going to bring all that energy and that phonetic sort of atmosphere that he just brings to every single wave. And the other two guys, Connor O'Leary and Kolohe Andino, they've got a little bit of work to do, especially Kolohe. It's odd to see him so far down on the rankings, so we'll see what pressure's doing to him. Yeah, it's huge. Kolohe Andino obviously has been to the very top end of the ratings over the years. He's a veteran, but this has kind of been a bit of a bogey event for him, Laura. He's never broken through to the quarterfinals here, and he's had 9 shots at it.
Yeah, rough start to the year for Kolohe, and coming into this event, he obviously knows he's very far down the rankings. He's got a lot of work to do, but yeah, to get that final breakthrough here at Bells would mean a lot to him, because we've seen him just shredding in free serves. He's always turns up so early and so ready for these events. He's out there early in the morning, puts in the hard work, and it would be amazing to see him break through and get a big result here. He's so accomplished, an Olympian. I mean, he's had many finals, and I think the fact that he can count on one of his finals appearances being at stop number 5 over there at Margaret River will really work in his favour and give him a good chance at getting above that cut line. But that run has to start now, Rich. Yeah, absolutely. And I do look, I'm a huge fan of brother. Kolohe is such a good surfer in my opinion, and I can't actually pinpoint why he hasn't done well here, because he has it all. He's got the carves, he's got the tricks, certainly a dynamic surfer as we see Italo. Just has incredible timing. This is a replay from earlier on. He had a 5 for this one, Rich. Yeah, just clean snaps on the outside. That's that backhand attack. Very quick, gets a little slide there, and very creative. This is Kolohe up and riding. Drives right out on the open face. A nice rebound, and well, he would have been looking at this air going, yeah, let's bring it. So I think, Ronnie, this is going to be the point of difference in this heat for brother, because he is on his forehand, where Connor and Italo are going to be on their backhand. As we see Connor up and riding here, great shot from the drone. Bit of a foamy section, but gets to the finish. You think about the backhand of those two competitors, though, and I don't know, but if it gives you any kind of performance edge being on the forehand. We've seen the regular footers, though, go into the air. We've seen some great rotations. We've seen a couple of big straight airs landed as well. But yeah, it just feels like whatever Kolohe's going to dish up, the strength of the backhand surfing from Italo and Connor is going to make it a tough heat still. Oh, absolutely. On paper, this is one of the hardest heats in the draw, in my opinion. And, well, Italo just having a paddle. Here we go. Let's see what he can do with this first section. Just whips through it, really just a transition turn to set this one up. Gets the fins free there. So a tidy combination, not a lot in that first move, kind of cut it short so he could really tee off on the final section. But just always, Laura, great control above the lip when he sets those fins free. Oh, yeah, Italo, the stance, he's got that power, but he always stays on his feet. I think that's going to be his strength. He's just wanting and looking for a big result this year so far, and I feel like seeing what he can do out here, he's got the speed and the flow. If he can just stay on his feet, he'll be able to bank some good scores. Well, he's in that position, equal 13th position with about 5 other people, so losing touch with those competitors is potentially going to push you toward the back end of the ratings, maybe even towards that cut line, as we see Andino with just one of those beautiful trademark carves, mixing up his approach with a nice little layback jam and tidies it up with a good little finishing turn there. That's a bit more like it for Kolohe. Yeah, absolutely love that from Kolohe then. Just that we haven't seen him just have that moment this year where he just looked like he's surfing free and in the flow, and that looked there that he was unloading, and surfing without thinking.
And perhaps that was the strategy coming into this event, and is, okay, maybe you've been wanting it too much, and that's been manifesting into pressure for him over these years. Everyone's saying, he's supposed to be higher on the ratings. He should have won an event by now. He should have done all these things, and that would be eating away at him. But here we go. The replay of Italo always just looks so well centered on his board. His stance just looks so strong. And just love how Timmy Patterson is sitting on the water there. But this is brother. I was questioning the wave choice at first, but then through this lower section, it started to open up. A giant swoop to start off, and a great snap in between, and then finishes strong here. Bang, a nice hit over the lip.
Yeah, absolutely loved that slice then from brother. Just really wrapping it around. Those are his signature wraps that have kept him up here on the tour for so many years.
And he's counting on it to try and get himself out of this opening round heat as well. But he does have that super aggressive frontside hack he can lean into. But he really sort of added some extras there, just pushing that board to the point of release through that first manoeuvre. So expecting a pretty reasonable score for that last ride. As we see brother make his way back to the takeoff zone past the Red Bull skis here.
I do like his chances, Ron, out here, just at Winky Pop. Griffin said it earlier, it does have sort of shades of California in the setup here with the wind and the sort of down-the-line nature of this wave. It has that kind of lowers right-hander type feel, and that's exactly where Kolohe grew up. This is Connor.
O'Leary, an amazing backhand approach that he's got, plenty of power when he lets it all go, and he links together a couple of nice little backhand hits there. I don't know if there was the same kind of fireworks that we saw from Andino, so I think he might lose out on that exchange. 5.97 for Kolohe, and we'll wait for the numbers to drop now for Connor O'Leary. Just under 21 minutes to go. Thinking about these surfers and their position on the rankings at the moment, Italo up there in 13th position. I mentioned it's kind of heavily stacked in that mid-range point of the ratings, so you can't drop the ball now, because you could easily tumble right down there toward that cut line if you fall out of the mix in that elimination round, and I'm sure Italo's aware of that. He wants to get back up into that position to finish the year in the final five and get another shot at a world title. Connor O'Leary in 22nd spot, so just inside the cut line at the moment, and Andino sitting outside it. So it's typically the same story through each of the heats in the opening rounds as far as the seeding works out. As we see the replay of Connor's ride. Smaller wave, Laura, but he did pretty well with it.
Yeah, small wave from Connor, but he's got that power and that flow that we love to see from him. He just working his way down the line. Nothing really big and critical here, but just tagging that one all the way down. And I think it'll come in as a mid-range score for Connor, but not really anything too critical there to really wow the judges. 4.33 that one was.
Slab of a human, Rich. He's a big guy, Connor O'Leary. He's 6 foot 1 inch tall. Has a lot of strength. Heavy set, and I love it when he finds a wave that he can really force his will on.
Yeah, well, having that height and leverage, the advantage is you can displace so much water when you do the turns, and it's, I think of Connor, and I also think of Ryan Callanan on their backhand, two guys who can just destroy the lip of a wave. And that's what he really works at. So, Connor's, I feel like the attitude has changed a little bit over the last couple of years. You can see he's taken pressure off himself, and he's gone, hang on, I'm going to enjoy the process rather than just be, always thinking about winning all the time, and the results are starting to come. So a little bit of work to do, as you said, sitting on the cut line right now, but, I expect to see him do well at this event for sure.
Yeah, he seems really relaxed, and, obviously having that huge year last year, that breakthrough year for Connor O'Leary there, and, finishing way up the rankings, and, this would be a nerve-wracking situation for him to be in. He gets to drop that 33rd he got, but he's going to need something big here.
He sure is. Yeah, getting just inside the top 10 last season in 9th position. Andino loading up for something big here. Wow, really quick in the rotation there. Kolohe holding on to a couple of mid-range fives at the moment. is sitting out front. Italo in second position, hanging on to the priority and looking for a 6.17 to get into first. And O'Leary, he's after a 5.25 to get out of third spot here.
Story of the fives at the moment, isn't it? But I would like to see Kolohe at this point not scrap around on the inside. I'd like to see him go and wait for a bigger, better wave and then try and close this thing out rather than keep trying to chip away. I mean, we know he's got the air and he could probably, you know, turn a subpar wave into something special, but I just feel like wave choice for him at this point in the heat is really important.
Laura, Italo, let's talk about him for a moment. This is where he broke through, got his first CT win 2019, and it was an emotional and remarkable final with Mick Fanning.
Wasn't that just unbelievable? We thought Mick had it in the bag, and then out of nowhere, Italo comes through and steals that moment from Mick. You know, that was his last event. He was retiring here. We thought that it was going all Mick's way, and for Italo to break through and get that, what a moment. I think he's got a Bell's tattoo on him.
Yeah, he celebrated with a tattoo of a koala ringing a bell on his right bicep. And here he is now going after that second spot, or maybe even the lead. Needs a 5.25 out of that one. Thoughts, Rich?
Not quite. I just think there wasn't that one standout moment where I actually felt it and just went, oh, wow, that was crazy. It was some great surfing. Fairly textbook for Italo at this point, and I think he might be looking for something more.
Just talking about that victory, Rich, what's it like returning to a destination where you've had success at the elite level and you come back knowing that you've gone all the way in the past?
Oh, you're immediately confident that you can follow it up and do it all again, and you've somehow worked out the wave, especially at the Bells Bowl. You know, it is tricky to figure out that wave, and you need years of experience. And, you know, Italo tapping into it very early in his career, so a huge achievement there. But there is that feeling, you sort of have an extra little pep in your step where you know the wave, you're confident in what you can do out there. So he'll be feeling it for sure.
Yeah, Italo, I think he dropped the ball in his rookie season here. I think he had a 25th, but since then it's been pretty positive. A couple of quarterfinals, semi, the big victory, of course, and he's sort of proven to be, you know, one of the toughest in all conditions. You know, that's really the key here.
Totally. We think of Italo, and, you know, we usually could, you know, at Trestles last year, I think we saw him do like 12 turns on one right-hander. He can just surf anything, do a million turns, but then he comes to the bowl and he adjusts his surfing and slows it down and does these huge big cracks, and you know, he's always getting big scores out here. So I love the, you know, how versatile he is in his surfing, and that he can just make something out of nothing.
So strong. 15 minutes remaining here. Italo does get himself the score he needs to jump up into second position at the moment, 5.33. Kolohe Andino, though, holding on to the lead here in Heat 7 of the opening round. 15 minutes to go. We'll be back in just a moment.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bond U,
not for profit, and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By GWM, exclusive category partner of the WSL Australia. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia. And by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of the WSL Australia.
12.5 minutes remaining here in Heat 7 of the opening round, but right now it's time to check in with the winner of the last heat, the current world #1, Jack Robinson, with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, he's right at the top of the rankings at the moment, but Jack, special to be back on home soil in Australia competing at Bells. What's the mindset coming into this event?
I'm just enjoying it. Just a lot of gratitude right now, being in the position I'm in, and had a good motivation out there with Kelly and Xavier. I was like, okay, I saw Kelly walk down, I was like, all right, this is like motivating, so I'm excited to go surf, and yeah, just try and have a bit of fun too.
And as that cut looms, we've got Kelly Slater looking for qualification. So, what's the difference there when you're surfing against someone that you've looked up to for so many years in a different position this year?
Yeah, it's crazy. He's done it all, so I don't know really what he's thinking, but yeah, I was just at this point, like I remember Margie's last year, I was so focused on what I was doing, and yeah, just not really thinking about it too much, but yeah, hopefully he can do his thing and get going.
On the flip side of that, Jack, congratulations, you have officially made the cut for the 2024 WSL season. How good does that feel, and how does it free you up for the rest of the year?
Thanks. Yeah, stoked. Back to square one. Job remains the same. Stay on the mission, and yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy it. I feel like good vibes. The other day at the ceremony here, the Indigenous ceremony, I was like, just get back here, because I've been away so long. So yeah, I'm really happy just to be back in Australia.
Jack, thank you for your time. Thanks for the catch up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, you got to love the energy. Jack Robinson's feeling it, and Rosie kind of had a different point of view. It's, obviously Jack has his sights set on having a crack at a world title again at the Rip Curl WSL finals at the end of the season. However, it's not just making the back half of the year, it's your automatic qualification for next year's championship tour. So, there is a lot to celebrate. And the start that he's had, I mean, you don't have to be a mathematician, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that he's going to survive the cut, but it's officially confirmed for all the surfers who are sitting in that top 5 at the moment on the Championship Tour rankings.
Yeah, it's great to see him so vocal and energised. We don't usually get a lot out of Jack, and that just felt like a big old holler for everything he's achieved this year. And yeah, he's absolutely on a roll.
Mad hoot, yeah, he's getting a lot more comfortable in the spotlight, isn't he, Rich? But I just love the way he started his campaign here at the 60th edition of the Rip Curl Pro. He went straight to the sky, very first section, and I heard Joe on the call say it was reminiscent of Andy Irons. So that no holds barred kind of foot to the floor approach, as a surf fan, you just eat it up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a man who is just super confident in where he's at in his career in terms of performance, ability, equipment, everything's just clicking.
Really cool interview with Mick Fanning talking about Jack Robinson and just the fact that he feels that Jack is mentally the most confident surfer on the CT at the moment. He's just gone to a whole new level psychologically, and yeah, he's obviously got his sights set on a world title run.
He's putting in the work too. I was chatting with coach and trainer Matty Bemrose, and he just said he's been training like an absolute demon, every day, doesn't miss it, and is just, feeling it. So, top 5, final 5, you'd have to say it's a good bet.
Yeah, check out that conversation though with Dave Prodan on the lineup. It's a beauty. 8.5 minutes to go in this heat, and the big story coming into this one really similar to the last heat. You're looking to see how the top seeds perform, but as we get closer to that cut after stop number 5, we're starting to really focus on who's sitting below the cut line, and Kolohe Andino is one of the real performers that we're surprised to see down there. He's stepping up in this one at the moment, Laura.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, being in a place that he probably has never been before, way down the rankings, I think you know, for him coming into this event, you'd have to just try to throw away everything and really not think back at anything that's happened this year so far. You know, he's had some really tough heats and some tough losses, but he seems calm here. He seems, you know, like he's, you know, mentally, you know, doesn't look like the stress is getting to him. He was out there early this morning, and I think he just, you know, he's like, you know, nothing to lose now. You know, a lot to lose, but just got to do something different.
Yeah, he's prepped himself well for this Australian leg too. Got out super early, spent some time on the Gold Coast. He's well settled, travelling with his family, Rich, and much like Zeke Lau, even though he's having competitively not a fantastic year by his standards, he's kicking some major goals in life.
Absolutely, you know, winning in life, and then if you can take that energy somehow and siphon it into your career and your profession, then maybe all the pieces will start falling into place for him. But certainly looking at his performance at the moment, how he's even just, you know, standing and approaching the wave, you can tell he's kind of on. He's not feeling any pressure. But I feel like with 7 minutes to go in this heat, this is like a really critical moment for Kolohe and Connor in terms of who's going to progress through this heat and start that momentum.
Yeah, well, amongst the surfers, obviously there's, you know, a lot of talk about the cut and whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. One thing is for sure, it brought out some inspired performances last season. Italo, he was pretty well positioned on the rankings. As we see him now, live action. Just rare that he doesn't complete one of those rotations, but 6.5 minutes to go. But we saw some amazing runs from surfers outside the or below the cut line, elevating their position to save themselves and surf the rest of the season.
Yeah, really saw some incredible performances, like you said, clutch performances. Connor O'Leary here, he was one of the ones right at the, you know, the cut borderline last year again. So finding himself in a similar situation, he, you know, thought he wasn't going to make the cut last year. Everything fell into place for him. Then he went on to have a stellar back end of the season and you know, come out in 9th place, his best rankings on the tour so far. So, you know, it does some crazy things, this cut. You know, even for Kolohe, you must have to think, worst case scenario, full life going to the Challenger Series. You think back to Joao. Joao has come back this year, totally reinvigorated. You know, just everything is falling into place. So just going with that flow and just taking everything as it comes is, you know, you have to see the positive in everything.
Might be the best thing for him.
Yeah.
Critical moment. Well, Connor, he gave up priority then. Took a terrible wave, and now Kolohe in the box seat. So we'll see if that little slip up there from Connor O'Leary does cost him.
Both of you guys can speak to this. I mean, every competitor in this draw has a huge opportunity this year. This is one of the most sought after trophies in the sport. Just sitting next to the Bells Trophy is fun. I like to think of all the champions that have held the perpetual trophy on the main stage. Careful, Laura.
Careful, Laura.
Laura's got a hand on the trophy here at the moment. But when you look at this trophy and you consider the opportunity that it is gifted to a CT surfer to come here and put yourself up alongside the greats, Laura, you had the opportunity. Did you feel the weight of that opportunity when you were competing here?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just when you're walking down those stairs, you look at, you know, the history. This is such an iconic venue, and you know, all of your heroes there. You can't actually believe that, you know, as a surfer, when you start out and you make dreams to make it onto this tour, when you're here, you just want to try and enjoy it and take it in. And, you know, as surreal as it might be, you don't even want to think about the pressures and stresses of competing. This is you know, etching your moment in history and taking those stairs out into the lineup.
Unbelievable. Rich, you came down before you actually graduated to the CT ranks and surfed in the trials as a 17-year-old. What was that experience like? I'd imagine pretty intimidating coming up against the absolute burly, staunch humans that were holding those top spots at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was lucky enough to get a win in the trials and then get into the main draw, and then I got walloped actually. Shane Herring just sent me packing, so it was a great experience. But even just to have some success at a, you know, junior level and Australian Championships tour level, it was certainly fun, and the energy of this place has not lost any of its power for sure.
And Dino up at the moment, trying to improve on a 5.67 here. He is switched on, just so over that front foot at the moment as he hammers down the line, sets the fins free on that final section.
Wow, he is looking so connected to his board, isn't he? He just looks on fire right now, Kolohe, and just, you know, the speed, the flow, everything's there.
Well, it'll be so interesting to see if this is the year that he can break into the final series at Bells Beach when he needs it most. If he can just turn it up. I like the energy that he's showing in his body language there. Just not giving up on that ride and just whacking every single point he could out of that final section.
Yeah, the body language is definitely telling, and you can see there, even just paddling with purpose, back out into the lineup. Love to see it. Been working a little bit with Kolohe just on his hardware at the moment. He's been changing up fins a little bit. Seems to be working. This is Connor O'Leary.
Well, Connor's the man with work to do at the moment, looking for a 5.57 at this point in time to get himself up into second place.
And there's the, you know, difference in body language, you know, Connor knowing that that wasn't going to be it with 2 minutes, and yeah, just trying to get back out the back. We'll see where he is in relation to Kolohe and if he's going to end up with second or third priority, sorry.
Yeah, well, the numbers are coming through for Andino. It doesn't look like that last ride is going to go into his top 2. So the requirements are going to remain the same for Italo, 6.17. O'Leary still chasing Italo down. And his last wave's not going to do it for him. He needs a 5.57. Italo's kind of in a position now where he's looking to defend this second spot, maybe even jump up from the lead. But he has to pick his waves carefully here because you just know O'Leary's going to be ready to swoop on anything that he leaves behind.
Well, if we do get a two-wave set here, there is the chance that both Italo and Connor could overtake Kolohe.
Yeah, it's not out of reach, that #1 position. But here we go. Italo moving into position with priority. Opts to let this first one go. Connor says thank you very much. Builds up some speed, and there's not a lot of room to move down the line, so he's out of there. Smart call there from Italo. Good use to that priority. Well, good wave selection, I should say. Didn't let it go. Still controlling the lineup at the moment. Yeah, you really sense it about this time, the pressure on people. Some look a little more nervous, or have looked a little more nervous in this opening round than others. Kolohe's looked really sharp. He looks like he's totally engaged and ready to fight for his place on the CT.
Yeah, absolutely. Board's looking good. Matt Biolis for the Lost Brand. And, well, everyone, I feel we can get into the equipment conversation later, but, yeah, the board's looking good under his feet for sure.
So this one coming to a close, and O'Leary's still out there searching for some space. Looked like a little nod of the head there for Andino, a little celebration of sorts.
That feels good.
You don't actually know how much a heat like this could actually mean to him, and you know, obviously it's, you know, he's surfed so many first-round heats, but in the position he's in, you could tell this means a lot.
Well, there's the numbers. Pretty close between all the competitors, but Andino, for me, just looked to be on a different level in this one. As we go to the Harvey Norman heat recap, nice drawn-out carve to kick this wave off, and he sticks these things with absolute ease.
Oh, beautiful surfing here from Kolohe. And Italo bounced back as well. Strong on the backhand, a quick, fast style of surfing there. And just always in control. Kolohe, he sort of had the run of the good waves too, didn't he?
Loved the way he was just kicking his tail out there and just getting the completion as well. You know, a few times this year we've seen that completion not quite there, but it all came together today, and Kolohe taking it. Love those blowtails by Italo, and unfortunately Connor O'Leary is going to be heading into the elimination round.
Well, we'll see if he can bounce back when we get the elimination round underway, but we still got more heats coming in the opening round. The next one has a former winner and a former runner-up here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Stay tuned.
I love coming down to Surf Coast, coming to experience the raw natural beauty, especially such a short drive from Melbourne, and you really get to embrace all the open space. It really feels like you're connected back with nature. That result I had at Bells was really special to me. It was a pretty important time in the year.
Let's hear it for the runner-up, Callum Robson.
Favourite things to do on the Surf Coast is go visit all the amazing cafes and restaurants. Any sort of swell you can find waves up and down. It's so sick.
Welcome back to the show, day 3 of the event window here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. In its 60th year, can you believe it? So much fantastic history. We look to make more here in 2023. Last year's runner-up, Callum Robson. What a remarkable run he's been on. A semi-final finish over in Portugal has elevated his spot to 7th on the leaderboard. Geordie Smith, he's a former winner here at Bells. His big front-side rail turns to suit the bowl or Winky. Doesn't matter either one. He absolutely rips down here in Victoria. And Michael Rodriguez, who's chasing a monster result, sitting in 27th place below the cut line at the moment. The Brazilian is going to get things started here, but gets caught behind, unfortunately, on this one. Ronnie Blakey with Laura and Rich. And Laura, great to be talking surfing with you once again here on the CT. This is another one of those interesting heats. Geordie finds himself in that kind of middle of the pack, in danger if he has a bad result of maybe drifting outside the cut line, but you kind of don't see it happening for him here in Victoria. He's just got such a great connection with the waves in this area, but it's Callum Robson we're watching on the replay at the moment.
Yeah, Cal getting a nice start, and Geordie right behind him. Geordie's going to start off here. Big blowtail into the foam there. It was like a glorified foam climb. I love that, and a big slashing hack. You know, we love seeing Geordie here at Bells, and we love seeing him at Winky. Looking tall out there today in these conditions, but kicking off there with a bit of energy.
Yeah, Geordie can do it all, Rich, but it's at the right-hand point breaks typically that he's turned in his best results, his big wins and his best numbers. Still a threat, you'd think, and a real chance at taking out a second Bells title every year he comes back.
Absolutely. You know, for me, I still feel like he needs to be in the world title conversation. I'd love to see him make that final 5 one year and have a real crack at it. But it, like you said, Ronnie, it's these down the line point waves, Bells, you know, Jeffreys Bay, where his style, that big open face carve just comes into play, and Geordie has just got so much power and draws some of the cleanest, smoothest lines on the tour, and it's pretty to watch.
Yeah, I absolutely love watching Geordie. Last year, he still just blew me away. You know, when people think he might be slowing down, he just showed these glimpses of fire, and you know, there were events where you're like, this is Geordie's event, he's going to take it, and then just have a really close heat and just couldn't break through. You know, J-Bay was one of them last year. He was just on an absolute roll, and then he just got stumped and couldn't really make it into that final round.
Here's Rodriguez. This guy's got plenty of spark in his surfing. A really exciting surfer when he's on, but he hasn't been able to put up a good score just yet. Just a couple of throwaways before this one. Not sure how that last wave's going to factor in, but I don't think it's going to be a solid score. Geordie Smith, on the other hand, he kicked off his campaign here in the opening round with a 6.5, and Callum Robson had a 5.6. Magic run for Callum Rich in this contest last year. He came up against one of the greats at this location in the round of 16 and got the jump on him.
Yeah, we had really, really fun waves at Bells Bowl last year. After an ordinary outlook, all of a sudden the ocean came alive, and so did our surfers. And Callum just, you know, his style, it's no-nonsense surfing. It's no-nonsense power surfing. And he proved that he's already kind of figured out that riddle that is the Bells Bowl. And we saw some of the the heftiest hacks of that entire event. And he went deep in the draw.
Earlier today, you were talking about the puzzle pieces that it takes to put, you know, piece together a professional surfer. And Callum is one of the hardest working guys in the gym. He's always posting. He's in the gym. He's doing his thing every day. He has an amazing set routine. He works really, really hard and dots his I's, crosses his T's. And when he comes to these events, he just absolutely blows up. And also his wave selection, it's unbelievable. He probably catches the least amount of waves of anyone on tour, but when he catches them, they're good scores.
Yeah, you can find them. Those who don't know much about him, would have seen his performances through the CT last year. He was strong, but he's just fearless in waves of consequence, and he proved it again in Portugal this year, banking an unbelievable 10-pointer, and it was just fearless. People are talking about it being one of the best sand bottom barrels ever ridden.
Oh my goodness.
I could watch this over and over again. This is unbelievable. I think it was like midnight at home when I saw this and I almost fell off my chair. This was a wild ride from Cal.
And Rich, I mean, you look at that wave, you've really probably had to be in Callum's situation there and understood just what he was facing when he looked down the face of that thing. You could probably speak to it a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Full elevated drop. You know, and the kid's got a set of thighs on him too, and he would have needed every ounce of that leg strength just to, you know, get himself out under that lip, get the bottom turn, engage the rail, and then set his line. That was a mutant wave, and I don't think there was a better line that he could have taken on it.
Yeah, the judges were quick to throw out that 10-point ride, and don't forget, every time this year someone drops that perfect number, they're going to get a Yeti 110 Tundra hard cooler. And yeah, I bet you Callum just filled his up with protein powder and the like, and just guzzled it down and kept training down the house. He's an absolute animal. He's up again here and loading up off the bottom, hammers the section. Clean flow that he's finding out here in tricky conditions at the moment. Kicks that tail free on the foam. Rolling through to the inside now is the man sitting just outside that top 5 pitcher at the moment, and we'll see if he can get himself elevated and get himself in the conversation for maybe a run at a world title later in the season.
Well, wave by wave, that's how you got to do it, and that was a well put together wave for Callum. This is what I mean, everything feels really calculated in the way he chooses the wave and the way he performs his maneuvers, and just checking the equipment there, making sure these guys are finishing right up on the reef. Just trying to milk every point out of it. Watch the replay here. You can see those ribs kind of splitting up the wave. And Callum just takes a beautiful line on the first turn, sets up for the second. I feel like the second and third were the real money turns of this wave. Bit of a sleepy cut back, but then wanted to get to the finish through the lower section. Soupy little cutback here, and then slams the finish. So well put together. Yeah, great wave selection. You know, love seeing those foamy sections, and these guys just really, you know, push the tail out and turn those sections into, as we see him checking out his boards. You know, that winky rock shelf there, it takes some victims there. Yeah, fins. You saw him sort of driving to dive off the back of, over the back of the wave, and I think he might have bottomed out at one point. But he's on his way back out there. We are now seeing if Callum's going to add to his scoreline here at the moment with a more impressive number. He kicked off the heat with a 5.6, and it looks like he's going to improve on that. It's going to be something close to Geordie's opening ride. And Callum's going to jump up into the lead here with 19 minutes to go. We mentioned that hard work. I mean, like you said, Rich, I think that hard work really helped him kind of stick that tough drop over there in Portugal. I mean, the guy is a total quadzilla. He's just so strong. And yeah, there's Michael Rodriguez just trying to finish off a rotation. Unsuccessful though on that occasion. 6.33 for Robson. Geordie's holding that priority out the back and being pretty picky at the moment. Yeah, I'm not ready to drop the 10 yet. The crazy thing about that as well was he was in the elimination round in third place, needing an 8-point ride. If you could serve, the wave gods could serve you up something in a moment that was so critical, to actually make that happen was unbelievable. Push over the ledge, and yeah. I guess at that point too, he's just thinking, I'm probably paddling into a closeout and I have to go. So the fact that he was able to actually stick it is just quite remarkable. One of the best waves we've ever seen from Super Tubos, and yeah, can't wait to see more. Just under 18 minutes to go here. It's an event, Rich, where experience has really paid off when you reflect on the history of this event, 60 years.
you know, I know there's only around 37 male winners, so there's been a lot of multiple victories. Do you see someone breaking through for the win this year, or you think this is an event where it's likely going to be someone getting that repeat performance in?
Difficult to say at the moment. Not having seen everyone's form in the first round, I like to get a look of how everyone's going and feel their performances. But traditionally, the winner of this event can go on to win the world title. That's happened so many times. So. Obviously, those the front runners, Philippe and Jack and John, and the usual names that come to mind when you think about it. But I feel like the forecast might come into play with this one. We're going to get waves on the bowl without a doubt during the event window. It may not be perfectly groomed, so I think your knowledge of ocean is going to come into play with this one. So given that, I'm going to go out and say that we might see a first-time winner.
I'm going to say that we're going to see a repeat winner.
Okay.
There you go. So we'll talk about
whichever way I went, you were going to go the other way.
16.5 minutes to go. Callum's got the lead. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Leonardo Fioravanti is coming up next.
1.34.
Welcome back to the show. We are reflecting on the amazing run of Jordy Smith, who is one of the veterans, obviously, on the championship tour. He broke through for a victory here back in 2017, and it was an awesome performance that he put together. But yeah, deep rail turns, and Jordy, 13 events that he surfed here at Bells. This will be his 14th, and he's only missed the final series 4 times. So he's one of the greats out here, and it was fitting that he got to hold that big trophy and give it a good ring. And in fact, he basically rang it into his own face. He chipped his tooth at the presentation.
That's just wild when you look at his run here. Like you said, 9 times that he's been here, he's made it over the 5th place. So
yeah,
that wasn't English, but
amazing. Here we go, Michael Rodriguez at the moment, trying to hold Jordy Smith off and push him into the elimination round. Just a different little line on that final section. Didn't hit the oncoming closeout. Cut a nice little carve in there instead. But I don't know how the judges will see that. I think just from what we've seen unfold earlier today, they've really been rewarding surfers who've gone all out on that final section and put some risk into it. So that one came through at a 3.67, and it's not going to factor into the heat for Michael Rodriguez. But the requirement for Jordy remains the same. He's been super patient. Won the opening exchange by a pretty decent margin, and just still been patiently waiting for that backup score.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez, a nice clean hit to start things off. Gets a little wrap. Perhaps could have taken to the air there, but it's interesting to note the contrast between Jordy, who's had 1 wave and gone 28 minutes nearly without a second backup, and Emrod's had 9 waves at this point.
Yeah, Geordie's dropped the anchor. Same with Cal. You know, those two are known for just sitting it out. They would rather go out not catching a wave and just waiting for the one that they want.
And that can happen, right, when you've got priority? You get stuck.
Totally.
You start going, oh, hang on a minute, I've got to wait for that wave. That I'm not going to waste priority.
And sometimes if you've waited, you know, if you put 10 minutes into it, you're like, well, I can't back down now. I'm not going to give it up.
Becomes a little standoff, and perhaps we'll see. Here we go, Geordie.
Geordie up to his feet, using his priority for this one, looking for a backup. Doesn't need much at all to get himself up in a second spot, and that is the goal now. Hasn't had much on this ride just yet, but can save it with a couple of big turns on the end section. He's going to go down, though. Does he get the 2.34 to get himself up in a second? Most likely, but it's not going to be a big score.
Won't be a big score. He'll definitely get the 2.34. Hopefully I'm right. I've been wrong all morning. But I can confidently say I think, you know, he'll nail that 2.3. He'll jump up into second place, and you know, that in itself will just have a mental effect on Michael Rodriguez as we watch the replay here. So Geordie, the wave just didn't really present any of those big sections down the line where he could really open up an attack. It was good surfing, fairly pedestrian really until that final hit, and then unfortunately just came unstuck.
Yeah, a few little bobbles there. He just didn't really look as connected as he did on that first wave, and sometimes that can happen when you've sat for so long. You know, you get a bit cold, a bit locked up. You know, he's wearing a short arm out there, and it's pretty cold.
Nothing like Cape Town, though. 3.03 here for Geordie, and that is enough to see him make the jump up in a second spot. Michael Rodriguez now after a 4.37, just under 11 minutes to go. The opening stages of the season have been super interesting. Laura, you've been at those opening locations. What have you made of all so far, and what's your takeaway as far as what you're seeing on the ratings at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I was over in Pipe and Sunset to see everyone kick off the year there, and super exciting events, you know. We had some breakthrough moments, obviously Joao and Jack just dominating over there, but as we see Geordie taking off on the inside.
Well, he kind of had a nice flow going there, but just got to that final section a little late and lost the back foot. So that one won't factor in for Geordie. But yeah, it was a big bounce back for Chianca. Dominant performances from him through those opening few events. Jack Robinson just on fire, as we see Callum now trying to get rid of a 5.6 to increase his lead here. Finds that last section, fights for it and gets it. Not sure that's going to go into his top two, though. The surfer from Evans Head, who grew up playing rugby league, played in the halves, and that's why he wears the number 6 on his back.
I loved his, you know, his after coming second place last year, his speech. He started saying that, you know, he obviously went to work, I think, for his dad or whoever he was working for, and then realised, you know what, stuff this, I'm going to go back to surfing and make it my job, and he well and truly has.
Yeah, nothing like hitting your thumb with a hammer to turn you off an apprenticeship in building and get you back in the water. But Callum, that last wave, it just didn't sort of look as smooth and flowing as his opening rides. It's a 4.5. So he heads back out there, still hanging on to the lead. Geordie hasn't been able to really kind of build on the strong opening ride. He's still got the best number. That gives him a huge advantage over Michael Rodriguez, and he can still strike for the lead here. Just needs a 5.43. But priority is with Rodriguez, and he's an interesting one because he's one of those guys who, you know, as long as there's a bit of time on the clock, he's got a chance at turning in an excellent score with one section. He has some really big airs he can call on, but so far he's kind of just kept his board in the water really and looked to grind out a couple of scores with just standard turns really.
Yeah, I feel like I'd like to see Emrod go to the air. I think that's the point of difference here because, well, you can almost guarantee Geordie and Callum are just going to try and power turn their way to victory. And Emrod, you know, just go through his socials and you can see some of the gnarliest, lofty airs you're ever going to see. So, yeah, let's bring it.
It's a dangerous kind of strategy to have, to go out there and think you're going to outsurf two of the, you know, heavy rail surfers on the CT. Michael, surely in his mind with this wind has to be thinking, mate, your advantage here is your great strike rate with your rotation airs and the height that you possess. I mean, Geordie and Callum are certainly capable of it as well, but I just think that light-footed approach could really serve him well if he can find the right section.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, he's ridden a lot of waves, nearly 10 waves in the tally.
Here he is. There's a nice hit. Moves some serious water, flowing through that section and getting the board back up there once again.
Feeling it.
Yeah, that was more like it.
Just seemed to be traveling a little faster on that one. Just got it into 5th gear and started to step it up. So really connecting those first couple of maneuvers and got to the finish.
I feel like we might have even just seen the back half of the wave. I can't wait to see that replay. But whatever turn we came in on, he just connected with it so well. Spent, buckets went to the air. Taking off your Emerald. Yeah, big first bash there. Another one just floating over that section. That light-footed approach, obviously not going to the air, but you could see the way that he just lofted through those big hits there.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where this number goes. It was really smooth surfing, great timing, but you just know Michael's got more to give.
Yeah.
You know he's got more he can throw into each of those moves. The general flow was kind of down the line. It was quite lateral. And I'd just love to see him set those fins free. 6 minutes to go here.
Yeah, it would have felt good for him because he did connect the turns so well, and it was those sections kept sort of presenting. He did have to come from behind a little bit and up and over the section, but in terms of the speed of the ride and fitting the maneuvers into the space of the wave, it would have felt really energetic and fast. So we'll probably see his best number 4, I think.
6 minutes to go here, waiting on the number to come through. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, though, Kolohe Andino with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, it's good to have him against the glass. Kolohe, your second heat win so far this season. How good is it to find some flow here at Bells?
Good, yeah. I mean, tricky conditions, but super fun. You know, that wind is hard to turn, but it's good for airs and stuff, so it's excited to get out there.
And Kolohe, I have to ask you, you know, that mid-season cut, it's looming. What's the mindset? How are you feeling coming into the Australian leg?
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird because I've been on tour for so long, and like you think, oh, like you're a vet or whatever. I'm not even 30 yet, so if I fall off tour, I'm excited to hit the QS and try to requalify. Right now, I'm just obviously focusing on trying to have fun at Bells and Margaret's. Because you never know when I'll be back here. But yeah, I'm just excited for whatever happens. You know, I'm going to try my best to get back on tour through the tour. But if I have to hit the QS with the boys, you know, the SC boys, then I'll have a lot of fun doing that. So yeah, still feel really young and a lot of energy to go back in the QS, and also taking inspiration from like Connor and Michael Rodriguez, Zeke. You know, all those guys who have done it, you know, gone to the QS and come back and have a lot of success on the tour. So yeah, you know, I feel like I want to get back to the top, you know, the top 5, 10 in the world, but just depends on how I'm going to get there.
Thank you for the insight into your mind space, and I'm sure you're enjoying the time traveling with your family, spending time with Griffin from San Clemente. How good is it traveling with that crew?
Good. I just got my wife and daughter here, and we've been having a lot of fun, and then hanging with Griffin and the whole crew, Scotty Hammonds and the boys has been awesome. You know, sometimes I've been kind of shy with hanging with the big crew and stuff, but you know, having that like hometown feel every day when we go and surf has been awesome, and it's got me to relax a lot. So yeah, you know, like I said, I'm just looking forward to the rest of the year hanging with Griffin or hanging with Crosby. You know, it's kind of like either way, it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm just really looking forward to it.
Kolohe, thanks for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. Kolohe Andino just trying to relieve a bit of pressure on himself there, and you know, saying that he's kind of, I think, saying to himself, if I just end up on the Challenger Series, that's okay too, and focusing on having some fun in these next 2 contests. But let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap here. Geordie Smith kicked things off with a 6.5, Laura, to get himself the early edge.
Yeah, that was such a fun wave.
He's going to have to do more.
Yeah, fun wave to watch, but yeah, he's gone down into 3rd at the moment. Cal, this was his first ride of 5.6, and you know, just showing that power, that picking up where he left off last year, really, Cal, and staying on his feet. His completion's been awesome. Yeah, just banging that one through. But Emerald, this was the wave that has turned the heat. This was a 6.97, and just the flow of that and the speed, the judges just ate it up, and he's put Geordie in a tough situation now, needing a 5.4.
Yeah, 6.97. It was a ride, Rich, that I think your breakdown of it was really spot on. I mean, that kind of wave feels amazing when you're just linking it all together so beautifully. He is a better surfer than that, though. It has to be said. He has bigger turns that he can lean into, but at this point in the competition, I think it was a smart, measured approach, because he just needs to get himself a top 2 finish. He doesn't need to surf out of his skin just yet. Geordie Smith does, though. He needs a 5.43 out of this one. And there's just on 2 minutes remaining, so this is a really important ride here. And if he can finish strong, he might just be able to get ahead of Callum Robson. There's the fist pump.
He sold it.
Wow.
He absolutely sold it.
Are you buying it?
Battle.
Some good surfing. Let's check the replay and live action here with Emerald.
Let's see if his confidence has clicked now after dropping the best number of this heat. Launches into the sky. There it is. That's what he's capable of. But he kind of had to reset in this heat. He'd been so busy, Laura. He's not done with this wave just yet, but he's going to finish it on the inside with another one. Almost rides out of that second move, and that would have been a monster score. But he's done well here to regather himself. That was wave number 12 for Michael Rodriguez, and he's going to get rid of the 5.17 and push further ahead here.
It was like he was listening to you guys, honestly.
Yeah.
He was just like, all right, Richie said I got to go to the air, Ronnie. This was Geordie's wave. Is this the 5.4? I mean, it was a tricky wave to ride. It didn't really give him anything at the start of this wave. Nothing too critical, but this was the most critical part of the wave. And he did love it. He fist pumped there to try to sell that, but Richie, take us through this.
Oh, this wave just cupped out so nicely, and you could see him setting up. Just launches off the lip so perfectly. I love how he landed and then got straight back on the fins and just powered out of that turn. So the judges love to see that when you regain control. The purist in me wanted to just see him do a nice little hack at the end there, just to top it off and finish the wave complete.
Hey, you guys told him to go to the air?
Well, he's really listened to us there, but you know, what an exciting comeback to that wave, to that heat.
Yeah.
You know, just sort of got himself out of trouble. Really important scores coming through now.
Yeah, well, this one's coming to a close, but Callum Robson's got another ride here in the end. He needs a 5.82 to go into the #1 position, but really it's all about just making the top 2 as Cal finishes this one off. And it seems as though Robson is feeling pretty good about that last ride, but we still got a number on the way for Geordie as well.
We do. I'm just reflecting on that wave, and you know, the ones that have been scoring have been down the line. You're hitting it, you got the speed. Geordie had to do 2 cutbacks through the midsection of that wave.
It just went a bit wonky, didn't it? Didn't really have that clean section, nothing that he could really work with until that very inside part. Just had a few warbles, you know, having to do a foam climb there, and they're very hard to do, foam climbs, but this just didn't really have anything, honestly, until this section here. He made the most of this. That was critical. We'll see what the judges think. Yeah, amazing.
Really strong.
So it's really a battle between Geordie and Callum now, because Michael Rodriguez caught fire towards the back end of the heat. Does this one go into Callum's top 2? Rich, does this factor in at all?
Well, maybe. Really good surfing.
Was a smaller wave, that one, but he really connected well and made the most of it. So yeah, 3 scores to drop.
Okay, well, the number has come in for Geordie Smith, 5.97, and that's enough to get him up into the lead. Michael Rodriguez with another score to come.
That is a happy man right now, but just wait. Just wait. We've still got scores to drop in, so Geordie knows that, you know, he could even drop down into 3rd again, technically, with 2 scores to come in.
I love these finishes.
Yeah, Callum needs a 5.82. Probably needs a little more than that to just get ahead of Geordie too, because it feels like Michael Rodriguez is easily going to get himself back into the lead.
Yeah.
So it's still the battle between Callum and Geordie for that final spot. And we've got a number to come through for Robson. There's the 7.5 for Rodriguez, back into the lead. What a turnaround for him. He had a great collection of throwaway numbers. And then on his 10th ride, dropped to 6.97, and his last ride a 7.5. The score's coming through for Robson now on his last wave. 4.87, not enough, and Geordie Smith's going to hang on to that second spot. So an exciting finish.
So
and
exciting.
Complete turnaround to what unfolded in the opening exchange.
Love it.
Well, we'll take a quick break here. We've got more big heats coming your way in just a moment. We're going to bring in Joe Turpel and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call.
Nice afternoon here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Opening round continues this afternoon. A little bit of cloud cover, but a lot of ripping going down in our lineup at Winky Pop. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel by next to a man who's been really barreled in his life. Maybe more barrels than most. World champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Very close heat that just came to a conclusion. Callum getting sent to the elimination round. That was a very tough heat to get out of.
Well, you know, looked like Callum Robson was going to get through that heat all day long, and then Michael Rodriguez just, like his 11th and 12th ride, just blew it up. And Geordie got that 6.5 to start with, went to sleep, and then, like a champion, pulled it out at the end.
Leonardo Fioravanti, the headliner in this matchup, representing Rome, Italy. What a start he had by finishing in the final at Pipeline. Felt that world #2 slot for a moment there. Just dropping down a couple of places, heading into stop number 4. Rio Waida still enjoying his position on the championship tour. One of the most exciting rookies to qualify in a long time. And also Australia's Jackson Baker, the Novocastrian, representing Newcastle. His turns make so much sense in this part of the world. He's got a right-hand wall to dig into. His heat is on. Already getting a start is Rio Waida, Bugs, during the break.
Yeah, it's a bigger wave. The waves are sort of filled in a little bit. The swells, you know, just climbed and got stronger throughout the day, even through the high tide. And then Rio was just going to town on this opening wave.
Even had a moment to look out the back and got back to business with that snap.
So nothing major, Joe, just good solid surfing. Doesn't quite stick the ending, and it sort of that definitely holds his score back a little bit.
And also Fioravanti just had this wave, still yet to see a number.
Well, Leo's just been on fire the first part of this tour. And not a bad opener for Leo. At least he finished it. Jackson Baker, he's a dangerous character. A real giant dangerous customer in this kind of surf. Big moves there. Blew the tail out. Another great turn. So there's 3. Not a bad opener. I think Jacko might have got the best of that whole exchange there, you know, Joe. Leo's 2 waves were scorching, those 2 turns. Rio Wada just got those long rides. He got a lot of multiple moves, but they didn't have the power. There was no real pocket for him to go really nuts on.
The Italian on wave number 2 leans back for that check in the pocket and explodes into a fin throw attempt. It's a real cool move to watch, and we've seen different versions of that at Winky Pop today.
Yeah, we have. We haven't seen a lot of guys pull it off.
Gentile had a version of that blowtail kind of layback finishing move. The layback maneuver in itself can be very valuable in this part of the world.
Oh yeah, you know, we've seen Geordie Smith do some unbelievable ones. John Florence, the king of the layback.
Yeah, and his layback, even though you could say he does it a lot, it's always so worthy of a big score. How much force he puts into the lip and just places it in different sections of the wave. Leo's start looks solid from the panel. Rio's is already in 4, 6, 7. Fioravanti's just better than that. As we wait for the complete update in the situation, let's hear from Michael Rodriguez with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez, so fun to watch. You're always so active, but it did take a few attempts to surf into rhythm there. Talk to us about those waves that changed the situation for you.
Whew, very good. I think it was a pretty hard in the beginning of the heat. I don't know what happened. I was with a plan, and when I was there, everything changed, the waves changed, so I don't know, I felt my body kind of slow when I was there. So I started to get a lot of waves, and in the end, everything just happened. I'm happy about it.
We've got a couple options here at Bells. The bowl, we've got Rincon, moving to Winky Pop. How do you stay focused and adjust on the fly?
It's a kind of hard, but I prefer surfing Bells. And then we have been surfing right here. All the balls feels good. I don't know, it's pretty hard to know, like, say what can I do, what should I surf, and where should I surf. I just have been trying surfing and be like ready for anything, you know. It's pretty hard.
Love it, Michael. Great surfing, and we'll see you in that next round. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Rosie. Rodriguez into the round of 32 once again, as we see Jackson Baker hacking that section, foam climb to finish, and he steps off. He's a popular character to hang out with.
He's a real character, Jacko, and he's got a big following. He's nearly like a bit of a comedy act he's got going, and very smart guy. But you know, he got a couple of rides that were inconsequential, and then his third wave was that real, you know, the first of the big exchanges between the other two guys. He got a 7.5 on that first one. He's got this power hack, and he just attacks. He's just, when I see him and Dylan Moffat, they're both really similar. They just attack the lip. Very aggressive surfers.
Really fun to watch. Jackson Baker in an interesting situation, being 27th in the world. We just heard from Michael Rodriguez. He's also 27th. There's a big tie in that position on the rankings. Behind them as well, Kolohe, who got through. So we're going to be trying to break all these ties at Bells.
Well, you know, Rio's got himself in a pretty good position though, Joe. He's got a nice foundation score there. Of all places, you know, the coldest place in the world for an Indonesian. He did well.
He's up again, throwing a nice, clean-looking wrapping turn. Drills it through the white water. 4.67. One word that comes to mind for Rio once he qualified was just his commitment to every part of the job. Working on his coaching, his boards, just staying in the region where he's going to have to perform. As we see Fioravanti come out of his third wave ridden in this opening round.
Yeah, Rio seems to, you know, be able to get himself in a zone where he can go out, you know, and heat after heat, and just a repetition of you know, really solid surfing, really sharp and tuned in. When he's in that zone, he's a real danger.
Hasn't been home in a long time. Rio Waida decided just to commit to all the tour venues. After the final event of the Challenger Series last year in Haleiwa, he stayed put all the way through the holidays, through Pipeline, through Sunset, then straight to Portugal, and then straight to Bells. So when I ran into Rio in the car park, he's like, well, yeah, I feel like I've already been settled in. He got here before anybody else did.
Oh, smart move. I mean, that's it's basically out of the playbook of Adriano de Souza. That's what Adriano used to do. He used to get to a place four weeks early, you know, sometimes even more. And I remember even when when he'd bomb out in the heat, he'd be the first out after it. I mean, he had this incredible discipline. And Rio, I think it really pays off to tune into places that look particularly. It's been really difficult for the Indonesians to travel. You know, not only does nowhere stack up next to the perfect waves they got at home, but it's that warm water. And, you know, I mean, incredible he went to Portugal in the middle of winter and came out with a result.
Really a solid start so far for his rookie season. The first ever Indonesian to be full-time on the championship tour. Moved up 6 spots after that result you're speaking of in Peniche, making the quarterfinals there.
That's a mighty big effort. You know, he was, you know, saying that it's the coldest water he's ever been in his life, and to be able to adapt to that and then come out with a 5th place finish, and I believe he's also got a 9th to back that up. So there's the two foundation scores that are so in his favour in making that cut.
Equal 10th on the rankings with John Florence and Ethan Ewing right now, so great start for Rio Waida. 3.67 and a 4.67 so far in this one. The whole goal here is to stay out of 3rd, which he's sitting in right now. Top 2 move on to the round of 32, and there's some incentive for winning these seats. Even though top 2 advance, your seeding can change into the next round, and I don't know if there's any more favorable matchup these days on tour, but at least you want to get someone who doesn't have momentum in that top picture. As we have 18 on the clock here in heat number 9. It's all about Jackson Baker with a 7.5 and a 4.83. We'll take a quick break. More big turns like this from Jacko coming your way right after this.
My name is Leonardo Fioravanti. I am from Rome, Italy, and I'm 25 years old. You know, the last year has been a great one, a great learning experience for me. I've matured a lot. When I fell off the cot in Western Australia, that last heat against Ethan Ewing was a heat that I fought so hard. The emotions that I went through during that heat made me love surfing even more, and it showed me that I care so much that I want to get back. I've always had tough moments in my career, whether it was injuries, falling off tour, getting back on, fighting for my career, and I know it's not going to stop. And I'm proud the way I've, gone through these hurdles this year, and I am grateful, happy, and excited to be back this year.
The Italian's been through a lot more than most in a short period of time, but it shows his commitment to the sport that he loves more than anything. Doesn't matter if it's a broken back, dislocated shoulder. I mean, we could go through this list of injuries that has taken him out, but also the hard yards of requalifying and falling off, and that's happened multiple times in his career. But he's come back better than ever and celebrating the best start he's ever had on the championship tour in that final at Pipeline. He's in an incredible position to survive the midseason cut and really compete for a world title this year.
He certainly is, Joe. And the thing is that he really laid the foundation during the Challenger Series. He just made mention of the fact that, losing to Ethan in that last heat in Margaret River made him really want to get back. He just attacked that Challenger Series. Every heat, he was all over it. I mean, gosh, he was so aggressive in his heats on the wave. He was just a cut above, and he just cut through it like butter.
That's my favorite thing to do when I see Leonardo in a heat. Just the start, the opening exchange. What is he willing to do to start off with a big number? How deep is he going to paddle the pack? One of the toughest guys to get the first wave off of in a matchup on tour. Jackson Baker's got some room to move on this one. Attacking the lip, and there's nothing left.
Yeah, some of those one-off waves, they carry the chop, and then the wave behind's got the smooth face, as we see Rio really taking advantage of this. He wanted that first wave, and what's he going to do? Go to the air, Joe.
There's the rotation. Great soft landing for Rio Waida. I've loved the amount of airs we've seen today. And De Souza shaking his head. Remember, he's in the corner of the Italian, Leonardo Fioravanti. So he definitely noticed a mistake there. Leo's on this wave. Moves through that whitewater section with a lot of speed. Sets up the tail high reverse. Fioravanti hanging in there, and he'll get it. What a great read for Fioravanti. Explosive on that finish. Adriano's got to like that one.
Yeah, well, he's redeemed himself in his coach's eyes there. We made mention of Adriano before about going to places so early. I mean, the guy, no one knows the game better than Adriano De Souza.
A world champ in 2015. Now into a coaching role for the Italians. Back to Rio's last.
Yeah, I like this wave for Rio. It's his best effort so far. Super clean finish. I mean, that was a lot cleaner than Leonardo's finish, I thought. And by far his best ride. He should get himself right into the mix here.
Wow, really enjoyed that air, especially that angle. And Fioravanti saving himself here with a nice finish.
Yeah, another wave for Leo. This finish here does it with a lot of speed and just sort of has to wrestle with that whitewater. Nice recovery. He does surf out of it.
Well done for Leo. He's waiting for that score. Rio's waiting for his score of his punt. Jackson trying to wait to see what just happened under his priority.
Yeah, well, things are going to really tighten up here. Well, Jackson went that first wave. It had a lot of chop on the face. It was a bigger wave, but it didn't really offer much. That took him out of the rotation. His two opponents really capitalized on his absence.
Last score in now for Rio Waida on the front side rotation above the lip of 5.93. Fioravanti's turned to reverse of 5.2. Fioravanti second. Rio Waida stays in third.
Well, that 7.5 of Jackson Baker looms large because it's held him in first place, Joe. Rio Waida has upped the ante here and got himself right in the mix.
Nice smooth car for Baker. Uses all that speed on that downward projection on the snap and then blows the tail into a controlled slide. Rio White on the next one. Goes deeper on the bottom turn, but has to reset. And nothing left for him. So Rio still third. And Baker still out in front.
Yeah, it really came down to the wave quality for Rio there. I thought he was setting up. He looked really crisp on that one. I thought he was setting up for a scorching ride. Not to be.
As we see Jackson's first here, if he's able to improve on a 4.83, he strengthens his lead.
Yeah, well, see a lot of chop on the face of this wave. That's definitely hindering his wave score. The potential for big points isn't quite there on this one, but a great blowtail at the end, as you said, a controlled slide, surfs out of that. That was the money move. But did he improve on a 4.83, Joe?
Yeah, we'll see in just a moment. He had the variety there, great rhythm down the line, mixed it up a bit, especially with the drift at the end of that wave. Jackson Baker, what a class act on tour. Seen him when he loses out of an event. He doesn't take off, packs his bags, he hangs out and watches every heat that goes down. Tell he's a true fan of the sport and really enjoying his time on tour.
Yeah, he really drinks in the whole experience, and you know, time on tour is limited. It's a passage of your life, and you've really got to make the most of it.
Jackson Baker made the most of that last wave, Bugs. 5.5. He did improve.
Yeah, well, there you go. Incrementally improved, about 0.7 better than his previous 4.83.
As you check out the venue here, Winky Pop is providing a lot of high-performance surfing today. A lot of airs above the lip, a lot of big blowtails drifting the fins. Also allows a great frontside carve, and the goofy foots have been You're doing a great job today. Owen Wright looks stellar on his backhand. Nat Young was sharp, keeping himself right in the pocket with some big turns. Got through to the round of 32 this morning.
Off the cliff.
As the 2015 world champ with some signaling for Fioravanti there. And now having a look here, Jackson Baker. Just creating some space. I think Adriano, when you think of what he did well on tour, was he could get in your head pretty easily. He didn't mind sitting right in your space. When Adriano accepted his world title trophy, he said, hey, if I've bothered you in the past in heats, I'm sorry, but I'm doing my job. And everyone had a big laugh, a big warm welcome for him. And he just was so honest about putting everything he had into his repertoire as far as heat strategy, battling for position, unapologetic until he got that title, but also putting in the time. Like you mentioned before, a wave like Bell's where he'd show up way before anyone else was there. And if he lost, he wouldn't take off. He would spend the time to right the wrongs until he became one of the best.
Well, it really paid off in his world title year, because those, you know, being so familiar with all those breaks, you know, it was like going home, going home, going home. He'd expanded his comfort zone to the point where it took in the whole globe.
Down to 6:45 on the clock here. Let's see where Rosie's hanging out down at the Yeti Activation.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the Yeti Activation on site at the Ripco Pro Bells Beach. I've got Greg from Yeti with me. Greg, there's so many cool things that you can do if you're on site here. Tell us about a few of them.
For sure, Rosie. We've got exclusive 3 designs for the Bells event. Come down, burn them on, and proceeds will go to local charities in the area, so looking after the local communities. Yeah, heaps to do. Come down.
We love it. You can customize your Yeti tumblers. There's 3 different designs, and like Greg said, the proceeds do go to charity. We've also got a hydration station, so you can refill your reusable container. And yeah, this is just a really cool place to come check out. So the Yeti Activation down here at the Ripco Pro Bells Beach. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rosie. Such a great place to hang out. So many great people. Can meet the Yeti people, get a one-of-a-kind custom tumbler to take home with you. And just a shout out to the whole crew that sets this place up before the event gets started. Everyone involved with Surfing Victoria as well. It's such a beautiful sight, but always complementing the nature and the wildlife. This is a surfing reserve, so it's protected. When I always ask you, Bugs, how it compares to the old days, you're like, well, it looks better now.
Well, the thing is that they've done such a great job. You know, there's the different environmental groups, Surfing Victoria, Surfing Australia, and of course now the WSL coming in with such an environmental platform. And that combined effort has made conservation, they've been at the cutting edge of conservation in this country. And it's really been, you know, now we've got the, you know, the national surf reserves, the world surf reserves, and it really did stem from the great work and conservation at Bells Beach.
It's so great that, you know, there's a place that looks better and better every year. There's a cool looking turn from Jackson Baker. Wraps it quickly and hops out. So even just a small wave there just shows that he's real sharp, engaged in this matchup. It's always tough to increase a score on an inside wave with not a whole lot of wave height. And that'll leave the door open for Rio Waida, trying to get out of third in this heat. He'll get stuck at the top. Fioravanti's paddling out for this set. A little bit too far inside.
Well, we've seen quite a few competitors that were on very deeply on the wrong side of the cut have good performances today. You know, in that last heat, Michael Rodriguez, Jackson Baker in this heat, and not surfing with desperation. They're just really surfing great. They have not given up on hopes, and I think that's a great thing. It's going to make that, well, really that round of 32, that third round, is going to be so critical, and it'll be a high pressure.
It certainly will, Bugs. 3:30 to go in heat number 9. This is the Harvey Norman recap. Leonardo Fioravanti, 6.17's his high mark. That was a rad little snap to slide that really got him going in this heat. Jackson Baker, though, power gouge, blowing the tail out with control. His single best score, still the best so far in the matchup at a 7.5.
Yeah, it was a scintillating ride, and that power hack he's got is paying big dividends at Winky Pop.
Power here at Winky Pop is so fun to watch. A nice transition from a lot of the airs we've seen. But he's able to drift the fin, staying light on his feet, backing up the big number with a 5.5. And he's still hanging out in first place, a crucial position for him to be in. He can't afford any more early losses. Now at stop number 4, the cut is after stop 5 at Margaret River. So he's looking to get a keeper here at Bells.
It really makes the Ripcord Pro the penultimate event before the cut, because this is the last chance to really position yourself for the home stretch. Obviously, there's the two conversations. You know, there's guys that, you know, that are trying to burst into that top 5, hold on to their position in the top 5. We've really got 3 out the top that have dominated with the, you know, the winners of the last 3 events, really.
There's certain surfers, Bugs, you see when they get to a critical time in the season like this and say they're in the back of the rankings. Sometimes you say hi to them and they're kind of wearing their results. You can see it in their expressions. Not Jackson. He knows that he hasn't had great results, but it's felt like his surfing's been there. He said he's been surfing better than ever, so he knows it's just a matter of time before a big result comes his way.
And he's aware that the clock is ticking, and it's time to pull out all stops.
Well, we're down to 90 seconds. Jackson, third priority, will just think about it, decides to hold back. Just been really aware of Fioravanti. Once he had priority and the lead over Rio, he's really been managing, not taking too many waves. As long as he still has priority in the lead over the Indonesian, he hasn't really left his side for the last 7 minutes, Bugs.
No, he's really hung tight there. He's been on the saloon car wagon next to him.
Tough position for Waida to be in, to have the lower priority and really getting the last pick of the waves that are coming through. But Adrian will be happy with this performance so far for Fioravanti, just using priority well,
applying the pressure on Rio Waida.
And see, this is where you see, you know, like missing the cut for Leo last year. You know, where it really hurts. The difference is that he will now ice heats.
25 seconds remaining. You can see the next heat getting ready. Iago Dora, Samuel Pupo, Jake Marshall in Heat 10. And not seeing a whole lot coming through. Rio's just going to paddle for anything. And he's going to have to deal with the elimination round. Fioravanti moves on in second, and the big win goes to Jackson Baker. Big powerhouse of a 7.5. Was too much for his competition. He'll move right into the round of 32 with some momentum. Heat number 10 coming up next at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. All the action at Winky Pop today. We'll be right back for more right after this.
In the red, Samuel Pupo in the blue, Jackie Marshall wearing white. Samuel Pupo taking off the G. That one through the drop in his first wave. Back on the speed down point a little bit, and you see Jake Marshall now up in the white having a look. He's into it. Up that third, let's do back ahead of him. Hooks it up, lock, straight to another one. Third. The opportunities there for surfing white. Get him moving early. Samuel Pupo and Jake Marshall. Iago Dora in the lead.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
It's early in the afternoon here. Enjoying the action here at Winky Pop in the opening round of competition. Remember, no one's knocked out of competition today, but you set up some heavy heats in the elimination round. This heat, we've got a classic. High seed Iago Dora, the goofy foot Brazilian Zen Master, is the headliner, and we've got Samuel Pupo, rookie of the year last season, current number 18 in the world. Also joining them, Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California, who's looking for a big result here at Bells to keep his spot on the championship tour. During the break, we saw Jake Marshall attacking this one at Winky Pop, Bugs.
Yeah, Jake's got off to an early start here. A lot of maneuvers. Not massive ones, but certainly, you know, definitely connected the dots on that wave.
Jake Marshall turning in a 4.5 quickly. Guy that's nice and strong, really powerful. He's had some great moments in a short period of time on the championship tour. Oldest of 3 brothers. Nick Marshall, Connor Marshall, all enjoy their time in the water. Jake, the big brother, has always led the charge competitively. Through injuries, through hard moments of almost qualifying. He's also been through a lot in a short period of time. And you start looking forward to these moments when these athletes are challenged again. See, how is he going to take on Bells and Margaret River in a short period of time?
Yeah, it's a very interesting challenge for Jake Marshall, because he knows he's got to come out of Bells with a result. He knows that today at Rincon, pardon me, at Winky Pop, he doesn't want to get relegated. He wants to keep moving forward.
Iago Dora finishes off a little runner on the inside of Winky Pop. Such a class act on tour. Even on his backhand, he's dangerous above the lip. He had a wild backside punt last year in El Salvador that got him through some key heats.
He's certainly a crowd pleaser. He's certainly one of my favorite surfers. He's got this beautiful silky smooth style, and you never know what he's going to do.
That's right. As we think about what's to come, we keep talking about the cut happening after Margaret River, and if you don't make the cut, you head over to the Challengers Series, and it's an incredible look at the schedule for this season. Kicking things off, the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Yep, they're going to Snapper Rocks to kick it off once again. And then heading to North Narrabeen for the GWN Sydney Surf Pro. Bolito, always a classic event in South Africa. Then to the US Open at Huntington Beach, followed by a trip to Portugal to go to the EDP Visla Pro in Ericeira, and everything is sealed in Saquarema in Brazil for the Corona Saquarema Pro, and we'll find out who will be making it onto the championship tour. There's some great talent coming from Australia, as it is time for the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call, as we want to first off say big congratulations for winning the season in your region. Reef Hazelwood, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joe. Yeah, really stoked to be calling in. It's epic.
Oh, it's all time. First off, I mean, I remember when you were in this event a few years ago. Tell us about your memories from being a wild card here at Bells.
Yeah, absolutely. Had just come off the event at Snapper that was mainly at Deepa. And yeah, was just riding an absolute high. Had just signed with Hurley, and that was just incredible. And so, yeah, was just coming at Bells, was kind of coming from a beach break to a reef right point break, and was just super excited for that challenge. And waves were small and it got massive. And so that was pretty sick to just get a couple different conditions, and had a hit against Gabby and just got absolutely smoked by him, and the waves as well. So yeah, it was such a sick experience, and yeah, super excited for that one.
Right on, Reef. Well, you can relate with Iago Dora here, competing as a goofy foot at Winky Pop, as Dora had a 4 in his last, and will try to really knife that finish at that 1.5. Reef, how do you like the approach backhand at Winky Pop, especially when you have the CT jersey on?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, surfed at Winky a little bit in the previous couple of years, and it's pretty sick. It has some good carp, and you can just get really vertical and throw a bit of spray in that pocket. So I really enjoy surfing Winky myself, and love watching Iago out there. He's pretty nuts as well, and brings that innovation with the airs as well there too. So yeah, I feel like with being goofy, you've got a bit of a point of difference, and it's been sick to see some of the other goofies do well earlier today. Owen, we also had Ryan did well as well. So yeah, it was pretty sick to watch those guys, and yeah, see their approach, and hopefully be able to bring that if I can make it to CT.
We love it, Reef. There's a nice snap off the lip from Samuel Pupo. Great timing off the lip again, extended float and into the flats. What a solid performance. 2.5 before that. And now Jake Marshall will continue to go to work, blows the tail out, ends up being complete. Reef, you're one of my favorite air guys, to be honest, and we've seen a lot of big ramps today. What is it about that kind of flat, spread out air section that's at Winky Pop? How do you break that down, and why do we see so many airs on that end section?
Yeah, definitely, like you said, it's got that nice cut, but then almost like the cushioning and the landing kind of really like flattens out and softens out. And so I think it's just that part of reef that it hits. It just doesn't just go super gnarly and crunchy. It kind of softens out, and really just makes it a really nice cushioned and soft landing for the guys to be able to land in the whitewash and just ride out super nicely. And so definitely helps to be able to make those airs that they're going for. And yeah, they've been doing a good job to read the right sections and be able to make it happen. Rio got a good last one in the last heat. So yeah, guys are doing what they need to be doing with those sections, and making it looking good.
Hey, Reef, it's Rab here. Congratulations on winning the QS series. You're really battle hardened now. I mean, that was a long, tough series. I mean, it started last year, Indonesia, Taiwan, then those 6 back-to-back events in New South Wales and Queensland. I mean, you must be feeling ready for the Challenger Series after that effort.
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of 6 to almost a year, kind of from the start of the very beginning with Indo, and yeah, feeling really good. Have some good performances last year in those ones, and then also a couple at Cabarita and then Newcastle finishing the series. So feeling really good, feeling strong, confident, and super excited to be coming to the Challenger Series and have another dig at that, because I missed out last year. So yeah, coming back with a bit more fire again, and yeah, super excited, and yeah, ready to go.
We got a big fan standing by, Kaipo Guerrero, with a question for you, Reef.
Yeah, hey Reef, congratulations. We'll see you at Snapper, Reef. I got a question. Long history, we're celebrating 60 years at Bells. Who's your favorite Goofy Foot as far as their performances here at Bells?
It's a tough question because there are just like quite a few absolute insane guys there, but I think Oki for me for sure. I can't go past him. I'm stoked to see him going down there and having a heat with Tom again. And so yeah, Oki, and I've actually just picked up a bunch of VHS tapes, and I'm looking forward to watching a bunch of those of Oki. So yeah, I love watching Oki down at Bells. He's just got some different lines that he draws, and it just fits so well with Bells. It's incredible.
Oh, that's awesome. Great question, Kaipo. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to even pick a different Goofy Footer, because Aki is always the benchmark, what all Goofy Foots are compared to. Aki also had great performances at Snapper. How do you feel about that as a Challenger Series event to kick off the season? You got to be looking forward to that, Reeve.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a pretty nice groomed wave, and they've been pumping sand for a little while now, and so waves are looking pretty sick there at the moment. And yeah, going to be getting down there to do some practice, and yeah, kind of grown up going down to the Gold Coast and surfing Snapper, and always tended to go to D-Bar to find the lefts and just trying to also get away from the crowds a little bit. But yeah, no, super excited to have an event there. It's a sick wave, and for the Challenger Series to have that level of wave is just amazing. So yeah, really stoked to have that a part of it, and yeah, really excited to have the first 2 events in Oz and start off there kind of close to home for me, which is yeah, really nice and comfy and exciting.
Well done, Reef Hazelwood. We couldn't be more proud of you, stoked for you. You're so well prepared for this moment in your career. We'll be watching you every step of the way.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks for joining us. Reef Hazelwood on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call, winning the QS in his region, and he'll be fighting for a spot on tour throughout the Challenger Series, starting off at Snapper Rocks, as we see Samuel Pupo moving quickly down the line, fitting in some extra moves when the whitewater was coming down. Had that explosive wave when we were chatting with Reef, and he turned in an 8-point ride. So the 8 and even just a 2.5 of a low score has held him out in front for a while now, Bugs.
That 8-point ride was scintillating. One of the best of the day.
Samuel Pupo, the younger brother of Miguel. Tough news for all the Pupo fans. Miguel had to withdraw with his injury, but let's go back to this 8-point ride.
Yeah, I mean, he just attacked this wave. The variety was unbelievable. Just slams a lip there, comes square off the bottom, another one, and then just finishes up with he just landed so flush there. You know, didn't have to go to the air, Joe. Just good, solid carving surfing.
Really enjoyed it. Cupped out there. He really took advantage of the lip multiple times. And then the big weightless airdrop. Judges always eat that up. It's so critical when you've got to come out of the sky on your transition. So Dora trying to get himself out of trouble here. And that wave looked a little bit tough to surf. Chasing a 3.28, so not much of a score. Numbers locking in now. Jake Marshall has priority. And Jake has just dropped down to 3rd. Dora gets just enough, a 3.37. Jake now needs a 2.87 to move back into second to go straight to the round of 32.
Well, look, there's still 16 minutes remaining. It's only that 8-point ride of Samuel Pupo that has made a clearance between him and second and third. Yago and Jake seemingly at this point surfing for second place, but we saw in earlier heats where it can just get turned on its head in a very short period of time. Like one exchange where you know, two of the three get a set wave can just turn this thing on its head.
When you've got an event like this that celebrates 60 years, you can safely say that it's gone through every change in pro surfing, from judging criteria to equipment, especially. As you always want to reference 1981, Simon Anderson introducing the thruster setup, the 3-fin design that's still the most common setup we see today.
And also, Joe, you know, Doug Warbrick, Claw, you know, is you know, really the godfather of the Rip Curl Pro. You know, he was so innovative. He really liked to experiment with a lot of different systems. He had the points, the objective system, the points for maneuver system that both he and George Downing used in Hawaii. And that was amazing at Bells, because you used to have these, you know, it'd be re-entry normal, re-entry radical. You know, you get points for the Paul Stroud Cheetah 5. It was just classic. The Morty Mangle, the Wipeout Award. But it was still a serious competition, and you know, guys like Michael Peterson, who were just such a frenetic surfer, were just so on top of the points for maneuver system, because they get so many waves and do so many maneuvers.
Gotta love it. All the changes that you see. Once again, happy birthday to Doug Claw Warbrick, one of the founders of Rip Curl. Turned 80 the other day. As we see the float now for Jake Marshall. Just a setup turn there. Jake tags it off the lip, deeper off the bottom, and he'll be able to jam it with a nice vertical turn and float to finish. So Jake trying to use a lot of the wave there, and only needed a 2.87 to go to second. I think he'll be there.
I think that was a pretty clear cut. He got himself above that line there, the required score for sure. But he's going to leapfrog, but it's not going to be safe ground. This wave, it's got a little bit of chop on the face, Joe. It's just one of those early waves in the set. But I like the finish of it. No, Jake really puts the hammer down here and squeezes one more turn in. Not a bad ride. I'd say that's his best.
Just a great read, and right behind him, Yago Dora.
Yeah, Yago, he needs to get to work. You know, his wave choice has been a bit off in this heat, but oh, that's a great turn by Dora. This wave's got a super clean face. It's the wave behind Jake's. If he can finish this well. So that is laid down the gauntlet, as I said before. It's just one exchange between the two surfers in second and third can really make up that difference, the deficit that they've got behind Samuel Pupo.
13 minutes to go. What a battle for second. First, Jake, I thought for sure got the score, but then Dora probably turned in some of his best hooks on the back end. As you see a nice view down the coast. Little bit of onshore breeze, but still really rippable today here at Winky Pop as the opening round continues. We'll have a moment to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for the conclusion of heat number 10 right after this.
Jarak Wadarang Ja, Yaniki Bigba, Warangawuk, Wedi Wadarang, Jarupa Jaraja, Wadarang Kinkim Bilbik, Wedi Gajaru, Tajara Gutmabul, Mulupa. Bells Beach is part of Wadarong country, a small part of land and mouthwaters of the Bass Strait that's connected to the larger country of Wadarong. Bells Beach was originally known as Jarak. This was also noted on an old survey map where a Wadarong fella advised a surveyor. The coastal landscape comprising of a natural amphitheatre, Jarak meaning arm. The shoreline cliffs take the form of a bent arm. Wadarong have always had a cultural and spiritual connection to Jarak, our saltwater country known as Wari, a meeting place, a gathering place, abundant of resources, abalone and other shellfish types. They were collected at low tide, many food and medicine resources, and we look above and we see our ironbark and grass tree country. May all that come to gather here at Jarak for the Rip Curl Pro, may you all take care on Wadarong country.
Rip Curl Pro acknowledges we are here at Jarak on Wadawurrung country. We acknowledge Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on today. We pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nation peoples here today. And it's been an incredible day, still continuing with a lot of action. Remember early this morning, Chief of Sport Jesse Miley-Dyer called on the opening round for men and also is planning on starting the opening round for women. Before we leave the beach today, coming off the reverse was Samuel Pupo and shuts it down with a nice clean snap. Pupo threw down an 8-point ride a long time ago now, and he's been trying to improve on a low score of a 4.07. A rookie that reached a final in his rookie season just last year. And you'd probably guess if you asked him which final would you want to be a part of, right at home in Brazil, as his big brother Miguel looks on. Just to mention again, tough news for Miguel. He had to withdraw just moments before this opening day came true, and Morgan Siblick is able to get his spot in the last heat of the round. So always a tough decision to make when you're working through injuries. And Miguel said that probably the smartest choice would be to take time, get back to 100% before he competes again.
Yeah, one thing with surfing, you need it all working. It's hard to carry injuries in this sport, particularly at the elite level. And, you know, he did that injury in Portugal, I believe, and he's carried it here, and he gave it every chance.
There's that cool fin throw reverse from his younger brother. And there's that kind of a cool version of a kind of a model of Felipe Toledo. You know, Miguel told us that when his brother qualified. He's like, he's kind of like a Felipe Toledo, but he's a bit bigger, but has similar types of moves. You can see he's got big airs, he's got big turns. A little different style-wise, but yeah, it's a great answer to that.
It's a great answer, a great similarity. He did improve too, Joe, at the top there. He's got a 5, so he just had a bit of that 4.03. He gets a 5-point ride. It just makes a bit more distance. We saw that exchange before. Jake Marshall got that a 5.5. Momentarily leapfrogged Yaga Dura into second place. Yaga on the wave behind netted a 6.33, so that kept him in the safe zone.
Let's hear from Jackson Baker with Laura Enever.
Well, Jackson Baker, all pink everything. You've thought of it all, even the nails, looking very bright and, you know, dazzling out there. But how good was that to get the first round heat out of the way and the win?
Oh, of course. Winning round one's huge. Had a good roll of them last year and haven't really found too many this year. So to go out there in some tricky winky and probably conditions that I'm not that favourable in, I would much rather surf the bowl, but that's a huge confidence boost to me to get some good scores and, yeah, take the round one heat win.
And you've had some incredible showings this year already, but unfortunately the results haven't shown. You know, some really close heats, but all 17th so far. You're down the rankings 27th. Is that in the back of your mind, or how are you feeling going into this?
Yeah, I love Bells. I love the area. I've been coming here forever, and especially this year to have been able to do some pink stickers with Rip Curl and align myself with Breast Cancer Network Australia. That's their sticker there, and just to be able to. I've always wanted to come down here, especially on home turf, and do something for my mum, who I lost to breast cancer a few years ago. So, really special event for me, and that's kind of fueling the fire for me. I guess the cut is looming, but I'm focusing on as many heats as possible, getting up here and talking about raising awareness for breast cancer and yeah, doing my mum proud. So, I guess the cut is there, but I'm kind of distracting myself with more important things and just enjoying myself, and the results she'll follow.
Should be very, very proud. Congratulations, and into the next round. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Beautiful words from Jackson Baker, always dedicating his success and carrying his mom with him with the pink that he has on his boards, his hat, his sticker. I love it. Coming off a great couple of waves here in this heat as well. More rotations. Pupo waiting for a score, along with Dora and Marshall passing the 5-minute warning.
Yeah, we're coming down to the business end of this heat. Samuel Pupo looking to better a 5-point ride. He's got that 8 at the bottom end of the excellent range, but certainly nice to have in his ledger.
There's that backhand draw off the top from Dora. Hit it hard on the second turn.
He sure did. Yago Dora is really opening up on this wave. And does he pull it off? Oh, he wrestles with that wave and does.
That was incredible. And the speed of Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel Pupo is just on fire at Winky Pop.
The loft of that frontside air was insane. And I was hoping Dora was going to come through with a backside air as well. He's built to a 6.33, waiting for his last score to come through. Pupo's last is in a 5.67. So the Brazilians are getting high-fi out there, throwing fins all over the place.
Yeah, well, Jake Marshall got a wave too, and he just came unstuck on the second one. He tried to do seemed like a big float kind of layback move, but he knew the wave wasn't going to offer anything more. He had to do something pretty radical.
Kanoa Igarashi has a big heat coming soon. Also, John Florence get his equipment all ready to go. Ross Williams, famous for being in a lot of surf movies. He had a lot of cover shots too. And the coach of John for several years now. They've been golfing in their backyard. They've got kangaroos all over the place. And Bugs, I know you're really used to that, you know, being a proud Australian, but for surfers like John, Ross, myself, it's a big deal seeing a kangaroo.
Yeah, no, it's still a big deal seeing a kangaroo. It's amazing. they're you know, they're not small creatures. I mean, a kangaroo can be quite intimidating, and usually they're quite friendly though.
It's amazing when you see them in their natural habitat. So John there is waxing up a new model that he's been working on with John Pizell. It's called the Red Tiger. Squash tail, 6.0 by 19 1/8 by 2.5, 30.5 liters. So really been working on that model lately, which I think was really designed for conditions like this to perform at a high level. 2:10 to go. Coming up in heat 11, it'll be Medina, Kanoa, and Liam O'Brien. So John, they're nice and early as we go into the Harvey Norman recap. All about the Brazilians taking over, going aggressive above the lip, the high performance showdown. But the 8 was all about overall performance for Samuel Pupo. Still the best number of the heat so far.
Yeah, best number of the heat, but he's fallen into second place. So this is the Brazilian battle is on. What a great ride by Samuel Pupo. Yago Dora has really opened up in the second half of this heat, Joe. His backhand is just scintillating. Not a drop of water out of place on this wave, and just finishes it up with the plum.
Love how he can get so creative. That's sometimes the tough part. Usually you see a lot of backside snaps. It's hard to throw in variety. Not for Yago Dora. 2 big backside hooks, and then how about that?
That put him in the lead. That was a 7.5. and put him in the lead in this heat. Yago Dora has taken over the #1 spot. Jake Marshall now really needs an excellent ride, an 8.17, so he's really up against it now.
Rolling into this one, Samuel Pupo fighting for the lead. Little sleepy as far as the wave's concerned, but he's matching it in the pocket. There's the wrap. More of a section to project off of there. Redirects in the pocket, and will kind of just swing that windshield wipe turn off the top. Miguel likes it.
Right-handed look.
And now Yago on maybe his last wave. Not much on it, so he steps off. 7.5 and a 6.33 for Dora.
Well, Samuel Pupo
chasing the 5.83 bucks.
Yeah, well, Sam only needed 5.83. I mean, he's battling, trying to win this heat. It's been a great showdown between the two Brazilians. Jake Marshall, just not a bad performance, but he just has been caught behind. But here he goes, a last gasp effort.
This wave will count up before the horn. But you can tell by his body language, not too enthused.
The body English isn't there.
Snapped it, but a tough one there for the Californian. Was left chasing an 8.17. Samuel Pupo and Yago Dora will finish in the top 2 positions and move on into the round of 32 of competition. And Jake's going to have to deal with the elimination round. And remember, having a low seed now, that'll be a pressure situation for Jake, as he's in a must-win situation at this part of the tour. There's the numbers, 7.5 for Dora, but it was the big 8 for Pupo, taking the best single high score of the matchup. As we head into Heat 11, 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina takes on Kanoa Igarashi and Liam O'Brien. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
Gabriel Medina in the red, Kanoa Igarashi in the blue, and Liam O'Brien in the white. So Gabriel from Brazil, Kanoa from Japan, and Liam from Australia.
Gabriel's the guy to beat. He's definitely looking really focused on winning this event. You can see he's really confident, you know, considering his results. But he's still human and beatable.
I really want to be in the top 5. But the other guys, they have like a few events, head start. Together, I have to get in the final here.
Make or Break Season 2 now streaming on Apple Plus. You are watching the opening round of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, and we're closing in on the last couple of heats of this opening round. And this one should be fun. We've got Gabriel Medina, the 3-time world champion, out there up against Kanoa Igarashi, who's got work to do to get above that cut line. And Liam O'Brien, have a look at that mane. He'll be surfing in the white jersey. And he's looking to really solidify a position at the top end of the ratings. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a former CT surfer and Richie Lovett. Rich, great to have your company and looking forward to seeing Medina and if he can really ignite his campaign this season.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're just used to seeing Medina up the top of the ratings, and he's not quite up there yet, but, you know, he's definitely keen. We checked in with him yesterday. He looks ready to go. The equipment's all dialed in and expecting big things in this heat.
Yeah, he's got a sharp-looking quiver, but Medina, his best result here at Bells Beach is a semi-final finish. It hasn't been one of his pet events. Most of the contests on the schedule, he's gone on to crack a final or two. But this one, it's been a little more difficult for him. We'll see, though, if he can come to life here. This guy is one of the greats, you know, regarded amongst his peers as one of the fiercest competitors. Just an absolute animal in competition, super consistent, and just missed the clutch, really.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's, you know, he's referred to as a cyborg, and he is just mechanical in the way he dismantles and destroys his competitors. He not only just sort of beats them, he really rubs it in with solid scores and just, you know, puts it out of reach more often than not. But as you said, you know, hasn't had the bell yet, hasn't rung that bell, and that would be a little thorn in the side, I'd imagine, for him.
Yeah, had a little hiatus at the start of last season, took some time out, came back, cracked a couple of semi-final results, was endeavoured to make the final five in the back half of the season. It didn't happen for him. He suffered an injury at home in Brazil, and that's given him a bit more time just to get that fire, that hunger back for competition. But as we said, a slow start. But that has happened for Medina before, and he's turned it around and come home strong for world titles.
Yeah, and you know, if he can get in a position where he is in that final five going into lowers, then he goes straight to the top of the favourite list alongside Philippe. So incredibly hard to stop once he gets on a roll.
The other story in this heat is the fact that Kanoa Igarashi has a lot of work to do. He's been at the top end of the ratings for a long time, but he's below the cut line at the moment. Kaipo must be excited about this heat. What are you frothing on here, Kipes?
I'm frothing on this heat, Ron, because Medina, the machine's out there. Kanoa in a must-go situation, and Liam O'Brien, who's finally getting his go on the CT. And here we go. We're starting off right now with O'Brien. Take it away.
Nice hit there from Liam. Grew up at Burleigh Heads. Great point break surfer. Incredible flow. Realised a dream by making the championship tour last season, but suffered an injury before the first stop, and we didn't see him compete on the CT, but he was good enough to fight his way back on the Challenger Series, and here he is giving it another go. But Medina, he is going to kick off his campaign here at the Rip Curl Pro in fine form, and well, his Brazilian mates can only laugh at that start. Unbelievable. Full rotation, stomped it with ease. And Igarashi now, he'll go looking to answer, but this way's not going to pan out for him. He'll head back to the takeoff zone. Cannot wait to see the replay of Medina's first ride here.
Well, opening blow goes to Medina, no doubt about it. That was a huge air on that end section. And, well, the man on your screen there, Kanoa Igarashi, you were just saying, Ron, in a weird situation. In a position where it's a little blip on the graph of his career. You know, he's down there sort of in the cut, in danger of not making the cut, and it's time to rock and roll for Kanoa Igarashi, but he's made some changes.
Look at this guy just motoring back to the takeoff zone after the dream start. Kaipo, how did that look from out there on the ski?
You talk about frothing? I'm frothing. The froth meter is high. The froth meter would be on red zone right now with that maneuver. If there was a froth warning, it'd be a high alert. Let's take a look at the replay. Gabe Medina, that was a full row.
Well, Medina streaking down the line. Let's check the water angle. Takes to the air, fully rotated before he even landed back on the wave. Up and over that foam section. Now watch the stance, widens a little, spins in the air completely, 360 degrees in the air, and stomps it. Love the extension here as he just exploded out of the lip. The hands, the upper body, steering the direction of the air, the lower body following. And just a little look at the judges to say, well, that's what I've got in store for you this heat.
Such a solid unit, but just so sure-footed. Incredible control there, and as you said, really did complete the entire rotation in the sky. 8-point ride here's the reward. And, you know, the world champs, those who have broken through for CT wins, they've been setting the pace here on the opening day of competition with the big numbers. And this is an impressive way for Medina to kick things off here in the opening round. Igarashi just a throwaway score, Liam O'Brien a 3.67, and Medina's looking to back things up pretty soon. Drops to the bottom of this one. Nice and clean the conditions out there at the moment. And that means that these competitors can really lean into these rail turns, commit to the hard bottom turns to set up a more vertical approach as well, as Igarashi comes flying down the line here. Loading up, and there's a nice whipping carve off the top. Up into the roof, sets the fins free, and has the speed to reach this end section. And he sticks a nice rotation of his own. And that is a fantastic reply to what we saw from Medina earlier on. Liam O'Brien's going to have work to do here.
He certainly is. Kanoa and Gabriel certainly setting the pace there. I love that wave of Kanoa. A little bit of variety in his approach. That trademark frontside slash to release, which really he's owned that the last couple of seasons on tour. And I was just referring to some of the changes that Kanoa's made in this event as we watch the replay here, just streaking down the line. These surfers just waiting for these little cupped out sections to present themselves. Kanoa just jams it there. That's that frontside slash I was talking about. Up and over the foam, kicks the tail out. And here, takes to the air, perfect timing, gets that tail nice and high. A different style air to Medina, whereas Medina had the height. Kanoa's board completely corked out. And you just saw there, getting that board directing straight back towards the foam, and the transition to pick up speed and continue on with the ride, just incredible to watch. We're going to see a big number here, Ron.
Yeah, deservedly so. Let's see what Liam O'Brien got done earlier on. A couple of hits there, a bit choppy out of the top. Not really drawing the board through the turn the way he would have liked. Well, Kanoa's going to get himself right in the heat here. It's going to be the best number so far, 8.17. They've been loving the combination of turns and that mix of progression throughout the day. So he does outpoint Medina just a little, had some stronger turns before the air.
I think the judges got a spot on there. Medina's 8 points came predominantly out of that incredible air, whereas you know, the air was more dynamic than Kanoa's, but he had the work done on that opening exchange on the wave, that big front side slash. So that's you know, looking at the waves in comparison, I feel like they've got it spot on.
I was touching on Liam O'Brien's career as a CT surfer. Came on as a wild card in 2021 in that shortened year, and ended up having a fantastic result over there at Wajima Rock Nest in the Rip Curl Search event. Got himself through to the final series. Graduated to the CT and suffered a broken fibula and a high ankle sprain or syndesmosis injury. About a surgery and a 4-month rehab, and before he hit the Challenger Series to earn his place back on the tour. As we see Kanoa now going for a backup scores, loading up, and yeah, just arriving to that section a little late to launch the air.
Yep, Tommy was just a little off on that one, and Liam needs to really settle into a rhythm in this heat if he wants to compete with Gabriel and Kanoa here. Taking these inside waves and trying to force things on the inside, it's not going to do it. He needs to go out and really wait for a wave that's going to allow him. He needs to match. He needs to match the 8-point ride if he wants to stop these guys getting away from him. But certainly love this guy's surfing. Nice and fast, well balanced. Obviously groomed on the Burleigh Heads Point break up on the Gold Coast.
Rich, it's going to be really interesting to see how this year plays out. Felipe Toledo, for me, is so deserving of his world title. And when you reflect on you know, all the world champs of the past, there's always been stories within that season, and sometimes surfers missing from the race. And last year Medina wasn't there, John Florence wasn't there, but yeah, Felipe's surfing, you know, was far and away the best that we saw all season.
Yep.
And he was strong in the WSL finals as well. But this is going to be fun to watch how, you know, he responds to dealing with a couple of multiple world champions this season.
Spent a bit of time with Philippe yesterday afternoon, and seemed really relaxed. You know, he seems to be in a good place. He's staying in exactly the same house that he did last year when he won the event. He wanted to sort of rekindle those memories and those feelings from last year. He's got the family with him this year, but he's got a good crew around him as well. So I feel like he is in a good headspace and ready to go, and certainly the warm-up performances have been dynamic.
Unbelievable. And here goes Liam O'Brien now. Hasn't got much to speak of just yet, but plenty of speed for the end of this ride. Nice hit there.
See, it's good surfing. It's really good surfing, but I just don't think the wave opportunity on the waves are quite there as we see Medina.
Loading up for something big down the line here. Whoa, did well just to force an air out of that section. Wasn't even really ramping up for him, but he's unable to stick it, and as a result doesn't have a decent backup number just yet. So, you know, Liam O'Brien's definitely still within reach, but it's going to get really hard once Medina and Igarashi start dropping these second scores. Yeah, just under 17 minutes to go. Did Felipe mention the fact that he was amped to put in a good fight against Medina and John this year?
Oh,
they can get themselves in the mix.
He's ready to go. He wants to back it up. He's not here for second. He's made it really clear in the conversations I've had with him anyway that, you know, he is definitely out to take another title. As we watched Liam O'Brien, sorry, incredible fast slash on that first turn. But again, you know, taking these sort of waves and surfing the way he is, it's great. It's awesome to watch him like on, but they're not 8-point waves. As we see Medina here, just a little bit late to that section, and he did so well to actually even rotate and get to a somewhat of a landing, but just caught an edge and down he goes.
You know, when you're playing computer games, Rich, and you're trying to pick your player, and often it sort of has all their strengths there, you know, power, you know, speed. I feel like that's a fun game to play when you look at people in a CT heat, and Liam O'Brien's going to be up against it in this heat because Igarashi and Medina have, I think, bigger individual turns. So Liam kind of really needs a clean face to show us that beautiful flowing surfing that he possesses, and he's going to have to really drop the back foot into some of those turns if he wants to match it with these two guys, because they're two of the most explosive surfers on the CT.
Totally agree, and that's what I was trying to allude to earlier, was wave choice is going to be really important for him. If he doesn't find that wave that allows him to put that style of surfing on show, then he won't find himself progressing through this heat. Medina.
Well, Medina, he's got all the tricks, but the really impressive thing about him is just how much he's worked on his power and flow since first coming onto the scene as really just a specialist in the air. He was just so innovative in his approach, but he's had some crazy performances where he's just kept the board in the water and on rail, and he just hits it with such authority. Here goes Kanoa, live action here. Going after the lead here, only needs a mid-range score to get himself in front. A couple of decent turns already. This one lining up nicely. Love the way he just drops that back knee and just floats over the end section. Got the release after really punching it perfectly.
I think he got that release that Kanoa has. He's one of the best at it. He almost makes his board kind of hover and float towards that back half of the turn, but still in perfect control. He gets the weight over that front foot, and it's kind of jets out of the turn. Yeah, there's not many that can do it like he does. So we see the replay here. See, there's that weightlessness that I'm talking about as he hits the lip. And again, just sort of gets the release right at the end of the turn. Doesn't overcook that one. Perfect timing.
We were talking off camera earlier on. One of the the best surfers we were kind of touching on was Taj Burrow and his ability to hit the lip vertically with power, but find some release in the tail. And Kanoa's got that similar weapon he can count on when everyone else is sort of, you know, surfing laterally and maybe just thinking airs. Sometimes he just throws a big, powerful, punchy vert turn and will explode through the lip, and he did it beautifully on that final section.
He sure did, and he's got that sort of tucked in back leg as well that Taj had. It was Liam O'Brien, just a quick in and out there. Another interesting point to make for Kanoa is that he's taken up the services of Mitchell Ross, Carissa's coach, for this event, and Kanoa just trying to change the mindset a little bit. He said in the first couple of events this year he was sort of out to put in good performances rather than try and winning heats, and that was different to his approach over the last few years. It wasn't working for him. Clearly it hasn't been working for him, but something looks different at this event. He already looks like he's sure-footed on his feet. He's very confident in the way he's approaching his maneuvers, and the partnership, while still very young, seems to be working.
Sure does. 7.7 on that last wave, Kaipo. He's looking sharp out there at the moment, and the equipment looking really good under his feet.
Yeah, the sharp eye's looking sharp, Ron. And, you know, I want to point out just the great strategy by Kanoa Igarashi on that last wave. Realizing he got the score, he felt it, that he got the number, saw Gabe Medina, and just kicked out a couple of meters in front of Medina when he kicked out, and was able to not only get the score but gain first priority in this heat. So smart surfing by Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, back out there with priority and the heat lead. Medina is chasing a 7.88. Liam O'Brien back in third position at the moment, looking for a 7.01. 11.5 minutes remaining here in heat 11. Baron Mamiya is coming up next.
I'm kind of like glad I lost early last year. I think, you know, it was a great like wake-up call, and I got smoked. You know, Italo was better than me that day. I'm sick and tired of being a great surfer, being a great competitor and all that kind of stuff, but I want to win a world title. Like, it's really plain and simple. I'm here, I'm on tour, and yeah, I want to win.
Kanoa Igarashi in the one-on-one conversations with AJ there, and you can catch those on worldsurfleague.com. And it's a great way just to figure out what the goals are of these competitors. No need to guess what Kanoa's after this season, but he's got a lot of work to do. His first priority is making the cut after stop 5 and getting to the top end of the rankings. Here goes Medina at the moment in second spot, in a pretty decent position at the moment, holding on to an excellent score, and he has a 5 as well, but he needs a 7.88 to get ahead of the man on screen at the moment. Kanoa Igarashi on fire out here at this stage. Liam O'Brien's the surfer in danger of being pushed back into the elimination round. He needs a 7.01 to get up into second. Here's a replay of Liam's ride.
Yeah, better looking wave here for Liam. I just love how fast he gets this thing underway. That second hit, beautiful tail release, and that's a better, smoother turn from Lobby, and a little layback hammer to finish things off. So good complete ride, and his best number of the heat so far.
Just can't help but think about the winners list at this event, Rich. It's so fun reflecting on it. We heard Bugs on the call earlier on saying mentioning that the first year that this became a pro contest, but you're putting yourself amongst absolute icons of the sport if you can get the Bells victory. You know, Jeff Hackman back in '76, Michael Peterson won the event a few times. It's just a remarkable list. Simon Anderson, the inventor of the thruster. A couple of my favourites, Martin Potter, Tom Curran, Sonny Garcia. It's an incredible list, and the modern day greats too have had their way with this wave.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Obviously, you know, Kelly Slater, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning spring to mind, and you know, Mick kind of had the lion's share of trophies out here for a few years there, and obviously Andy Irons too. You know, he surfed this place just so well, and well, it's sort of in our day, I feel like sort of John and Felipe are starting to carve their mark on this contest, and I feel like they're going to be sort of sharing bells for many years to come.
Yeah, the two sort of top-rated surfers in this heat, or established names, Igarashi, Medina, they haven't always found Bells a happy hunting ground. But, you know, we've had people come through after struggling with the venue and turn in wins as well. Matt Hoy was someone who really loved to come down here to Bells Beach. His post-victory celebration is almost more famous than his win. 97 was when he broke through. Shane Dorian, he had a good run, back-to-back finals through 98, where he lost out to Oki and then came back and got the victory in 1999. So yeah, it's been some pretty fun ones in the mix too. It's always, you know, a well celebrated win, because it is such an iconic trophy, and the mystique behind it, the fact that you got to win it to ring it, you know, I respect that. The bell's sitting right here. I could just reach over and give it a go, but I don't know, it just feels like bad karma.
Hands off, mate. Hands off.
5.5 minutes remaining here. Liam O'Brien looking for a score at the moment. The surfer from Burleigh Heads has that point break pedigree. He'll need to really flex it to turn this one around. Right now, though, we're going to catch up with Iago Dora, with Laura Anova.
Well, Iago, you've just come off a 3rd place over in Portugal. You jumped up 9 spots on the rankings, and you were just saying feeling a lot more comfortable coming into this event. Obviously, you know, you still want to make that cut, but does it relieve that pressure coming into today?
Yeah, for sure. Having at least one big result before the cut is a little less weight on your shoulders, and I come here with a lot more confidence too. So yeah, I'm happy to be back. It's been a couple of years since I've been here, so it's good to be back.
And a close heat out there, but you got the win. Talk us through it.
Yeah, waves are tough. It's hard to find clean wave out there, and Sammy found one clean wave really early in the heat, so he was like in first, like far ahead of us, and I was just battling for second, and then I got that wave and gave me an opportunity to go big, and I just said, why not just try something big and see if I can go to the lead, and I made it and got the lead.
Amazing. And how's it been being back here in Australia? You've got an awesome team around you. You know, obviously traveling with Jack, working with Bemi and your dad. Talk about that, you know, that team you've got.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been really good vibes. Jack and Julia, they're amazing. Ian and Steph are joining us in this trip as well. So it's been good. We have a really nice house. We're eating good, sleeping early, and just playing some soccer. It's been fun.
Amazing. We'll let you get back to it, and we'll see you into the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, Iago Dora turning that last heater around as he charges on through to that round of 32. Out there in the lineup at the moment, Kanoa Igarashi has the lead. Really strong performance from him so far. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, let's see how he got those big numbers. It was Medina who put the pressure on early. Rich, great timing as he projected over the whitewater and found this big section.
Yeah, just one of the best backhanders we've seen of the event so far. Medina getting so much pop above the lip. The full rotation before his board even touched the face of the wave again. But it was Kanoa Igarashi who's found 2 solid scores and just sizzling through these snaps. Getting the tail release, keeping the speed up and flowing all the way down the line, making sure to finish off the waves really strong. Just looks so composed.
He's got it all, Kanoa. There's really nothing he can't do, and I mean, he's a savvy competitor as well. Love that finish, you know, something a little different. Nice release, but plenty of punch in it as well. And he is out in front and loading up once again. Big section standing up here. He's going to go to the sky, completes that rotation. Let's see if this wave gives him more down the line. Just climbs over that section with a nice float and then drifts the fins over the foam. Trying to better a 7.7. He might not do it, but he does take opportunity away from his rivals out the back by using that priority. And Medina now just transitioning and gets his first hit in there, his first turn of real consequence, but this wave kind of shuts down and he's over it. Liam O'Brien's going to get an opportunity in these final 2 minutes to chase down a 6.58.
Well, he needs to make a very smart decision here with only 1:40 on the clock, only needing a 6.58, which I say only is still a decent score, but we know that the caliber of the WCT surfers are up for the challenge. And well, if Lobby can get a good wave here, he's half a chance at maybe sending Gabrielle into the elimination round, which would be quite odd given, you know, the performances and the manoeuvres that Medina's done in this heat.
Well, Igarashi's about to turn in another solid score, possibly his best. An 8.23 for that last wave. As Medina looks to get rid of a 5 here and add some pressure to Liam O'Brien here. Wow, Kanoa Igarashi, the judges are eating up that last ride.
I think they just love the commitment to the first turn, doing the air out the back, and we saw them pay dividends to Jack Robbo, who did the same thing, just attack that first section with a big high-risk manoeuvre.
Yeah, this has been a really important heat for Kanoa Igarashi, as you said. Sort of lean into his own experience through the first 3 events and tried a different approach. It didn't really pay off. Decided to employ the services of Mitchell Ross for the Australian leg, and well, it's been a positive start to their working relationship.
Yep, absolutely. Everyone will be feeling pretty happy in the camp right now. And well, the sharp eye is looking good under Kanoa's feet. Interesting note, he's actually got Felipe Toledo's signature fin in his board too, so maybe tapping into Felipe's performance, winning equipment.
Really solid stuff there. A couple of excellent scores for Kanoa, and the healthiest heat score total I think we've seen all day, 16.4. Pretty impressive stuff from him as he powers on through to the next round along with Medina. Liam O'Brien, he'll be in the elimination round. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the final heat of the opening round for the men in just a moment.
John Florence in the blue, Morgan Siglet in the white is Brian Mamiya.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Yeti, built for the wild, and by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the show. Gabriel Medina, three-time world champ. After his first Bells title, he'd love to do it in the 60th edition of the Rip Curl Pro. But it's a second place in the opening round. That's enough to get him into the third, though. And Kanoa Igarashi with a nice victory. The last heat of the opening round, it's a beauty. John Florence, who's had a Bells title before, is going to be out there in the red. Morgan Siglet gets the call up with Miguel Pupo, unfortunately, out injured. And Barron Mamiya is going to be out there in the white. This should be a fun heat to watch. And Morgan, just such a scary replacement surfer to come into the mix. He's got some serious weapons, and he has proven to be a headache for John Florence in the past. So let's see what unfolds here. John just trying to throw the reverse there on the outside, and Morgan's going to come unstuck on the first section here. And that's going to leave Barron Mamiya out the back with priority. Rich, your thoughts on this clash? Your thoughts of Morgan's chances of causing a bit of an upset here as the replacement surfer?
Well, the positive thing that Morgan would be thinking right now is that I've beaten John a couple of times. So why can't I do it again? You know, he's been a WCT competitor, unfortunately fell off, had that dream rookie year where he made the final 5, and you know, the form perhaps just slipping a little bit. So just trying to find that flow again, just trying to find that confidence, and you know, getting opportunities like this is a wild card, but for him would feel pretty natural. He wouldn't feel like a wild card, he'd feel like he belongs here. So for Morgs, I think he'd be taking a confident approach to this one. It's an all natural footer final match here, so it's going to be interesting to see, you know, who chooses to go to the air. I feel like Morgan will stick to the face. I feel like Barron's definitely going to go to the air, and John probably a little bit of both.
Well, Barron Mamiya has never had a heat at Bells Beach without Morgan in it.
Really?
He surfed against him in the opening round last year, and he got the jump on Morgan in the opening round, but then in the third round, Morgan got him back in the head-to-head match that counts, really. And yeah, so this is going to be a lot of fun. A bit of history between all these competitors, and we've got some energy rolling our way at the moment. Got to say, the conditions have kind of come to life. Surfline were on the money with the call. Jesse Miley-Dyer, very smart to get competition underway today. It didn't look like much when we arrived this morning, but it has certainly provided some entertaining heats for us as we see Florence loading up on what will be the best number of this heat so far. Nice section here. He leans into one of his trademark layback snaps. A move that's helped him go on to title glory and claim plenty of event wins. But he finished that wave off beautifully. Talk about making the most of the opportunity out here as Morgan now gets an opportunity on the outside. What a great opening turn. And he's only going to get the 2 moves by the looks of things here, but they're both strong, and that should be a good number.
Yeah, that's not a bad start for Morgan, and well, what a gift for John. Started only with the 2.5, but then picked up that wave down the line a little bit, and it was an absolute sizzler. And for me, possibly one of the rides of the day so far. It had everything. It had me grunting. So, you know, I felt the emotion of that wave. I felt what he was doing, and it sort of made me get vocal. But I feel like it's going to be a big score.
Well, you know that those ones often do convert into big scores. The ones that get you on the edge of your chair and groaning. And here it is on the replay, Rich. What moves in particular got the grunts out of it?
This next one here, watch when John just leans into this cuppy section, just hangs on the tail and rips through that final turn all the way down the line. That third turn for me was just you know, it is vintage John Florence. It's what he has just built his world titles on, and when we get to these frontside waves where we get these cuppy sections, this is where John just opens up and sets himself apart from everyone else.
Kaipo watching on. We saw you in the shot there, Kaipo. Did he get you with that snap? Did he get some spray on you?
He got some spray on me, but you know, I want to comment on just the leverage and the power of John Florence on that particular layback snap that he has. It's incredible. You could hear the water just splashing through, the fins humming through there. It is very, very impressive. From a water angle, you really can appreciate the power in John surfing.
Kaipo, what have you made of John's year so far? You've been tracking these first few events really closely. Quarterfinal at Pipe, but I mean, usually we expect big results for him at Sunset in Portugal.
Yeah, this is true, Ron. I think Portugal may have been a bit of a shocker for him, but John, you know, I'm looking to see him make up for that here in this Australian leg. Just the 2 breaks that he has been outstanding at, and it looks like he's already off to a great start.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. The 2019 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, 8 CT victories to his name, and he's had some really impressive finishes in this contest. When you look at the stats, you know, John's one of the highest scoring surfers at this venue, currently on the CT. He often turns in excellent heat scores, excellent wave scores. I think Geordie Smith is the surfer in the draw who's had the most excellent wave scores in this venue. Kelly obviously is surfing in the event for the 26th time, and he's in 2nd spot. And then I think it goes to John Florence. Sort of somewhere in the mid-20s with the number of excellent wave scores he's turned in here. But he just fell short on that last one, unfortunately for him. 7.83.
7.83, still a decent
oh, I don't think he'd be bummed.
Score to build this foundation on.
Here he goes.
John.
Nice hack to get started. Rips through another carve here. And now loading up for the finish. And kicks that tail. So there's a nice backup score, and he's pulling away from his rivals here.
Under priority too. Just paddled straight back out, picked this one up on the inside, and really did everything he could on that wave. And I just feel John's just dialed up the heat a little bit on the power rating. He's just starting to lay into these turns, bringing a power approach that we just haven't quite seen yet.
Well, we've been loving the vision from the Melbourne flight cam throughout the day, and it's been bringing us great images of this stretched out lineup, which provides plenty of opportunity as the surfers get the chance to kind of flex their repertoire, show their flow, and in this heat demonstrate their power on these bigger sections. But Winky's a fantastic backup option here at Bells.
It really is, and I was about to say, I just love how, you know, Bells is so unique, but Winky, it's sort of rapid fire in terms of what the surfers can do on the wave, and they always get a big finish. You know, Bells, all the action mostly happens on the bowl, and there's maybe 1.5 to, you know, at best 2 points on the very end section. But yeah, it's more rapid fire as we see the replay of Morgs just getting a lot of projection and height out of that first snap, and just the second turn, only the 2-turn combo, the 5.17. But this is the insider that John picked up, just wraps it around straight back into the foam. And again, this one, you can just see him leaning so hard on the tail on those calves, and then just gets beautiful release on that 3rd turn. Here goes Barron.
Let's see what Mamiya can get done here. He's trying to get himself back in this heat. His best number to date was a 2.93. This is going to blow that out of the water. Even ducks in for a bit of cover on the inside. But he had some decent turns on that ride. John Florence on his previous wave had a 6.93. So Barham's starting to make his move here. Great surfer. Just, you know, so much power. The thing I love about John Florence and Barron Mamiya is the fact that they basically just accelerate, get as much speed as they can, and don't wash anything off before they go into their turns. They really use it all. They're able to harness that speed, and you know, it's got a lot to do with how much rail they'll sink into the face of a wave.
It's a different approach when you think of how Kanoa was doing it in that last heat, and we were we were sort of focusing on how much tail release he gets, and then he re-engages and powers out and accelerates out of the turn, whereas John, and I think you're correct, and Barron, they actually drive through the turn a little more and almost come out with more speed that they went into the turn with. So it's a different way to approach the turn. One's, I guess, a little bit more flare orientated, whereas the other one is just underpinned by power.
4.27 for Mamiya as he jumps up into second spot now. Florence lining one up on the outside here. And this is with second priority. He taps into this one, sitting a little wider of Morgan Siblick there, and wow, nice turn off the top. This is a taller wall, and he's already done quite a bit of work and linking this inside section together beautifully as he looks to load up for a big finish here and just whips that board into the rotation. Nice reverse there, and still just an opportunity to stamp it one more time. Incomplete, but it doesn't matter as Morgan now goes chasing some open face. Has some great big rail turns that he can lay into as well. He's had moments in this heat. He does well to hang on for the finish here. He's had moments, Morgan, but it just feels like his waves have shut down a little quicker than he would have liked.
Well, Morgan had priority then, right? And John actually got that wave. So I'm wondering what Morgan didn't see in that one. Perhaps it was just a little further down the point, and the wave stood up for John. And, well, he rode this thing all the way down to Janjak just about. And a nice opening hit, but really this is where it started to heat up. Just a big layback slash. Gets a little caught up, but then just freedom to move on that second and third hit. And then down the line here, John's probably thinking, okay, I've got some points, but I need to spice things up a bit. So takes to the air, gets the spin, and you can feel the leg burn right about now. And just comes unstuck, but no real harm done. And this was Morgan Siblick on the way behind.
Yeah, just had to chase it in those opening stages, and really that was just a cut down to set up the hit. It was a pretty tidy little combo. Bit of desperation in that final move, so yeah, we just don't see that being too big, but he doesn't need a whole lot to get himself into second, and he'll probably get that.
Yeah, I think so. You know, it'll probably be around his other best scoring ride of fives. And it's, you know, time for Barron to get into this heat. He really does need to drop a number now. Otherwise, both Morgan and John are going to start creeping away from him.
I think Morgan's going to probably be a little shy of his other counting number at the moment, the 5.17. But we'll see. 16.5 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. John Florence, he's had a strong start here in the last heat of the opening round for the man. We've still got so much more action coming your way. Stay tuned. don't forget, the women's event is about to kick off with the opening round set to get underway. Katie Simmers, who took out the contest in Portugal and went charging up the leaderboard, is going to be in the first clash up against Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson and Sophie McCulloch. What a fantastic way to kick off the women's event.
Amazing stuff. It's going to be a great afternoon of surfing. The women are going to have their chance to show their performances out here on these beautiful Winky Pop waves. The winds died down a little bit. Looks a little bit more groomed now.
Yeah, and the frequency of the set waves is coming up, so that's a positive sign. We've seen a number of waves ridden in this heat. Each of the surfers is up to 4-5 rides for Morgan. And yeah, we're seeing some decent numbers drop, especially for John Florence. He's got a couple of mid-range 7s. He's looking good out there at the moment. Really seems to be tapping into that kind of the same sort of form that saw him take a victory here. Just has that big, powerful layback hit that he can go to off the lip, and then obviously holds those rail turns just from the top of the wave right down into the trough. Just undeniable, the amount of water he displaces and just how deep the track is he leaves in the face of the wave.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really become the trademark John carve, hasn't it? You can see here just Morgan just having a look on the inside, but plenty of lines coming through.
So Morgan's previous wave came through at a 4.07. That was enough to get him into that second spot. Barron needs a 4.98 now to get up into that position to qualify.
Yeah, well, Barron,
the next round.
Sorry, Ron, Barron actually took a wave during the break there with priority and wasn't able to convert it into a score, so perhaps a little mistake there.
Love this area, love coming down each year and visiting. It's so beautiful, this area in particular, but you can hit that Great Ocean Road and explore a number of beaches down the coast as well. There's plenty to do in this zone.
Oh, there certainly is. The Great Ocean Road is a must. Lots of great towns along the way where you can stop off, have an awesome meal, and just check out this amazing coastline down here in Victoria. There's a beautiful shot of the Winky Pop point that we're on at the moment with Bells Beach in the background.
Great crowds always down here too, and they're tuned in, watching from up top there, looking down on the surfers. They're in the car park watching the big screen as well. A big shout out to everyone. We're going to now hear from Kanoa Igarashi. A strong performance there, Laura, in the opening round.
Yes, Kanoa, someone else who loves bells as much as us all. Kanoa, what a way to start the heat. You and Gabby both banking 8-point rides. Talk us through that.
Yeah, me and Gabriel, we've had a lot of good heats together, and that was just another one. We both started with 8s, and you know, as soon as I heard the crowd kind of go, I knew he got a good score. So yeah, I just wanted to stay attacking and surf aggressive, and ended up working out.
And coming into this event, you know, you're pretty far down the ratings. You've had some amazing showings this year, but they haven't really turned into results. You know, you're constantly banking high scores. Where is your head at coming into this event?
I mean, the same as it was during the first event, second and third. You know, I come into the events always prepared, and I feel really confident. I'm working with Mitch Ross here, and we've been just going back and forth and trying to, you know, stay on top of it and just find the little things that we can improve on, and yeah, ultimately have heats like I just had now, where, you know, everything kind of clicks, and not only the rhythm of the heat, but also just the performance on the wave. So yeah, yeah, my head's good. I just want to make some heats and get back into this title race.
Amazing. And you were just saying you're on an Old Faithful. It's not this one, it's down there on the ice, but talk us through that Old Faithful.
Yeah, it's a board that I got maybe about a year ago. It's just one of those ones where it never broke. Honestly, I just keep riding it, and not that I'm saving it or anything, but I just keep riding it in free serves, and actually I never rode it in the contest. I just always rode this board in free serves, and yeah, I felt like, why not? It's held up and it's kind of banged up, but yeah, it's still in one piece, and I guess I'll just keep riding it until it breaks.
Amazing. Well, great start to the event, and we'll see you into the next round.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi feeling a lot better about himself after that performance. One of his most complete performances this year. And yeah, interesting just having a chat to Mitchell Ross and just hearing about how that relationship came to be. It was during the event that Kanoa won over in Bali. I was actually talking to Mitch, and he was saying Kanoa Igarashi is so good, he could win this event. And yeah, I think Mitch ended up sending a message to him and just saying, mate, you should win this event. Like, your surfing is on point, and Kanoa did. And there was always this kind of recognition of that achievement, and I think Kanoa sort of felt like there was something there to explore. And yeah, here they are, and successful in the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, the coach outside of the technical aspects of surfing analysis and performances and working out the little intricacies of things that they need to improve on, whether it's, you know, the actual surfing or you know, heat technique. But, you know, the other thing that Mitch brings is just a really good energy and vibe to the camp. He's always super positive, and I feel like that's almost half the battle before these surfers go out in the heat, is to get them in a really good headspace, get them confident in what they're about to commit to.
Well, Ross Williams has done a fantastic job with this guy over the years. He just looks to be in scintillating form here at the moment, and he's looking to improve on a 7.63 to push the requirement higher for his rivals. Awkward fall. Morgan's chasing him down the line here. There's a nice hit from the pocket rocket from Merriweather. So much power just trapped inside this little frame as he just hammers away at this one. Yeah, he's got big surfing, Morgan. He's a solid unit, and I think this is going to really up the requirement now for Barron Mamiya.
Yeah, I think Barron's in a little bit of trouble right now after that last wave of Morgan Siblick, and like you were saying, Ron, he gets so low and pops out of the lip. It's real explosive. Bang, there it is. Nice and low again, driving, really carving through that second turn. And again, just really nice timing on this wave. Connects it, 4 turns back to back. So that will be Morgan's best number. And John, well, he really started to open up on this wave. Look at the technique, gets the release off the end section of that turn. And this one here just really lays on the tail pad, pushes through. Puts that back arm in the wall, pivots around it. And if he had actually made this turn, this would have gone way into the excellent range. We always kind of just grab onto the chair when we see these athletes come off like that, because it's just, you know, it's critical. These guys, their body, they're putting them on the line, and that sort of maneuver there, landing incorrectly, that spells knee injury.
Oh man, that's, and with John especially, I always kind of cringe when I see him fall awkwardly on those moves, but he looks to be okay. He's got impressive scores next to his name at the moment. He's still got a number on the way, but Morgan's really pushed the requirement quite high now for Barron Mamiya, a 7 on that last ride.
Yeah, important moment here for Barron. He needs to pick a wave and pick a good one. With 6 minutes to go, you may be able to get 2 waves here, depending if he can pick one up quickly.
Well, John's last wave didn't go into his top 2, just a 5, 6, 7. Here goes the young Hawaiian. Let's see what he can do. Up into the first section. Nice swoop. Cuts it right back into the bowl. And now loading up for something big down the line. Has to chase this wave a little bit and gets tangled up in that white water. So with just under 5.5 minutes remaining now, Mamiya's going to be up against it as he looks for opportunity out here without priority. And he's after a big score.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, unfortunately, for Barron. He just hasn't found his flow on these waves. And the ones that he has picked haven't been as straightforward in terms of being able to surf them. They've been a little sectiony. In contrast, you look at John's waves and even the ones at Morgan's, they've had those beautiful cupped out sections, open face where they can really open up. And Barron's just not in sync here at the moment. And with only 5 minutes on the clock, you'd have to think that Morgs and John are just going to lock him out.
Just under 5 minutes to go. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap and see just how John Florence has gone about establishing this impressive lead.
Oh yeah, bringing the carve, bringing the power, bringing the flow, and John just so quiet in between turns, and then explodes through the lip and just destroys these waves as he races down the line here, getting to the finish. on all of his rides, and just bringing a level up in terms of the power approach here. Great flow, great energy as he just attacks these sections. Just in sync with these long walls down here at Winky Pop. And showing a bit of progression as well. Not a huge error in John's books, but wow, big score total.
He's had amazing moments here at this event, and it feels like he might be on his way to collecting some more in 2023. But I love what John brings to Bells. As you said, so well-rounded. You mentioned it earlier. You know, he's got probably some of the best rail turns, especially when the swell really starts to get bigger. But the airs have just been mind-blowing. The heat that he surfed with Mick Fanning years back, I believe it was a quarterfinal clash, and he was up against it. He needed big scores. Mick was on fire, and John just took to the sky, and on a solid 6-foot wave did a huge alley-oop.
Yeah, one of the biggest we've ever seen in competition. No doubt about that. And you know, when you think of John, your mind automatically goes to the bowl at 6 to 8 foot maybe, and he really is one of the greats out there at that size. But he's proving now that, you know, it doesn't matter where we go. At 3-foot Winky Pop, he's still, you know, one of the serious contenders.
You know, when John claims a wave too, mid-wave, that, you know, it's something spectacular, because he's a pretty humble character. And yeah, even he couldn't help but throw a hand up and claim that big alley-oop. But he's controlled this heat beautifully. There was sort of a worrying sign on his very first wave. He kind of tried to force a little reverse. But straight after that ride, he banked his best number, a 7.83. So he's on fire out here at the moment. I mean, even his 2 throwaway scores would have him progressing through this heat. His 2 best throwaway scores. It's really been a strong performance. Morgan Siblix looked good too. We saw kind of early on him throwing down some pretty big individual turns, but when he finally found a wave that allowed the room for a combination, he turned in a 7. So he's proving to be a dangerous threat in this contest already.
Yep, absolutely. I feel like Morgan, especially on that last wave, just showed us a bit of that form that took him so far in his early years. Here he goes again.
Well, that's the competitive kind of prowess of someone who's been on the CT and cracked the WSL Final 5 there, utilising his priority to rob opportunity away from Barron Mamiya. Smaller wave. Barron wants to force him into it. But Morgan also just going, you know, Barron's just too dangerous. If you give him enough space, if he just finds one section, he can take to the sky and really punish you for it.
Well, Barron, it's a pretty simple equation right now. He needs an 8-point ride, and to do that, he's going to need a decent wave, and he would actually be banking the best score of the whole heat. And when you think of what's already happened in this heat, well, it's going to be a big ask, but he's going to get the opportunity.
Look at this piece of water that he's got to lay into. Nice clean face, a couple of good hits already. And he's on his way here. Look at that big release in the tail from Mamiya as he throws it back up there one more time and puts the arms up and appeal. John Florence behind him. I was actually surprised John didn't take the first wave, but here's why. He had his eyes on this second hunk of water, and now he's just decimating it. Hammers the end section with a reverse. Can he hang on for the finish? Well, you know he can. And this is going to be really interesting to see what unfolds. John throws his thumb up. Wonder if it was a thumb up to Barron. Kind of gave Barron some space there to pick that wave off and get just the dream run into that wave.
Well, that was
this one's coming to a close.
That was amazing intuition there from John to actually let that first go, because he must have seen that the second one was going to line up a bit better. But the judges, they're going to have a look at this. That was great surfing from Barron Mamiya.
Well, you know you love it, but have a look at this. What about just the grace under pressure here? Just to hit these first 2 sections so hard and then rip into this one, Rich.
Yeah, this third one, that's the money turn. Just grinds it all the way around, and well, that's the only question mark for me, is that late hit to finish the ride. If it was an air, then Well, perhaps it could have gone right up there, but geez, that is just a very futuristic, dynamic turn, and somehow was riding backwards, brought it straight around, and within the space of maybe half a second, just throws the board up onto the lip. So degree of difficulty was there, and it was a fantastic wave, but this thing, Ron, was just amazing.
Oof, unbelievable. Just how much he puts into that back foot there. You know, where Barron's kind of gets his board to that point, he kind of steps off the tail a little bit and releases the fins that way. John holds that rail in and pushes so hard on the back foot and just rips through those turns.
It's like an F1 going around a chicane. He's just so much grip with the board, and we can see there Jake Marshall and Chris Gallagher, who's working with both those surfers. They're just breaking it down. They're watching the replays. They're watching exactly the same thing the judges are analysing right now.
Jake's showing Barron some clips that he collected down the coast the other day. No, they're having a close look at it there. Waiting on the nubs to come through. This is
7.9.
This is
what
a close
he needs.
one in the judge's opinion. They're having a look at some of the replays here. You're feeling rich in your tummy, in your guts.
It was strong on the outside. The third turn for me was one of the most dynamic and sort of interesting turns that we've seen of the heat. I feel like John's wave is going to go right up there. I feel like it's going to be up into the 8s. Some numbers dropping.
Yeah, it's going to be right there. It's so close, but you might be right. He might have needed a bit more on that late hit at the end. And the numbers rolling through now. And it is right there, but not quite enough. He gets a 7.83. And Morgan hangs on to that second spot. John Florence takes the win. But I don't think he's even learned his fate just yet. We're still waiting on John's last ride to come through, but it is somewhat inconsequential, but it's just going to add possibly another excellent score to his amazing tally of excellent rides in this contest over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. What an incredible heat, action-packed, and unfortunately for Barron Mamiya, looks like his run just left a little too late.
Well, the opening round of the men's is a wrap, but the women's Rip Curl Pro here at Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, will get underway right after the break with Joey, Ravs and Rosie stepping in for the call.
Caitlin gets it.
Wow,
Here we go.
are you kidding me?
Caitlin Simmers snaps underneath the lip. Caitlin Simmers turns it in the final 10 seconds.
What kind of confidence do you have going into that next round? I don't know. I hope that we get super tubed.
17-year-old Katie Simmers wins the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona.
Last stop was in Portugal. It's one we'll never forget, but one surfer that definitely won't forget it. Caitlin Simmers A rookie on tour, just 17 years of age. Now feels what it's like to win an event and come into Bells Beach #2 in the world. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Trappell, Rosie Hodge, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. It's really cool when a surfer comes around. It doesn't happen every year, and they completely change the game of pro surfing. Caitlin Simmers kind of feels like she's got that energy, Rosie.
She does, and she's such a humble cat. She just goes about her business. She's so focused on having fun and really enjoying what she's doing. Yeah, she's a really cool addition to the women's tour.
Are you really backing all those comparisons, Bugs, to like Tom Curran-esque, Dane Reynolds, just by the way she carries herself and her fun personality?
And you know, she's really shy, and she's like a young Tom Curran coming onto the scene, but then she hits the water and she's got this authority in the water. And you know, we spoke about the changing of the guard for several years, and not to say it's happening for sure, but Caitlin definitely the leading edge of that.
Let's dive into one of the youngest heats of the opening round. We've got Caitlin Simmers, world #2, taking on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So Caitlin, 17, Betty Lou, 18. Sophia McCulloch, she's just 21 years of age, and Sophie came out blazing. She had the injury that was terrible to read about right before the pipeline and came into her first CT in Portugal right into a quarterfinal. Let's get caught up here, Rosie. Betty Lou got started.
Yeah, Betty Lou looking sharp on that equipment. Just look at this damage that she does on that rail work. Such a powerful surfer. Definitely added a little bit more spice to her repertoire. And starting with the wave so strong, I mean, really trying to stamp her authority on the heat in the beginning stages.
There's something about being in a camp and your support crew that is led by your coach, Ross Williams. Having John compete at such a high level in the heat before, I feel like Betty Lou's kind of feeding off that momentum of the camp that she's been hanging with all week long, Rabbit.
Well, amazing watching that last heat with John Florence. I mean, that was what a way to finish the men's round. And of course Ross Williams there with his charges, and there's no doubt about it, Betty Lou just went out there and just went, I'm going to do what John just did, and she just got an 8.
First wave, an 8-point ride, and now it's up to Caitlin and Sophie to get involved in the heat. You can see Katie Simmers there wearing the red jersey, signifying that she's the high seed of the matchup. A little chatter off the bottom, throws out a beautiful wrap. How's this section? She ends up disappearing in it. But it looked like she was going to have a nice, clean 2-turn combo, so a little mistake there on the wipeout. Caitlin Simmers coming from Oceanside, California. Always surfing the pier or the harbor in that stretch. Has a fun skate park that she likes to hang out at. And doesn't ever look like she's surfing under any sort of pressure that could be around her to perform, and it seems really natural every time she's in the ocean.
And what a fun feeling, I think, for a rookie on tour to have that no pressure and really enjoy the moment on tour. And I think as we see her evolve in her career, there's going to be added elements that may come in and give her that pressure feeling, where right now she's got to savor this, because that is what we all love, is just having that confidence, doing what you love, and letting that display itself on in your performance.
You know, Buck, she's already inspiring so many young Groms to kind of try to take on that nature of just letting things happen, looking super smooth and natural, and like you're free surfing in a heat. Easier said than done.
Well, you know, when Caitlin turned up at Snapper last year for the first Challenger Series event, I couldn't believe how casual she was. There was a couple of really challenging days here. I mean, it might be a sand bottom, but there was some really challenging days, and Caitlin just took it in a stride.
Anytime you see a rookie accomplish a big win on tour, it's radical. Everyone takes notice, seeing that you are ready to compete with the best in the world straight out of the gates. It's hard not to make comparisons to how the greats started, like Steph Gilmore, who I think was the last rookie to win Bells. Just, it doesn't happen where a rookie just comes up and win Bells, and Caitlin's got that kind of winning energy that you're like, maybe she could take on this wave and turn it into a win in her first appearance. Sophie McCulloch up and out.
Joe, I do agree with you. Caitlin does have that aura about her of being someone that can win this event in her rookie season. But when I look at this heat as a whole, Betty opening up with an 8 just shows her experience. Like, she got to have a run at this event last season. She probably got to learn so much about this place. You really have to adapt to all of the different locations that you're surfing. Rincon, Bells, Winky Pop. You've got to know what you're doing as Katie's up here.
Caitlin Simmers, setup turn. Off the lip, big air drop. She'll control it. Short wave there. She's just heating up. All chasing the 8-point ride from Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Remember, winner of the last heat, John Florence. 16.26 combined total. John's on the glass with Laura.
Yes, John, huge heat total to kick off your campaign here at Bells. I know you love this place. You said you had a bit of free surf this morning at the bowl and it wasn't, you know, the way you probably thought it was going to be, but conditions out there were fun.
Yeah, it was super fun. It cleaned up a lot for my heat. When we first came down, it was had that kind of devil wind going into the rights, and it was real bumpy. It looked really hard to surf. And I was like switching, like, oh, I don't know which board I'm going to ride, because it's like kind of big sets, and then all of a sudden it's like waist high for like 15 minutes. And so it was kind of, yeah, it was kind of a hard one to figure out. And when we paddled out for our heat, though, I was so stoked. It just got clean and like had a lot of waves.
And what board did you end up going with?
Just a new one that I actually just got the other day, and I rode it this morning for the first time, and I was like, oh, this feels pretty good. It's always tricky here because it's like a big face, but it's kind of weak and it's kind of bending out to sea, but then you get those sections where it has a lot of power to it. So you kind of want that board that can kind of like go through the flats too.
And you've been in Australia for a while now, you know, up on the Gold Coast first, and then, you know, spending time down here. You stay in the same house every year. How good is it to be back?
Yeah, it's so good to be back. I really like it down here. We've been here for 11 days or so now, and just kind of hanging out and cruising. We have a really good routine here now, and just, I mean, I think it's our 11th year here, so it's fun. I love being here.
So you've got a couple of adopted kangaroos as well. You were just saying you had breakfast together?
Yeah, a lot of kangaroos in the yard in the morning. It's always fun to see. Coming from Hawaii, we don't have anything like that.
All right, well, we'll let you get back to them. They're probably missing you, but congrats and into the next round.
Thank you.
Great job to John Florence, enjoying his time here. And yeah, how quickly do the years go by? He's already over a decade of experience here to this region, as we see a nice clean cutback from Caitlin Simmers. Pushing more on the fins to slide through the whitewater. She's building 2.67, then to a 3.5. And we'll see if she heads that same direction on wave number 3. But quickly to John. Rosie, how do you think he's feeling? He seems pretty happy.
He seems happy as we see Betty Lou up and riding.
Betty Lou, same coach as John. So the benefit of having the same coach is one of the best ever, is you get to feed off him, learn from him, kind of look at waves through a world champion size. And a brilliant start, 8 and a 1.63, sitting out in front. But yeah, looking like he's feeling loose and ready for a serious world title campaign. And the hope is for all of his fans that he stays 100% in great physical shape this season.
That's what it's all about. I mean, a healthy John, so dangerous to see him in the mix. I mean, taking out the Haleiwa Challenger event, that was fun to see his form back in competition after 9+ months, wasn't it, Joe? So yeah, it's just cool to see him in the mix. And just interesting to see him kind of out of that top 5 picture at the moment and see how his run is going to go for that WSL final campaign.
As you see, 19:25 on the clock. Such a great heat because they're all so young, just really getting started with their careers. Betty Lou had a lap last year, and you're reminded that she's such a grom on the tour. She's 16 last year and already competing against the best in the world and dealing with that mid-season cut. It had a lot of pressure on her face. She ended up getting sent to the Challenger Series, but she came back very quickly to earn her spot back on tour, Bugs.
Yeah, she sure did. And, you know, just speaking about this heat, it is definitely the youngest heat. This would have been unthinkable a couple of years ago to have a heat with these young surfers in it, because where's a Sally or a Carissa or a Courtney or they're usually a big name in the red singlet. Of course, Caitlin is now that big name.
She really is, as we look back at Betty Lou's form.
Yeah, Betty Lou's got such a great read on this wave. You know, you think that there'd be elements of kind of haleiwa with these bigger sections. The Hawaiians naturally have a good connection with bells, I found, when you look at the history and who's rung the bell. So I think Betty's really drawing on that. She's used to that open ocean kind of power and having to adjust in different kinds of conditions.
Betty Lou comes through with a lot of confidence, believes in herself, and she knows that everybody believes in her ability, especially back home on the island of Oahu. Winning some major events, especially the Haleiwa Challenger event at home a couple years back, which was really brilliant to see her compete on her home break. But now taking it to the world, putting the whole package together, it feels like there is definitely multiple world titles in her future. Low score, a 1.63 for Betty Lou. Caitlin Simmers has improved on every wave, up to a 4.17. Sophie McCulloch, speaking of Haleiwa last year, might have had one of the more brilliant ways to qualify, especially when you look back over the years. The way she did it was incredible. She wasn't on the list in the morning show of names to highlight because there was quite a few ahead of her. And when people started losing around her, all of a sudden it came down to if she won the event, she would make the tour. And that bumped out Teresa Bombalot when she did win that event. She was actually told of the scenario right before that final started. And she said that was the first time she got nervous. She had no idea she even had a chance. And she was able to take it all the way. First turn, a snap for Betty Lou. And she'll end up incomplete. So 16.5 to go. And the bummer for Sophie, injuring herself, warming up for Pipeline back home in Australia. So had to miss out on the Hawaiian leg of the season and worked incredibly hard to earn that quarterfinal. It's like there's sometimes in injuries where when do you come back? When do you say that you're 100%? And now with these first 5 events at a cut, the last thing you want to do is be petitioning for a wild card.
Yeah, I think, and for Sophie, you know, being that last spot and being this long shot to qualify, having the injury, but then seeing the way that she bounced back and was so resilient in Portugal, getting that 5th place finish, she just shows that she's got that little bit of longevity and that she's got the resilience to fight back and really try and make up ground in these 3 events before the cut looms.
Yeah, it's almost like you feel like you've been missing out, so you're ready to bring everything and compete, playing some catch-up well. Quarterfinal, that last stop. Sophie does have priority. Nice smooth open face on this one, and McCulloch winds up for a nice first turn under the lip. Cool redirect on the cutback. Looks at the whitewater again for that cutting. She's got the lip to work with. Jams it off that whitewater coping. Stuffs it again with a cutback. Looks like she will trim that last turn. Love how she frames it up. She likes to lead with her head on those cutbacks and finishes nice and clean. Her best wave so far, now with 15 minutes to go, Bugs.
That was a pretty decent ride. You know, Sophie really needed that one. She had like a 1.5. She really had nothing on her score. She waited very patiently with priority. Good looking wave, and she surfed it well.
Let's see it from start to finish, Rosie.
Yeah, I loved her approach on this wave, and I think Sophie really fills that dark horse role so well, and she's kind of bided her time in this heat and really identified the waves that she wants to surf. I think she's a very calculated competitor, and it shows in her wave choice here. But yeah, smooth surfing, engages that rail, and then also adds that extra emphasis in her surfing. So very impressed with that opening ride of consequence for her.
Such great decisions with maneuver choice for Sophie McCulloch, a 5.5. Still in third, but she's heading the right direction. 14 minutes on the clock in this opening round for the women to get things started at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. World #1 is coming up next. Molly Picklum enjoying this yellow jersey. She takes on Macy and Joanne DeFay. Up next.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
World number 1 getting in the zone. Molly Picklum prepares for her opening round heat. Coming up next. Nice little personal space there on the beach. Right there you can visualize that there's no noise behind you and it's about you and the ocean. Picking apart 2 waves and really enjoying your job. There could be a lot of pressure that comes with holding that world number 1 spot on the championship tour. You certainly get a lot of attention. She posted something on her social media the other day. She's like, okay, enough talking. Let's go surfing. Because as soon as she arrived in her home country, after having yellow in Portugal, she had a list of responsibilities, which she enjoyed. Some big lunches, went to the Formula One, was on rugby channels for different sporting events. And she's like, okay, let's do the job now. Let's jump into the water. And at 20 years of age, she's handling it really well, Rosie.
She is, and I think Molly's rise has been a quick one, and we've seen her career really evolve so fast that Molly's done a great job of just putting in the hard work, putting in the effort so that she stays in that picture, stays in that world number 1. I'm so excited for this season to see what Molly does. She obviously fell victim to the mid-year cut last season. So to see her in this position, she's done a full 180.
As you can see how much space she has there on this lower tide. How do you like Winky Pop at this stage of the conditions, Bugs?
Well, it's improved all day, Joe. I mean, we've got really glassy conditions. John Florence alluded to how it had that sort of that berg wind, that devil wind on it this morning. Makes it super difficult to surf. A lot of chatter on the face. Super smooth conditions now. So it really means that those one-off waves, those one-off sets, aren't going to carry all that chop with it. And it allows, you know, definitely more rippable conditions. The tides run out now, so there's a bit of a walk out there. You've got to watch your step. Even there's these little crevices and in the reef, and you can cut your feet on these reefs if you put it in the wrong spot. There is, you know, don't want to mention it, but every now and again there is the odd sea urchin along that stretch as well. So you just got to watch where you step.
Just take your time. That's why Molly gave herself plenty of time before this previous heat comes to a close. To get out there, last thing you want to do is have to do a sprint in that area. It's incredibly slippery. Picklum taking on Macy Callahan and Joanne DeFay. So we welcome Joanne back to the jersey, dealing with her injury all season. She's finally back. Sophie McCulloch, clean. Wrap to kick it off. Snap to follow. 2 different types of turns. Another quick snap and she steps out. So she had a 1.5 to get rid of, and that should be enough to send Caitlin to 3rd, Rosie.
Yep, that was a good wave choice there again from Sophie, and just gathering that momentum and surfing into rhythm. I think she will take that 2nd spot, Joey. I don't think it's going to be a hard one to get back for Katie, though. I don't think she's going to push the requirement too far, but we'll see what the judges have to say.
One more look here, Bugs.
Yeah, it's you know, it might have fizzled at the end, but she got some pretty neat moves in on this open face here. This is a great ride by Sophie for a backup wave outside of priority. She got 3 really nice snaps on that wave. So look, it's, you know, you're thinking might be around the 4-ish mark.
Betty Lou now has a bit more wall and some speed. Great timing. Got pushed back on her heels for a moment, but she will complete that maneuver. She was carrying a 1.63.
So interesting now to see how Caitlin Simmers does answer this. She's sitting out there patiently with priority. She's let a couple of waves go through. So there's that. It's a 4.83 for Sophie. You know, I thought it was going to be at least around that 4.5 mark, and a 4.83. So that's a keeper at this point.
Great one there for McCulloch, getting the lead change. Dropped Betty Lou down to 2nd as we still wait for her last score. And Caitlin Simmers, fresh off her win in Europe. Caitlin was at the press conference, being world number 2 and fresh off the win. And every time I asked her a question about what was happening in tour life, she just was so distracted by this chocolate Easter bunny that was right in front of her. And it's just her purity of just that honesty of being 17 and traveling it's so fun to be around. Here comes Caitlin up and out. So priority will switch to Sophie McCulloch.
I think that was a positioning.
I think so. I was just going to say, Rosie, one of the things with Caitlin in this heat is she's been super deep and she's been getting waves that there's been no connectivity with the down the line. And again, then this time you look like she's gone a little bit wider. She'd be a bit hesitant to go too deep again, but she's sitting in, or she's in second priority because Sophie's got the first priority.
That's right. Caitlin taking that wave and kicking out. Hence, first priority to Sophie. Last score for Betty Lou, 4-7-3. So Betty Lou back in first. Sophie down to second. Caitlin to third. Needs a 6-1-6 now, as we have a great opportunity to check in with Laura Enever in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Well, down here in the Winky Pop Red Bull Athlete area, and I have found professional snowboarder Valentino Guzzelli. Valentino, your first CT event ever. How has it been down here?
It's amazing. I'm so happy to be here, and I've watched this stuff on TV so much, so to be here and witnessing greatness all around is really cool.
And who are you cheering on today?
Molly Picklum and Jack Robinson.
I actually heard you guys had a mock heat out at Bells just before. So you're obviously a keen surfer, pro snowboarder. You you competed in 3 disciplines and made history this year. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, well, I was super hyped to just go out there and do what I love, and pretty happy to come away with a couple of pretty cool titles, which I wasn't really expected to get. So yeah, and happy to have wrapped up the season last week, and now to be here surfing and getting some sun.
And just to clarify, those 3 disciplines are half pipe, slope style, and big air. So amazing that you're one of our next up and coming Olympic hopes, and we're all very proud of you here. But yeah, what's the plan this afternoon?
Get a wave. Fingers crossed it stays nice. It looks like the wind's dropped off a little bit, so might go and smack some Rios.
And you actually are a competitive surfer as well. How long have you surfed for?
I've been surfing for probably around 9 years or so, and I don't know, I wouldn't say competitive surfer. I've done some competitions, but yeah, just doing it for fun.
I think making it to the state titles means you are a competitive surfer. Love that. Well, nice to chat to you, Valentino, and all the best this year.
You too, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, it's so cool to see the people that you get to meet in the Red Bull Athlete Zone of these big events. Valentino, an Australian Olympic snowboarder, but a keen surfer as well. And he's great at both. Ronnie Blakey actually went on a trip with him a couple of winters ago and just said how vibrant this kid was, great personality, and one of the best he's ever seen snowboard, that's for sure. 3:47 to go. A lot of activity in this opening round of competition during that catch-up with Valentino. First to Betty Lou here, Rosie.
Yeah, beautiful smack off the lip. Just a one-turn option. We've seen a few of those from Betty, but Sophie McCulloch, I'm just so impressed with her. Just watching the way that she's utilizing that rail, finding space to bang off those critical maneuvers there. So lands that one. I think she's going to improve her situation. Katie Simmers has been put on the hot seat in this heat. But she answers so well. 2-turn combo there, goes for the third, smashes it up in the lip. So that was a good answer back for Katie.
Gosh, that wall was so exciting. It's one of those waves you dream of having at Winky Pop, and she surfed it so incredibly well. And there's that cool, calm, and collected demeanor. Loses priority, drifts down to third, but you just don't worry about her. She has so much talent. 7.07 for Caitlin Simmers. Sophie McCulloch 6.43. Betty Lou single maneuver 5.07. Betty Lou out front, Sophie second. Caitlin stays in third. But Simmers now only needing a 4.86. What a heat, Bugs.
Well, it really has turned into a great heat, because Sophie McCulloch absolutely had to get a good score there because Caitlin Simmer would have leapfrogged into second place with that 7:07, but Sophie has held her at bay. It seems like first place is kind of wrapped up. That 8-point ride by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has kind of made a little bit of a separation between the next two. This battle for second is amazing, but with 2 minutes remaining, I think we're going to see a bit of game right here because priority is actually with Sophie in the number 2 spot over Caitlin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this new generation of women, and I'm so impressed with their competitive savvy, their ability to hold their composure under pressure. All 3 of these women have been so interesting to watch, and this is where it gets fun and interesting because like Sophie's going to try and wear Katie Simmers like a coat. So we'll see how this one plays out and how she utilizes priority, or if Katie can kind of sell her a lemon.
Looks like she's done it there. So Sophie commits to this wave. Now will she turn into a score? Looks over her shoulder on the first cutty. Whitewater off the top, she'll carve through, so nothing really happening. She's not going to improve. She was effective, obviously, just keeping Simmers off the wave. Now Caitlin needs a 4.86.
Well, Caitlin needs still needs not a big score by any means. I mean, she may have been able to get that on that wave. She may have, but she hasn't got priority once again. She's in second priority now to Betty Lou, so time is such a factor.
I think it was so telling that Sophie kind of looked over her shoulder as she utilized that priority. She knew she had to keep Katie off that wave because she's capable of getting that score on even a meager kind of wave. But she can't give her competitor an edge, and she's going to watch on from the shorey and just hope that nothing comes through in the next 30 seconds.
Well, Caitlin certainly left to run late in this heat. I mean, she was too deep, and she was getting these short rides, these 1 and 2 maneuver waves with both Sophie and Betty Lou really connected down into the valley.
15 seconds. No signs of any final sets coming through here. And Caitlin Simmers, even though she had the 7:07, she will be sent to the elimination round. Incredible heat by Sophie McCullough. Great decision making and held off Caitlin on what would end up being the final wave. And Betty Lou takes the win. 8-point ride on the opener, and she never looked back. Let's relive all the moments in the Harvey Norman heat recap. Betty Lou came out swinging, turning in an excellent number, getting that 8, and just spent a little bit of time backing it up. But you could tell she meant business on this opener row.
Yeah, she went out there with intent. She saw what John was able to do in that last men's heat of the round, and Betty just went to work. She knew she had her hands full. She had Katie Simmers, she had Sophie in this one, so definitely putting on a strong performance.
Great way to kick things off, and Sophie just puts the wave together so well, doesn't she, Bugs?
Yeah, she does. She didn't get going till the second half of this heat, but when she puts it together, that was her highest score, and that was only a 2 maneuver wave.
Love that finish. She got so high up on the lip, and then wide open face set up the surfer from Oceanside. Caitlin Simmers got into the 7 range here, and you kind of thought she was just going to float her way right into the next round, but that wasn't the case. Some good defense from McCullough, and Caitlin, world number 2, will be in the elimination round. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson heads on to the next round with some amazing surfing. Coming up next, we'll see the former world number 1, Molly Picklum, right after this.
I'm Molly Picklum. I'm from New South Wales Central Coast, Australia, and I'm 20 years old. Reflecting on last year, I was proud of myself. I feel like first year on tour, you never know what to expect. Things didn't go my way, and results obviously didn't pan out, so I got cut. The cut's just another challenge, and as a high-performing athlete, you've got to be able to get over challenges. It's like you get really nervous, and there's a lot of anxiety and high intensity emotions early on in the year, so it's just different. I think you just got to get used to it. All in all, I feel a bit more confident this year and just ready to go and, you know, give it all I have and really find a way to win this year. Yeah, I'm excited to show up and kind of blow up a little bit.
So great to hear from all of our competitors who had to deal with the Challenger Series last year, like Betty Lou, who gets a nice earned high five for Ross Williams. But she came back better. They almost thanked the cut for teaching them a lot along the way. And Betty Lou started off with an 8-point ride and didn't look back, moving on quickly into the next round of competition. The same for Molly Picklum, our world #1, was in that same category, same rookie class as Betty Lou. Got cut at Margaret River and came back better. And it seems like the surfers that look at the cut uncomfortably, well, didn't make it back to the championship tour. And Picklum, who likes to take on new challenges, likes to push herself and grow, has all of a sudden turned in a world title campaign this season.
Well, this is all that the new rookie class is going to know. They're only going to know the pressure of the cut. They're only going to know how to rebound from that challenge and how to overcome it and better themselves. So it's going to be interesting to see this new generation and how they take advantage of the pressure situation and how they can use it in their careers to leapfrog.
As we had a little bit of action during the break, Macy Callahan getting a start here, Bugs.
Yeah, Macy's back on tour again, and you know, she's comes back a bit wiser and a bit more experienced. She did very well on the Challenger Series. This wave here, not a bad opener.
And just a nice clean finish. Callahan comes from a great surfing family. Her father competed in this event.
Famously.
Famously, yeah. Gosh, one of the biggest waves ridden as that story goes on.
Well, the only surfer that I've known ever to surf a wave from the Bells Bowl through Winky Pop, past the button. It's a famous ride.
Pretty special for Macy to be able to ask her old man about a special moment in Bell's history. And it's 60 years, so let's dive into it further. Rosie Hodge, a personal favorite that you always love to watch at the Bells Bowl or Winky Pop.
I think for me, when I was surfing here, competing on the championship tour, someone I wanted to emulate was Lisa Anderson. She was just always all style, just had this aura about her, her success here. Can't not think about Wendy Buerta, the South African that had success here. So those were the two for me.
Nice quick whip off the top. Welcome back, Joanne DeFay, to the Jersey. We missed you. Had an injury before the start of the season. And finally back to compete. Nice clean connection off the top for Macy Callahan. How smooth was that bottom turn, and shuts it down. Clean two-turn combination and an aggressive open face hook from world #1. Picklum hard off the bottom and crushes the finish, just a little off balance. But that would have been a stellar number if she could have pulled that one off. For her, just a timing mistake there that put her off balance, and now she is just fired up to try to redeem herself quickly, Bugs.
Well, that was amazing. I thought she'd made it, and we've seen Molly before getting a lot of air underneath the board on some of those big last blasting maneuvers. She's got them down pat, but that one I think she just overbalanced. But what a clean looking wave, Rosie.
Yeah, clean through the rail. I mean, Molly's just got a lot of strength. She's been doing a lot of training. Let's have a look. She eyes off this section. It can get a little tricky up there as that wave kind of reverbs up at her and knocks her off balance. Unfortunately, throws her on her heels. This wave from Macy, I was super impressed, Bugs.
Yeah, well, this is one of the biggest sets of the day. And Macy got this one paddling back out. This last maneuver here, clean as. And this is a two maneuver combo on an overhead wave. This first big slashing maneuver out of the top, and she just transitions back under that inside edge, lines it up, Look at the size of this wave. It's a beauty. And just comes down just in front of the lip there. Kind of bounced her a little bit, and she handles it so well. That was a classy wave.
Every turn in the most critical section, and also Joanne Defay on her start.
Yeah, so good to see Joanne back in the jersey competing. Unfortunately, doesn't get that end maneuver, but good to see her sink her teeth into a wave and really get a glimpse of her form.
Sometimes it's tough to just get going after the break in the off season. You're always trying to mimic CT heats and sparring scenarios at your local break, but it's pretty tough to mimic what you feel on the main stage at the championship tour with all eyes on you, beach announcers, cameras. For Joanne Defay, she's really tried to put herself into gear quickly since the rest of the crew have had a few events without her, Bucks.
Yeah, no, it's not that easy to step back into the arena at this elite level. You know, she's taken a bit of time out, forced, and as you said, it's one thing to simulate, you know, go through heat, you know, drills, but on the day there's just so much more. You know, your head's blowing up. You know, you've got so much happening. You know, in the wetsuit, paddling back out, the first wave doesn't work out, adding to the stress. You know, it just builds.
And Joanne Defay's coming off some of the best years of her career. Rookie back in 2014, where she won the Rookie of the Year award. As we have opportunities coming, priorities with world #1, Molly Picklum did get a 4.67 even with the fall on her first wave. Big snap to start for Molly. Pickles now sets that rail. How about a clean down carve? Jams it right in transition, and she's looking to shut it down. Late to the section, but she pulls it off.
She tidied that wave up. I mean, she just knew she couldn't make that same mistake and not stomp that last maneuver. There are those little bit of air pockets that you get to on that inside section. So she stays low, greases that landing on that last move.
It's up to Macy if she wants it. Priority over Defay. Nice, clean, classy wall at Winky Pop. Set up snap to get this one started. A messy section. She'll try to clean it up off the top. Lays into it on the third effort. Back-to-back waves from Molly to Macy. Solid maneuver choice. And their battle for second priority starting now. Taking the deep breaths. Joanne Defay sits out the back with priority, and sometimes it's this difference of getting second priority when you need it the most. That could be a part of the outcome of the matchup.
Yeah, both these women are going to be digging deep. They want that priority. Molly's starting to pull a little bit ahead there. Let's see. It's Macy's got that cool composure, though. She almost looks like she's putting those arms in and digging off the reef as she's pushing out to the outside. This is fun. Love a little paddle battle for second priority.
I mean, the other factor in play here is that Macy Callanan already has 2 really good scores. We're still waiting for her third score, so she's been in rhythm. Johanna is the one who's way out of rhythm at this point. Molly, that's going to be a pretty interesting score as well.
Looks like Macy's really pulling ahead. Does a lot of swimming. And looks like it's really paying off. This paddle battle will continue until they make an announcement. Priority judge is watching what he calls the designated takeoff zone. And he sees that Macy has gotten there first, so she earns it. And even though she just rode the more recent wave, that's when you really have to separate yourself from the paddle. Oftentimes they'll keep a clean rotation going. But she definitely earned that one, Rosie.
She did. I mean, Molly, back to the gym. I know she puts a lot of heart and soul into working out, but that was important. But you touched on it. Molly got the better of that exchange with the 8.0, and then obviously Macy with the 7.17. So it was really crucial for Macy to get that second priority.
Macy Callahan 7.17.55. Picklum out front because she just dropped at 8.0. Joanne Defay in the 2 range. And what a way to just get welcome back to the tour. Big numbers from your opponents. It's going to be Macy again using that well-earned priority very quickly. Gets through the whitewater quickly there, and an aggressive down carve into a tail release. What a fun maneuver to witness from Macy Callahan. But a bigger set already showing itself. This might have DeFay out of position. She's got to punch through. Molly can't get to it. One more behind it.
Well, we've seen some of the biggest sets of the day in this heat. It's a good sign.
DeFay now working hard to lock into this wall. Winky Pop providing a solid section for DeFay. It'll be good for one big maneuver. And the rest of that wave just speeding towards lowers. You see a set growing like that, you're probably feeling like you might be getting the wave of the day. Only good for one maneuver. So we'll see if DeFay can just settle down, get back into this one, and find a wave that she can really perform on, Bucks.
Yeah, well, I mean, Macy, we're still waiting for that score to come through from Macy, and the thing is that Joanne might find herself in combo land. Unless she can, this wave here, that'll probably save her from being in that position. But again, look at down the line, if she could have been a little bit further wider, she could have really got a great ride there.
And now watching last of Callahan, Rosie.
Yeah, Macy read this lineup so well. Love that tail slide. I love the point of difference that she's brought to her surfing this season, and really thrown a bit of variety for us. The way she wraps us around and then releases those fins and goes into that tail slide and shows ultimate control by pulling this one back around. I'm interested to see what the judges reward this with.
Because it's a creative type of carve you don't see in every heat. And the way she used that space, I thought was brilliant. She does improve. So last of Macy, 6.33. Judges enjoyed it. And she has the lead over Molly Picklum. DeFay's last on the closeout hack. I think because of the size of the wave and the size of the section, she'll get her best to 4.6. Where do you need to be on those sets, Bugs, when they come through? And can you really afford to sit that wide and count on another one in this heat?
Well, this heat's been pumping. There's been quite a few sets in this heat, and when they come, you know, the second wave always goes wider. There's one feature of Winky Pop, if you know a set coming with multiple waves, but there's another great ride by Molly.
Ripping in, back into the pocket, attacking once again.
Yeah, I mean, if you know there's a set coming with multiple waves in it, you can paddle wide with confidence, widen out. That second wave, maybe the third one of them will go wide and break further out.
DeFay wants to get a piece of this open face. Throws down the wrap. Another carve back into the power source. Times that whip off the lip well. And another clean cutback for Joanne DeFay. Trims it off the top well and under the lip, looking to hang on through the turbulence. She's done well. So Joanne DeFay, 4.6, one big closeout maneuver. And now finally getting to open up a bit on that last effort, Rosie.
Yeah, really good to see her form. You know, that was a mid-range kind of wave, but Joanne just looking like she hasn't really missed a beat. She's just right back into that tour form as she gets that big drop. Kind of finds a bit of, she has to wait a little while for this wave to steepen up where she can really get critical with it and sink her teeth in.
So many great decisions and different versions of that carve all the way through, Bugs.
Yeah, this is a really cool ride. Joanne's got herself into this one now. She needed to, because this heat is absolutely pumping. The waves at Winky Pop are turning it on.
I love that first option of doing that float maneuver, because that really sets up Molly to find that open face with a bit of speed and good transition through her maneuvers. So she found a good flow with that float to get into those next maneuvers and stay critical.
A very critical ride for Joanne, because both Macy and Molly were certainly getting away on her. And this wave by Molly, you know, she's looking to improve on a 4.67, and then it's going to increase that requirement for Joanne. But Joanne got herself a pretty decent ride too.
Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Betty Lou is hanging out with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Betty Lou, your opener for the Rip Curl Pro. You went excellent 8-point ride. Talk to me about this start.
Super happy to get a start like that. But yeah, almost got too calm there and almost couldn't find a backup. But yeah, it's always nice to get a good start like that.
Strategy here at Winky Pop. You got your coach Ross Williams in your corner. What were some of the words that Ross gave you?
Oh, I don't know if I can share that, but no, he just said just surf. The waves are really fun right now, and just really enjoy it because the waves are pumping. Don't froth out and catch your waves.
We are celebrating 60 years of this event here. This is a legendary event. What does Bells mean to you?
Bells is really iconic. This is my second time here, and I've just been enjoying it. I love this place. The people are really rad, and yeah, to have really good waves this year, it's really special.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Thank you.
Great job to Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. Great looking hair, Kaipo, as well, fresh out of the water. And happy that Betty Lou got that 8 and got a roll into the next round. 12 minutes to go. World number 1 is out in front, Molly Picklum. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and return to the action at Winky Pop right after this.
Okay, last of white going into play is 6.83. Last of white 6.83. So situation with 11 minutes 20 seconds to go. Molly Picklum leads with an 8 and a 5.73. Macy Callahan in second in blue. Macy, you are chasing a 6.57 to take the lead. So blue, you're in second. Joanne Dufresne is in third. The white are now only needing a 6.68 to go up to second. So white, you need a 6.68 to go from third to second, and we're just under 11 minutes remaining.
The Rising Tides at the Ripple Pro Bells Beach. And this is the 4th stop of Rising Tides on the tour, and it's so awesome. We've got a bunch of young girls here, as well as some former world champs.
Sharing that stoke of surfing, you know, I really love that. I get a lot out of it. So yeah, this is like next level.
Really excited. I reckon it'll be so cool.
I'm Estella and I'm 10 years old. My favourite surfer is Jadson Andre and Carissa Moore.
You know, when I first started surfing, I was sometimes the only girl in the lineup. And so to be surrounded by so many girls all over the world, wherever we go, there's just so many more girls surfing.
It's inspiring. I feel like it's the dose of inspiration that you need for an event. I think it fuels the fire in the most beautiful way.
What a great addition of the WSL Rising Tide. Stephanie Gilmore a part of that as well, giving back to the next generation. And Sally Fitzgibbons prepares there with her father Martin for another big heat at this event. Rosie, you were a part of WSL Rising Tides as well. How was that, seeing the next generation surf at the bowl?
It was so cool. As we see Macy, she was there sharing waves with all the Groms and pushing them in.
And now straight to business. Macy has already been surfing an incredible heat. Her carves are looking incredible. She gets better and better each and every year. Throws down a finish, super smooth. I just love her decision making in this heat. She's been creative when the waves allowed her to kind of move a little bit with her tail slide. And Joanne Dufresne steps on this wave, her 5th wave ridden on her comeback to the jersey after her foot injury. There's that famous layback hammer that she'll ride out of. And a nice quiet little celebration there. So the battle continues. Molly out front, Macy and Joanne waiting for scores to see who will be in that 2nd position and avoid the elimination round, Bugs.
Joanne has really got herself back in this heat. She was gone for all money. You know, she's just come alive. She got the 6.83. Now she's got another good score to go in there. Will it be enough though? 6.68. She needs that score to be around about the mark of her previous ride.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, that last, on the strength of that last maneuver, that to me was really that highlight moment on that wave. But yeah, it's been so fun to watch Molly and watch Macy and just their decision making on the waves that they've been taking. I think if you put Joanne on one of the better waves with a bit more smooth, open face, Joanne's there all day. The scores are going to be coming to her, but she's had to kind of manufacture her scores just because her waves have had just a little bit of a lackluster start to them, and she's really had to make up that on her closing maneuvers.
Double digits for all three of these athletes, and that's when you know you've got a great heat. Still with 7 minutes to go. Picklum, what's your first feelings of her wearing the yellow jersey, Bugs? Do you feel like it's given her more confidence coming into stop number 4?
Well, you know, going through her, what was going on with her life, with media requests, with social requests, with going to big events like the Formula One. I mean, that is a lot for her. Molly Picklum a year ago would not have got any of those invitations. So an incredible adjustment to make. And then to be able to come back and just pick it up at that elite level of surfing and get her head around it. You saw her preparing for the heat. That's what she was doing. And, you know, she's doing it well.
She really is. It's all about managing all the things in the lead up to perform at your best. Micro keeps her honest with that. Always helps her build a great schedule. Nice program, so she's competing at her best. And in the Hawaiian leg of the tour, she had a little break in between heats, and he even had a chat with her of like getting refocused. He felt like she was kind of forgetting what she was there for just a moment, but I think that's what Micro is really proud of. She can actually handle that criticism better than almost anyone he's ever worked with. She can look at it, take it on, and build the fire. And he said it's just a joy to see her take on those little things that he challenges her with as a coach. So far, so good. And I think the great thing of having a coach when you're in a title race is have someone who's been there before with so many great years. The one that comes to mind was the turn on of Matt Wilkinson with Glenn Hall's coaching, as we got Molly Picklum heading down the line, trying to throw a version of a layback there as she'll go down.
Yeah, just a little bit mistimed. Even that first maneuver, you could tell that it was just a tiny bit off, and that really set off that next move to be the same brand. But she wants to sink her teeth in. I feel like every single wave that she's taking off on, she really wants to give it her all and go 100%.
Molly definitely seemed a little bit out of sorts on that first maneuver, but the score of consequence is Joanne Defay. She's come in just under Joe at 6.33. So, you know, as Rosie, you were saying, that last maneuver was so world class, but the lead up just not quite there.
As we watch Molly Picklum, just felt a little off on this wave.
Yeah, just on that lip line, I think that really threw her off. I think she wanted to be deep on that section and really have that bottom turn coming from behind the section to meet that lip line. It would have given her projection out onto that second turn. So just a hair off timed. But that two-turn combo had potential to increase her scoreline. When I look at it, just a little bit off.
You look at the consistency of Macy in this heat. I mean, she's only in, you know, she's in second place, and really Joanne's really made up a lot of ground. But look at the score: 717, 55, 633, 553. Really consistent, great surfing. But she's still in the firing line.
The Australians love this event for a lot of reasons. It's always a great crowd here in the state of Victoria. And they'll have 8 surfers representing Australia in this opening round of competition, including Molly Picklum and Macy Callahan. Definitely the most dominant region on the championship tour. 3:30, and it looks like Joanne Defay is thinking about it. And it didn't really bowl up, so time ticking away, but she still does have first priority. Joanne definitely with the most experience out of this 3-pack in the water. Coming through with some major victories and even a few wins over Carissa Moore in the last couple of years. Featuring in the title race at Lower Trestles at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And I was trying to think about another time she missed a few events, and it was really hard for me to find one. Had to be sidelined, and now she's back.
Well, one thing that we saw definitely in 2021, 2022, was that Joanne Defay has got one of the best backhands in women's surfing.
Anytime you're going left, and if you add a shallow reef, wow, look out, Joanne Defay is going to take it on. Yeah, when we were in G-Land, she's like, yeah, a few more lefts, that'd be great. When the Margaret River continued in Uluwatu, she's like, yeah, let's do this more often. Growing up surfing a wave in Reunion Island, where she went left all the time, but how about that one? Tried to get really aggressive with that first turn, uses priority, incomplete. That mistake might send her to the elimination round.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Joanne there. You could tell that her eye-line wasn't completely focused on completing that maneuver before she went into the next, and got a little bit hung up and went over the handlebars.
I think what we saw on that wave, Rosie, was that it was a fairly wall wave. I think Joanne maybe would have been better off doing a big float and then looking to go to work down the line once she got around the section. She was trying to jam it in too quickly. She's already thinking down the line right there, and it all happened too quickly for her.
It did. I mean, you want to get that two-turn combo in super quickly, and that transition when you're in two minds of what maneuver choice you're going to utilize, it can throw off your whole game and your rhythm on the wave.
Minute 20 remaining in heat number 2. Molly and Macy can have a bit of teamwork here, both watching Joanne Defay. Top 2 move on, so you might as well work together and make sure Joanne doesn't get an inch here. Macy looking real smooth on these walls, 7.17 and a 6.33. Joanne Defay's got to feel happy that she's back in the jersey, and she's been ripping as well. Didn't get in the 7 range, but some great 6 range numbers.
God, it's like a couple of octopus. Just the strangle is on. You know, without much waves. I mean, Joanne right now needs 3 waves, a 3-wave set. Very difficult situation, but she kind of got herself in a bit of strife. In the first half of the heat, she didn't strike a blow.
Yeah, she certainly did, and she waited for a set, did that well, but it was such a big set. She was a little bit too deep, had to settle for one maneuver. Recovered after that, so we saw that veteran experience playing through, just didn't get the number she was hoping for. And now the whole pack is paddling back out, but we will run out of time. Molly Picklum looking great in yellow, world number 1, gets the win here in heat number 2. And the only surfer in the water in this heat to get into the excellent range, as she will be dangerous into the next round. Let's relive the great moments in the Harvey Norman recap. Great start from Macy Callahan. Got a 7.17 really early here, Rosie.
Yeah, just jams it off that lip. That explosion coming down as she meets that lip line. Just so impressed with Macy. And also world number 1, Molly was on fire in this heat.
Solid frame up of that down car. She looks even more aggressive than she normally is, and she's always committed, but there's something extra out of Molly Picklum. Well-deserved 8-point ride. A couple of falls. She fell on her first wave, fell on a wave later, but it didn't matter. Scored on your top 2. Picklum 13.73 combined total to get out of this heat into the next round. Opening round continues as heat number 3 is just about to get started. Carissa Moore takes on Lakey Peterson, and now a 3-time trials champ, Kobe Enright, in the next matchup. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
Here we go, blue Lakey Peterson. After riding this one, 9 start.
Good to see you, brother. You too. Ready for a laugh? Yeah, I am, mate. When was your last time you played golf? I think it was at my Bucks party with you. Back to Melbourne. Feeling good? Yeah, it's great, man. It's just like coming home, isn't it? It is, yeah. That'll be the best shot I do all day. Show me what retirement's like, mate. No, I was still practicing. No matter how you get there, as long as you get there. Perfect shot. Nice. Wow, look at this hole. Nice little short one. Just like the drive down from Melbourne, eh? Perfect. You've got epic waves, epic food, and some of the best golf courses in the world. Oh, wow. Go in! Oh! From bells to birdies. More like bunkers,
And now we're on the Melbourne flight cam taking a look at the lineup here at Winky. On day 3 of the event window, we've had the opening round of the men's. Today, we've seen some incredible highlight moments there, and the women's are starting to drop some big numbers as well. Molly Picklum, the current world #1, just had a fantastic performance in that previous heat. We're looking forward to more now as we bring a 3-time Bells champion into the mix. The 5-time world champ, Carissa Moore, is out there in the red, and she is up against Lakey Peterson, who's well, part of the community down here at Bells Beach these days. She married a local, Tom Allen, and she enjoys her time down here in Victoria. And it feels like coming home for her. Kobe Enright, she's surfed her way through the trials previously a couple of times, so this is her 3rd chance in a CT event, and she could be a force on these long right-handers, having grown up at Snapper Rocks. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Rich, this is going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing how Carissa bounces back after a uncharacteristic result for her in Portugal.
Yeah, it's it's always good to see a champion come back after a not so good result, and Carissa's up for the challenge. I feel like that whole camp with Mitchie Ross in it is doing pretty good at the moment, and obviously Mitch working with Carissa as well. So I mean, you think of Carissa, you just expect that she's going to get a good result here at Bells. She has the form, so we know she can do it.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. We've been talking a lot about the history of the men's event, and just the fact that it's got an iconic honour roll. Well, it's the same on the women's side. The greats have taken this contest out, and everyone wants to get that 60th edition victory here at the Rip Curl Pro, presented by Bonsoy, as we see some replays of what unfolded in the opening exchange here. Lakey Peterson, she's got some work to do. She needs to get above that cut line in these next 2 events. The veteran campaigner on the championship tour.
Well, talk about work. Lakey just went to absolute town on that first ride, and this is Carissa on her first ride, a little unsteady on that floater as she drives down the line and just overcooks the last turn. And this is our wild card, Kobe Enright. Beautiful looking wave here. And she gets some okay work done, but unfortunately gets the fall. So advantage to Lakey Peterson, who has dropped a 6.33, maybe semi-conservative on that score. She really put some power into those turns and is looking every bit like she's on home soil here.
You just have to leave a little bit of room in the scale when Carissa Moore's in the lineup here at the Rip Curl Pro, because she's proven herself as one of the highest scoring surfers here at this venue. I mean, Stephanie Gilmore surfed a few more events than Carissa, so she's had the opportunity to rack up a couple of more big numbers, but she's the 2nd highest scoring surfer on the championship tour at the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach. And here she goes again, those beautiful deep rail turns, incredible flow. And this has really been where Carissa has set herself apart from her rivals on the CT when she's chasing results on bigger walls like what we have here at Winky. She just is able to really lean into and extend through those rail turns and not many people can match her on the rail.
It's she just overpowers her competitors, and with that power, the turns look bigger. There's more spray, more rail engaged in the turn. Watch this one here, drives through that one. And again, a second, and this third turn here, bang, pops it up onto the lip. And a complete ride, composed through its entirety, and that'll be a better score and her best to date.
She's so impressive. Carissa obviously went into the Rip Curl WSL finals in that #1 position last year, came up against Stephanie Gilmore, who was just in career best form. Steph said it was the best event she's ever surfed. Came from that 5th seed all the way through to get the crown. And, you know, it was heartbreaking for Carissa, but God, it didn't take her long to bounce back. Got a victory at the first stop on the CT this year at the Pipeline Pro.
Yeah, well, that's what champions do. They bounce back, and they bounce back bigger and better. And, you know, it was interesting to sort of receive some communication from Carissa after that world title loss, and you know, she was happy with her performance and somewhat reflecting on what could have been, but the point is that she said, I've learned from this, I'm going to learn from this, and I'm going to take everything that's happened up to this point, and I'm going to become bigger and better, and hopefully another world title.
We got some big set waves rolling our way here at the moment. Heat 3 of the opening round for the women in the 60th edition of the Rip Curl Pro. And it's going to catch everyone out. This is a good size set. Wonder if Kobe Enright can maybe scramble into position here. She's got her head down. She's swinging. And she's going to give it a go. Let's see what she can do with it. Needs to really put the foot down against these heavy hitters. Nice smooth carve to get started. Chasing it now, gets back out in front, big float, and just gets upset by that impacting whitewater there.
Just unfortunate that she couldn't stick that last turn. That was a great wave. It stood up all the way down the line. Biggest wave of the set, biggest wave of the event so far. This swell really filling in, and this is that 12 to 14 second interval that we saw on the charts. And Surfline Partners called it. They said there was going to be good waves throughout the afternoon. And, well, the ocean has delivered.
Well, Kobe Enright, she took out the qualifying series in the Australia, Oceania region, and she was really strong. Brought it home at the final QS event up there at Newcastle Surfest. And she'll be contending on the Challenger Series, but this is another big opportunity to help fund that campaign on the Challenger Series, obviously. Great surfer. Really could do some damage if she can get that confidence up with an early win here in the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is daunting having to come up against two very seasoned competitors and world champions. You know, and if you come in and you feel those nerves, it sort of puts you off your game a little bit. So that's what I feel like is happening at the moment. There's maybe a little bit of head noise that she needs to just settle and really show us what she can do.
So just on 20 minutes to go here, 7.5 for Carissa Moore on that last ride. Out to an early lead here. Kobe's hanging on to that second position, but it's just a low scoring total that she has. Lakey Peterson's got an opportunity here to strike for the lead. What a fantastic start that was. Committed first turn, grabs that rail as she floats through this next section, searching for some open face down the line, catches up with the pocket, and lets go of a nice snap. Really great start to the heat here for Lakey, who's had some injuries she's had to overcome in recent years. And that was a really well put together ride.
Great timing. Excellent read on the wave. Just getting the positions done in exactly the right moment. And that first turn had some spice on it.
Yeah, really
driving through it, with lots of power.
Yeah, I love Lakey's aggression in her frontside hack. She really puts her head down, has great torque in her upper body, really rotates nicely through those turns, rips through those carves.
Yeah, watch this first turn here, just drives through it, pushes it all the way to the end. Up and over this section, glides down the line, gets a little bit stuck here, but she did well to get around it. Resets quickly, straight off the bottom. more vertical on that hit, drives back into the pocket, and then finishes off clean. So wasn't too many more points left on that wave.
Yeah, quite often throughout the day we've seen people take that carving approach, and as you said, Lakey read each section really nicely. You know, what the competitors really want to do when these waves steepen through that inside is square up and actually mix up your approach, just to show you variation to the judges. And I thought she really did read the combo nicely on the outside there. Didn't oversurf that second section.
Absolutely, yeah. She could have got a little off flow, off timed, but you're right. She drove through it and then connected it up with that second turn. And that sort of set her up for a perfect rhythm on that wave.
7.33 back out in front. Carissa Moore after a 6.16. And the winner of the trials now has some work to do already in these early stages. The conditions have just played right into our favour today, Rich. It's been a fantastic opening day competition. There's been some big scores, and some people have come out in the opening round and kind of let us know where they're willing to take things. We've seen a lot of above the lip surfing. We've seen the women in the opening round get on the attack with some very committed rail turns. And have a look at this finish from Carissa Moore. That is such a strong move. And on the outside, Kobe with a nice looking wall and a couple of nice carves from her. So this is shaping up to be a fantastic heat with all surfers now counting on some decent numbers. But I love that move from Carissa there. I don't know if it's going to get her into the lead, but it's going to be really close. It's definitely better than a 3.17, so Kobe Enright is going to be chasing a pretty hefty requirement now.
Yeah, she's definitely going to replace that. And the strength of that final turn, a little bit horizontal and sleepy at the opening stages of that wave from Carissa. As we watch the replay here, it's stretched out down the line. And Riss just a nice open face slash, more of a check turn to get the positioning, waiting for this wave to hit the lowest section, and really starts to bowl up, and she just throws that, watch the back arm, throws it back into the wall and just basically grabs onto the face of the wave.
You can almost see the mind ticking here from Carissa Moore. She just whips through a transition turn to get started. Second move, she gets a little stuck, and then she goes, the only way I can convert this into a good number now is to really throw something big on this end section. And that was as committed as you get. Fantastic hit, great control. She's going to ride on out for a decent score here.
Yeah, great surfing, and you're right. You know, she did see the opportunity at the end of that wave, and it's going to be one that builds her tally. And as we see the score drop there, 6.83.
And that is enough to see her up into the lead now. Lakey Peterson after a 7.01, and Kobe Enright is chasing a 9.99. Impressive stuff here as we move into this opening round. What a entertaining round it's been so far. Such a close heat, that last one. We had 3 competitors, all with 13 points total, and just slight increments just between the 3 competitors, separating them and deciding who was going to be moving on through to the next round, skipping that dreaded elimination round.
Yeah, well, fantastic surfing so far.
Well, let's hear from the winner of that heat, who Kaipo was just absolutely chomping at the bit to get out there and attack these walls. She certainly did that.
She certainly did, Ron. Hey, congratulations on the heat win. Congratulations, just opening up with an excellent score, 8-point ride. Tell me about that wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's always first heat nerves, you know, but Winky was providing there was many good waves out there, and it was just a matter of completing your rides to get the big scores. And yeah, I'm super happy to have opened up with a strong score because they're really tough competitors.
Got more stuff to make you happy. Congratulations, you've made the mid-season cut. You're in there, you don't have to worry about it. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's definitely nice to be confirmed that. It's unfortunate when you get cut. I've been there, I've done that, and I don't want to go back. So yeah, I'm super happy to have made the cut, and final 5, let's do this.
Let's do this. Congratulations. We'll see you in the round of 16, Molly Picklum.
Thank you.
Cheers, Kaipo. Yeah, you can tell there's a couple of the surfers that we've spoken to today have been just incredibly relieved to be in that glorious position of having locked up not only their place on the back half of this season, but their place as a CT competitor in 2024. Jiao Chianca, he had the cut last year. He's well positioned up there at the top end of the men's CT ranks. Molly Picklum, same story for her, cut last year, and here she is leading the ratings on the women's side, and you know, looking like she's not ready to let that yellow jersey go anytime soon. On the outside though, Carissa Moore's the one that's behind her on the leaderboard, trying to chase her down, and she's got a couple of good waves already. This one's going to close out on her though. But she's trying to improve on a 6.83. Right behind her, Lakey Peterson taps into a great wave with a nice steep opening section. Oh, that first turn was dynamite.
It was absolute dynamite. Just ripping through the lip there, getting the tail release and controlling the turn. That CI, that Channel Islands board, looking very spicy under her feet.
Yeah, bit of movement through the stables at the moment with who's working with what coach, and Lakey Peterson's leaning into the Glen Hall camp these days, working with Micro at this event. I think it's a pretty smart thing, especially for the veterans to do, just to find something fresh, maybe a new perspective. Kobe Enright with a great opening move here. Beautiful swoop off the top again. If she can find something down the line, she's going to get herself back in this heat. The wave just kind of gets ahead of her for a moment, but she does well to stay with it. And now looking for the big finish, and she's going to stick it, and that's going to get her right back in this heat. Her previous wave of 5.33. She shows us what she can do when she finds a little bit more room to move there, and I'm expecting that to be her best number.
That's a great comeback wave for Kobe Enright, and that's exactly what she needed at this point in the heat. The two seasoned campaigners were starting to creep away from her, but she's just pulled them back in here. Watch the replay. This first opening turn just presses on the tail, drives through it, and again a more acute snap under the end of the lip. And the important thing is, Ron, she stayed with the pace of the wave here, and well, maybe a little sleepy through this section, but gets a nice wrap and then finishes strong. That's what she hasn't been able to do on all her previous rides. So that one complete, and that'll feel good.
Grew up watching Stephanie Gilmore surf, and you can see shades of that approach, especially when she's halfway through her turns. Those wings nice and spread out there, and she really did commit to those first couple of sections. She's turned in a 6.87, and she's chipped away at the requirement here. She's after a 6.8 now to get up into second place. Just under 11 minutes remaining here in the third heat of the opening round at the Rip Curl Bells Beach Pro, presented by Bonsoy. More action coming your way right after this.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the show, and what a show it has been here in the third heat of the opening round for the women. We've got all three competitors hanging on to great scores. Carissa Moore with the best of them, a 7.5, a 6.83, and that's got her out there with a pretty healthy heat score total. But Lakey Peterson She's been throwing down some great turns, Richie Lovett, and she's up again here. This is a replay of what happened during the break.
Yeah, this is Lakey. She's looking on, in my opinion, really fast down the line. And just trying to add a little bit of spice onto each turn. This is Carissa, just with that power approach, staying right out in front of it. She sees something down the line and goes to that trademark layback hammer.
Oh.
And not sure if anyone can match her on the women's side when she lays down that turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a good contest. It's pretty close, the numbers. Carissa with her scores just slightly edging ahead of Lakey, but Kobe Enright's got herself back in at her last wave. You know, she just showed if she gets some space, what she's able to throw down there, 6.87, so not out of it, needs a 6.8 at this stage. But just touching on this event earlier, Rich, and the honour roll here, much like the men's, it's, you know, it's an event that all the greats have had success in. Most of the world champs have had victories here. And it's been hard to break through and get wins away from those dominant forces. You know, when you think about this contest, for the women, there's been 49 years of events here, and there's only been 21 winners, so a lot of multiple champs. Gail Cooper, obviously, the most winning surfer at Bells Beach, but Stephanie Gilmore, Lisa Anderson, Lane Beachley really were strong at this venue. And Courtney and Carissa have the opportunity to match Steph Gilmore this year. So we'll see what happens. But it's a wave that I think, you know, it takes a while for a lot of competitors to figure out. But once they find it, doesn't matter really if it's at Winky or Bells on the bowl. It's like gives you the confidence to go on and get the job done. Just over 6 minutes remaining here. Carissa seems to be on track to potentially hoist that big trophy again, just from what we've seen. Those huge individual turns, that clean rail work. She looks well and truly on here in the opening round.
She sure does, but you know, let's not just forget what Molly Picklum just produced in that last heat. Some amazing turns. The youngsters on a bit of a tear, and certainly, you know, Lakey's in good form as well. This thing could be an interesting year for Bells, and maybe I'll go out on a limb and say first-time winner again on the women's side. Your call?
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you. I think we're going to see someone ring it for second, maybe fourth, maybe third time. But yeah, Tyler Wright's performance here last year, legendary. And incredible. Seeing the image of Tyler just with her hands up in the air, making her way in after overcoming Carissa Moore in the final last season. That's a banner around the event site here this year. It's an iconic image. I think it's going to be a Bells classic. It's an immortal frame. Beautifully captured the emotion and just how much it means to the competitors, this trophy. 5 minutes remaining here. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, because there has been plenty of highlights in this heat. Carissa Moore throwing down some of the turns of the day here.
Oh, you can just see Carissa leaning into all these turns. And, well, just watch that back arm of hers. I keep bringing it up. Watch Lakey. She'll go high and pivots quickly around, driving down the line. Lots of speed. And looking really spicy, looking like she's ready to rumble here. Bringing this all the way through to the inside. But Carissa just hard to match these power carves. And these end turns right here, watch this, the big layback hack. Bang, just throws everything into it. Just so dynamic.
Just the extension of that back leg just forces so much pressure onto the tail of the board. Does well to control it too. 4 minutes remaining here. And Carissa sitting on top of the leaderboard at the moment in this heat. Lakey Peterson definitely within reach, and both Lakey and Carissa in their throwaway scores, even though they didn't link the rides right through to the inside, had really amazing turns to kick those rides off. But I love that Kobe's hanging in there too.
Well, she's had arguably the best wave of the heat in terms of the wave size and the opportunity on the wave, and she did surf it very, very well to a 6.87. So I think she's settled into the formula of, okay, I'm just going to wait for the quality waves and I'm going to do my best surfing on them, and that's going to give me the best opportunity of staying in this heat. With 3 minutes 20 on the clock, she does have priority, so she'll just wait this one out. We've seen so many lines. Conditions have really gotten beautiful this afternoon, and the Southern Ocean producing some amazing swell.
Yeah, Winky's fun in these kind of conditions, isn't it? Because it does give you the opportunity to build plenty of speed when you get to your feet initially. You don't want to glide by scoring opportunities, but we've seen it a couple of times today when surfers have been willing to just paddle a little bit deeper. You're not really missing any big opening sections, and you can drive high on the wave and then drop to the bottom and make the most of that first section. Here's Carissa doing just that. And just electricity out of that first move. The wave's slowing up a little bit here, but she'll stick with it, and it will reconnect with that shallower water on the inside now. And she again just pushes the tail to the point of release and finishes that one off nicely. Kobe Enright chasing her down the line. Not sure what kind of work she got done on the outside, but I mean, the finish, it wasn't too thrilling, so she would have had to have done something pretty amazing on the outside to get a good score out of that one.
Yeah, well, she needs that 6.8 and almost needs to replicate the type of surfing she did on that on her best score, and I just don't see it in that final wave that she's just had.
Let's have a look at it. Here she goes from the outset.
Okay, so nice carve to start things off. And wow, that's a better one as she starts to build through the opening stages here. And then finishing, well, the finishing was a little sleepy on that one, Ron. Didn't have that big dynamic turn to put the exclamation mark on. And wow, just the speed as Carissa jams the first turn, doesn't overcook it on the second one. Foam can be a little tricky. And now she starts driving off the front foot, gets to that final section. Beautiful, clean surfing.
You know, you can almost see the work that Carissa does in off seasons when she gets to the start of a new campaign. And her go-to typically is those big, drawn-out carves. We see a lot of it. It's a high-scoring move. It actually scores really well for her. But you can just tell that she's added some speed to her approach this year and looking to mix things up a little bit with those first move options. That was super impressive. It didn't go into her top 2, but another 6-point ride for Carissa, and you know, just showing us that she's, you know, got sparky equipment. She's ready to show us some light and shade out there at the moment. She's not just going to that big rail turn on every ride. Kobe Enright, she turned in a 5.7. It was a real shame that wave didn't stand up for her on the inside, because she had one big snap in there that kind of was setting her up for a big number. But Lakey now can really shut the door on Kobe Enright here with a solid performance. The wave flattens out a little bit. She's just pacing it herself through these flatter sections, but she'll dig in now. Oh, swings the fins out of the face and really hammers this one as she moves through to the inside. A great performance. She was after a 7.01. She just might get it with that wave.
She absolutely tagged that wave to pieces through the inside section. She had to bide her time, and it was, you know, that can be a little frustrating when you're riding the wave at times. You go, come on, I need the points, and she just was patient enough and really attacked on the final moments where she needed to.
She didn't get sort of lost on the wave, though. She looked like she was in it and focused on what she was going to do down the line. Here's Kobe's last wave.
Oh!
Threw it up there, and it just didn't stick. So we're going to see the replay of Lakey's ride. It was a real shame this wave kind of did go to sleep after that first turn for a moment, because she was sort of hoping that it would stand up through this section too.
Yeah, nice opening wrap, and then just some connecting cutbacks, and then here the wave starts to stand up. Love that turn there. Gets the drift, regains control, and that little flare on the final turn, just releasing the fins. A good finish.
A really strong finish, but it wasn't the number Lakey needed, but she did hang on to that second spot. Carissa Moore, though, with the victory. Kobe Enright, the winner of the trials, will have to fight her way out of the elimination round. We've got another fantastic heat coming your way right after the break here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Don't forget to lock your fantasy teams in before that elimination round gets underway. You've seen the form of the surfers in the opening rounds. It's been impressive. We've still got a few more heats to come for the women this afternoon. But, man, there's been some great surfing laid down already. Expecting the same from these three competitors. Three of the best. Tatiana Weston-Webb, a perennial title threat these days, will be out there in the red jersey. Caroline Marks, great to see her back. Already cracked the final at Sunset this year and really has one of the best backhands we've ever seen. And Isabella Nichols is out there in the white. She's below the cut line at the moment, has some work to do. And she's certainly capable on a long right-hander of turning in excellent scores. Ronnie sitting alongside Richie. Rich, who's the surfer to watch in this heat, in your opinion?
You put me on the spot here, mate. They all are. If I had to pick one, I feel like Caroline, now that the surface has been really groomed out, I feel like she's going to be able to just get to that deep bottom turn and that electric fire off the top that she has. But, you know, Isabella is going to be on her forehand out here, the only natural footer in this heat against the two strong, goofy footers. So this is a classic matchup.
Caroline, it's so fantastic to see her back. She came onto the scene as one of the youngest surfers we'd ever seen on the CT, and she just got herself right to the top end of the rankings in her rookie and sophomore seasons. But I think there was some burnout there. You know, it was a big jump to make as a youngster. It's fantastic that she's had some time away from competition and getting herself back into that special form that's seen her take championship tour wins. But it's going to be Isabella Nichols, the surfer that's so desperate for a big finish here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach to stay on the CT through the back half of the season. And she's going to just ditch the fins on that final section. Just the one move, but you got to love it.
Love the speed. Love the intent. Love how connected she looked on that wave. Ready to rock and roll. And Bella got down here early. She's been putting the time in. Little visit to the wave pool during the week as well. So just getting everything dialed and ready for this moment right here. But you can, I love watching the first waves and bit of strategy there. Isabella forcing the issue, taking the inside so she could get the first wave. But here goes Caroline.
Yeah, Caroline racing down the line, steps back on the tail now and rips into that first turn. This wave's going to shut down though. But I like it. I like how competitive these surfers are on that outside, just hustling for the inside position. But I feel like this is going to really work in Tatiana's favour. But just the benefit, Rich, of holding that position out there and having your rivals not really bank scores that are going to apply any kind of pressure.
Yeah, well, that's you know, they get into a routine here, or a rotation, I should say, and you need to be able to be putting decent scores on the board and then putting pressure on your opponent. And Bella got a nice wave here to open up, streaking down the line. Look at the speed already. Okay, gets into the bottom turn, a nice slash off the top, but it was his final turn here. Bang, just throws the fins out and rides out of it. And this was Caroline streaking down the line here. And here's that deep bottom turn we're talking about. Grinds it off the top. Unfortunately, that wave just stretched out down the line, so she had to pull out.
Oh, Caroline, just a 2.17, but Isabella actually turned in a pretty decent score. Had that sort of check turn before setting up the fin throw at the end of her ride for a 6.17. So it's a score she could really count on by the end of this heat. When you reflect on these surfers and their performances here at Bells, for Isabella, hasn't been a happy hunting ground. A 13th in 2017, a 9th place finish last season. Tatiana's had some big performances here though, especially when the waves have been solid. Not afraid to attack that dreaded end section here at Bells when we're over on the bowl. And she had a runner-up finish in 2018. Caroline Marks though, 2 previous efforts here for semi-final finishes in 2018 and 2019. So now a couple of surfers out there that on the backhand might be able to add to the winners list. There hasn't been too many on the women's side. Frida Zamba, she broke through for a couple of victories here, but she's the only one. It's been a regular footer's dream, this event. Just on 23.5 minutes to go. Laura Anova out there watching these competitors hustle in the opening stages here, Laura, and already we're starting to feel the pressure build with the cut looming.
Yeah, guys, it's so beautiful out here at the moment. You know, that wind has totally backed off. It's totally groomed the lineup, and it's amazing out here. It feels like it's Indo, but it's colder, but it's actually quite warm at the moment. But conditions have totally, said totally like 5 times, as Isabella Nichols is taking off right now. Big hit. But guys, loving it out here. Great to be here.
It sure is. Yeah, we couldn't have asked for better conditions for this opening round here at Winky. Tricky this morning, Rich. Kind of had a little bit of east in that wind, and it has clocked around to the north a bit and cleaned up a whole lot, and it's just allowed our competitors to sink those rail turns deep, to really hammer down the line without having to negotiate those tricky ribs, that devil wind. And big numbers have been dropping, and expecting more this afternoon.
They have indeed, and some of our competitors actually rubbing their hands together when they see that devil wind, because it really does help when you take to the air. We saw some huge aerials this morning, big rotations.
Just an unbelievable opening round of competition. The WSL post show is not to be missed, because there's going to be plenty of highlights there. Just over 22 minutes remaining here, and I'm just baffled that this is the 60th edition, and we did have a couple of years where unfortunately we weren't able to get down here due to the pandemic, but it's awesome to see. It always brings the best out of the competitors. As we see Tatiana up on her first ride, so she used priority on that wave, and you got to say, with the quality of sets that we've seen in the last couple of heats, that was a big blunder.
Well, this is what happens down here at Bells and Winky Pop. It really is lined up with swell lines, but sometimes they can look like they're coming, and especially when it's offshore like this, it really does fan the top of the swell out, and you go, oh, there's a big line coming. So maybe as that wave was approaching, Tatiana thought it was going to be a good one, and it just sort of, you know, went under her. But you know, she would have also been feeling the pressure of the clock there. It was almost 9 minutes without actually catching a wave. But definitely Isabella Nichols with that first opening ride of the 617 taking control here.
So take us through this situation as a competitor, because Tatiana, she's really smart. With the jersey on, she, you know, makes few mistakes, but she is human, and right now she's processing having had priority and the opportunity to drop a big number there, and look, she's got to get over it.
Absolutely, and she'd be doing the numbers in her head. You know, it's fortunate that it's only really the one score on the board right now, so she'd be looking at going, okay, 20 minutes, I've got 10 minutes per wave that I need to drop. That's plenty of time. And looking at how the sets have been coming in all day, there's been more than enough waves for all of our competitors to have multiple opportunities at getting scores. So, you know, she doesn't need to freak out at this point in time, and she'll be confident that when the next set comes, she'll rip right in.
She'll correct it. Talk to me about the fact that throughout your professional junior careers, your amateur careers, more often than not, there's 20 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
So it's kind of a throwback to that way of thinking. You know, it's a treat to have 30-minute heats in a lineup like Winky with only a couple of other competitors. But for most of these surfers, the majority of the heats that they surf before graduating to the championship tour were 15 to 20 minutes long.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you know, it's that extra 10 minutes is a blessing, because you can really work on your wave choice, and especially in the 3 surfer heats that we have in the opening rounds, you know, that extra 10 minutes is important. But, you know, that 20-minute heat teaches you how to hustle a little bit, teaches you how to really convert waves and not hold back, and take advantage of waves when they come and convert them into scores. So, yeah, let's see how this one plays out.
It's always funny for me sitting next to you watching these heats, because I talk to a lot of former competitors, and they say when they get away from competing, they actually become much smarter competitors, having made mistakes throughout their career, but then identifying other areas or strategies that the competitors can take into these exchanges. But I see you roll your eyes sometimes where competitors kind of make errors like that. And they can be big turning points in heats. They can be big turning points in events. They can actually cost people world titles.
Yeah, it's every single decision that you make in a heat has an effect. It's that whole ripple effect, you know. And You've got to make smart choices. There's not one heat in my whole career where I didn't come in and go, okay, what did I do and what did I do right and what did I do wrong? And sometimes the decision can, you know, alter the course of your whole year and how your whole competitive career is going to play out. So, you know, case in point was Courtney last year. She hustled on the inside, caught this one wave. She was in danger of dropping out of the tour and dropping out of this particular heat down at Winky Pop. The one wave turned everything around, set her on a path to get a good result at Bells. Then she converted at Margaret River. So, you know, that comes down to what your point. Every little decision is an important one.
Well, just under 18 minutes remaining here, and it's great to have Bailey Ladders back on board. They've got their #1 team rider back on the job. He is down there somewhere on the main stage, I believe. Take it away, Kaipo.
Here I am at the Bailey Ladder leaderboard on my sturdy Bailey ladder, and I like to climb the ladder, climb the rungs. That way you get to the top. What you don't want to do is fall to the bottom rung right there. That is the elimination round. That is what happens if you get third place in these opening rounds for both the men and the women. You want to avoid that. Climb the ladder, make your way through the brackets, and thank you to Bailey Ladder. Sturdy as always.
Sturdy as always. And we know that Kaipo will be at the top of that ladder come the end of the event. He always makes finals day, Kaipo. That's why Bailey love him. 17 minutes remaining in this heat. And it's, you know, I think the Ocean needed a breather after that last one, Rich, with Carissa Lakey and Kobe Enright all getting a number of quality waves.
Well, we were talking it up, weren't we, how much swell there's been, and now it's just gone a little quiet.
Oh, for good reason. You know, it was worthy of talking up that last heat. The throwaway scores were super impressive. The individual turns we saw laid down were mind-blowing. And I can't wait to see more. I'm waiting for these three surfers to get that same opportunity. 16.5 minutes remaining here. And we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Stay with us. There's still so much more action to come. We're waiting on these surfers to drop the big numbers. When we come down to Bells, you always want to come and check out different areas, and the Great Ocean Road, always a go-to.
It's a whole new vantage point when you're up above everything on the Great Ocean Road. It's such a cool part of Victoria.
The gin kitchen was so good. It was really fun to just like test a bunch of different types of gin.
La Cantina is really cool. You can look at the produce right here in the farm.
This place offers so much beauty to check out. I just love coming back every single year. We do love our time down here, and we've got a bird's eye perspective to the Great Ocean Road last year. Really cool, really different. As we see Tatiana just looking to clean things up. Made a priority blunder earlier on, but that's going to help her chances. And she's going to start to make her move now. She only nabbed a 1.57 on her first wave. That's going to be a lot better. Nice finish on the inside, and I think maybe just identifying that things might be slowing up a little bit out there at the moment, just adapting to that situation.
Yeah, it is important, Ron. You make a really good point there. You have to be open to changing your game plan throughout a heat when the ocean does decide to go a little bit sleepy. This is a replay of Caroline during the break. Good looking wave here. Hammers that first section, drives through for a second turn, patiently waits for the third, and offering a little bit more through the inside, gets the final hit, rides out. So a 5-turn combo for Caroline Marks, and she's starting to make her move.
That was impressive. I mean, Caroline, for me, I see little bits of Mark Occhilupo's approach out there, the way she can hang on that bottom turn for a really long time. It cuts out all the sort of shimmies and in between turns. She maintains rail-to-rail flow. It just gives her she banks so well off the bottom, it gives her a lot of time to size up the section and get the timing spot on. And she does have a couple of different moves that she can go to on that backhand.
The greats have got the deep bottom turn, and they sit on it for the precise moment. And it is really the setup of everything. It sets your speed up, it sets your line up, and the deeper you can get on that bottom turn, and by that I mean how much speed and how much you can hang on that rail, and then just wait for that moment, then, you know, that's the foundations of great surfing right there.
You see her just coiling up too. You know, it gives her the opportunity to unwind and really generate some speed through those backhand hits. That was excellent surfing. You know, it didn't have maybe an individual turn that kind of blew your head open, but it actually was just so well put together, and it came through at an 8.33. So Caroline has taken the lead now. Isabella has a 6.17, and she needs a 4.34 to get herself into the lead. She could be on her way already. What a combo. Taller wave. She's going to run out of room here, but I'd say she gets the number with those two moves. And Caroline now, let's see what she can do with a steeper wall. Just whips through a transition move to set this one up. Nice big fan coming off that rail as she drives up into that foamy section. That low center of gravity serves her well. She knows it's a good backup number. She was trying to get rid of a 2.17 there.
Wow, she's done that and more. And I think Tatiana actually had priority then, and she let Caroline go on that wave, just thinking, oh, maybe it's going to run off down the line. But Caroline just matched the speed of the wave perfectly, and just waiting for those moments to explode and position her turns. Fantastic stuff.
Leaning into just the expert goofy foot. Absolute legend, Luke Egan, for formulating strategy, but also just on her surfing approach. And Luke's influence is, you know, evident for me too in Caroline surfing. Great style.
So look at this first turn. You can see Tati didn't want it. It stretched down the line, but then Caroline just hammers that turn, and then it got a little frothy here. Didn't matter though. She was able to power out of it and complete that final turn. Bella on the outside, on the front side. Gets a nice swooping carve to start things off, always looking down the line, and just gets the two-turn combo again. She banked that 6.17 for the opening ride, maybe a similar number.
Well, just that one person's been in Isabella Nichols' way this year when you reflect on her results. Molly. 3 nights to Molly Picklum this year, and it's, you know, it's obviously made life really difficult. She's below the cut line now, and it is going to be really difficult to fight her way back. But this has been a brave performance, you know, with all that pressure to go out there and just be throwing the fins and really ripping into your turns. You know, she's in attack mode. It's all or nothing at this point.
Yeah, and you can really tell when a surfer is surfing aggressively and surfing to their potential rather than surfing defensively and just trying to do what they need to do to get a score, instead of just in attack mode and just wanting to just rip the wave to pieces. I feel like that's a better way to go, because for these competitors, that's their comfort zone, is in attack mode, not in defensive mode.
Oh, we're seeing some serious attack out there at the moment, Laura Enever, and it feels like these surfers are having a really fun time out here at Winky.
They are. Caroline Marks just paddling past. She was way down the point. She's got a big paddle ahead of her after tagging that wave a few times, and she was just saying, it's firing, it's firing, it's firing. So you can you know, she's been around for quite a few years now, Caroline Marks, but she's still a frothing grom at heart, and waves like this really bring it out. Amazing to see all the ladies absolutely shredding.
Yeah, she had an 8.33 on a previous wave. She's just dropped a 7.5, Laura.
Wow.
And it feels like
Hammers.
she's really getting back to her best.
She really is. She seems calm, relaxed. I saw her up in the car park with Luke Egan before her heat, and she just seems like she's just really enjoying herself. And in Hawaii as well, yeah, like I said, she still seems like a grom to us, but she's a grown-up young lady now, and she's here to do business.
Hey Laura, what's Tatiana thinking right now, giving Caroline that wave and basically making her life much more difficult in this heat with 7.5 minutes to go?
Yeah, that must hurt. I mean, seeing your fellow goofy footer on tour, I love watching the Caroline Tatiana battles. They're both so strong. But yeah, it's just come down to wave selection, and Isabella's found herself in some bombs, and stoked to see her, you know, bring it together at this time. She's in a pretty tough place on the rankings and kind of where she was last year, but for both Tatiana and Isabella, you know, got some work to do.
Yeah, a 6.13 for Isabella, so the requirement's pretty big now for Tatiana, who's had a couple of priority blunders in this heat. She needs a 6.3 to get up into second place at the moment. Right now, though, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat. What a performance from Carissa Moore. She's with Kaipo.
Carissa, a nice opening round. What kind of adjustments did you have to make today, knowing that you were going to surf Winky rather than Bells?
I think the biggest adjustment is just knowing that this Winky has a little bit of a different pace to it. It's a little bit faster and pockety, and I think that Bells is a little slower, and you can really like lay in and open some carves there. So I think just, you know, the lineups are different and all that too.
All right, well, what about, you know, so you got 3 Bells, but wouldn't 4 kind of balance off the trophy case a little bit better? It's an even number, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to be back. I love bells, and it would be awesome to add another bell to the collection, but I know that there's a lot of other girls and other women that would like that bell too, so I just got to work hard, put my head down, and it looks like we'll have some good surf this week.
Yeah, I look forward to it. See you in the round of 16. Carissa Moore.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, Carissa looking really sharp. Love that gold in the Red Bull sticker there too, to, you know, give tribute to her gold medal. Fantastic to see. Just under 6 minutes remaining here. Caroline Marks on fire. Beautiful backhand surfing. Isabella Nichols not too far off the pace either. She's had a couple of decent rides, a couple of mid-range sixes. Tatiana, you know, has definitely got to, you know, keep her head in the game here, because even though she hasn't had a lot of rhythm in this heat, she only needs a 6.3, and I think her surfing is pretty comparable to Caroline's. Just the vertical approach she has, her ability to stick big end section hits through high impact water is pretty impressive.
Super reliable when it comes to the finishing turn. Tatiana is one of the best on the women's tour at converting those big numbers, and well, she has priority. 5 minutes to go, so she's in the box seat if a wave comes. And look, the requirement, it's not out of reach. It's only a 6.3. We know that she's more than capable.
Tyler Wright, last year's champion, gearing up for her opening round heat. She's going to be up against Gabriella Bryan and Sally Fitzgibbons. Sally Fitzgibbons, a multiple winner here at this contest. She's chasing a 3rd Bell's title in 2023. And Gabriella Bryan, man, she is such a good surfer, has such a heavy back foot. She can really throw some deep carves down and attacks that critical section of the wave more often than not.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Gabriella Bryan actually over the last season, just watching her progression and seeing the development of her surfing once she got onto the championship tour. But you're right, some big power turns, loves to lay down a big carve, and yeah, really dynamic, just water displacement.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see those competitors who were out or below the cut line at this same point last year and who saved themselves, just how well they've done in the opening stages of this season. As we see Caroline up again, trying to get rid of a 7.5 here, just to add to a heat score total. I think she's just having such a good time. She just couldn't say no to letting go of another rapid sequence of backhand hits here.
Yeah, she's on, no doubt about it. The thing that'll keep that score somewhat low is just the size of the wave. And as we can see, some lines approaching here. So we might get a grandstand finish to this one. It's Tatiana who needs the score, and she's going to paddle into this one.
Oh, it's a late takeoff. It throws her off a little bit, but she'll find that open face, and will now have to make up for that. Already a couple of turns, the wave standing up, and like we said, you know, you can really count on her. She's quite reliable usually, but she's sort of put herself in a situation where there's some pressure, Rich, and it's kind of bubbled over in that ride.
Yeah, I just wonder whether there's a little bit of head noise for Tatiana in this heat. Just a couple of weird decisions, but here Isabella up and riding, beautiful turns.
Big drawn out calf to get started. Held that rail right through to the inside, right back through to the pocket, I should say, and a decent finish. So it's feeling like that's going to be right up there with her other keepers at this stage. 2.5 minutes to go, and you know, Tati's the surfer that needs a score. She won't get it out of that last ride, and she's probably way down the line here, so it's going to be difficult to get herself up into a qualifying position for the round of 16.
Oh, just such a beautiful fluid style on Isabella. And, well, shades of Carissa Moore on this final turn here. Just dropping the back arm. I love that technique. I've seen so many surfers adopt it. And this was Tatiana, just as you said, Ron, a little late, just couldn't quite get the takeoff. And it looked like she was sort of behind the 8 ball in terms of the rhythm of that wave and her timing. And I don't think the judges are going to call that final move as complete.
No way. So 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Caroline's last ride didn't go into a top 2, but it was another impressive score, a 7.27. Isabella, she's still waiting on a score.
Well, this is a big result for her. You know, she got herself out of trouble last year with a you know, final ditch effort on a turn at Margaret River. One miraculous turn that sort of saved her, and she doesn't want to be in that position going into the next event.
Yeah, she had to win the event to stay on tour, and she did it.
Yep.
Amazing. So she's going to have that in the back of her mind, that really positive memory of what she was able to achieve. She'd love to, you know, make it a little easier for herself, that task heading into stop 5 than needing a victory. And with her last ride coming through, she's on her way. A 6.87 for that last one. So Tatiana now after a 7.04, and Isabella's up again. Just the opportunity for 2 turns, but again a clean combination. 30 seconds to go here. And Tatiana needs a 7.04. She might get lucky on the outside if something's rolling our way at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say, hard for Isabella to pass that wave up. But strategy-wise, she probably shouldn't have taken it, because she has given Tati this wave. Whether it's going to be enough, let's see.
Well, Tatiana has some big end section moves she can go to, but this one's stretching out and gets away from her. So the heat is coming to a close, and it's going to be Caroline Marks dominating this one with a couple of big scores, and she's not done yet. Still working this wave over. Bit of foam on the face, no dramas for the Floridian.
Look out.
Super impressive stuff, and a very healthy heat score total as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap.
Yeah, some great surfing in this heat. This was an awesome one to call. And that lady there, Caroline Marks, just laying down some of the best backhand turns we've seen down at Winky Pot for the day. This is how she got things started. Bang, hammers it off the top, driving through these bottom turns. And the timing, well, Ron, it was on. She just positioned her board so well up into the pocket, these hooks on the backhand. A little bit of Luke, a little bit of Oki.
You love to see it. I mean, I love this angle. It just shows how much water she's displacing out of the pocket of these rides. The commitment on show with these big end section hits. And even her throwaway scores would have won of the heat. So Caroline Marks on fire. Healthy heat score total of 15.83. Isabella survives the opening round and dodges the elimination round. Tatiana Weston-Webb with some work to do. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with the last couple of heats of the opening round for the women right after this.
There's only been like an event that I've done it mildly at, was the Bells win last year. Like people hadn't seen that sort of like dominance, energy, conviction and sort of surfing, but just the mentality shift of what I did there was purely going, no, this is just for me. I want this. I spent 12 years looking at this thing. I've never gotten it. It's the only one I want. I've got world titles, got everything else. I just want that. And what that allowed me to do, that was just me going out going, I'm just going to surf with my whole heart, my whole soul, my whole everything. And it was kind of like the first time I really given myself permission to just like let the handbrake off a little bit. It was such a kind of changing moment for me personally. That's the best thing I've ever done in my professional career as an outcome and an achievement. I think it just allowed me to be me. I'm still learning, and it's crazy that I'm 12 years in, still learning.
So great to hear from Tyler Wright anytime, but also on the lineup with Dave Proden. If you missed that episode, you can find it easily anywhere you find your podcast. And that one was taped during International Women's Month. Tyler talking about what she did at Bells last year, the defending event champ. Got this wave during the break. A quick start against Gabby Bryan and Sally Fitzgibbons. Threw down a nice carve. Got a little bit flat on the face there, so had to search for the pocket. Aggressive off the lip and missed the finish, so a big ejection there. We'll keep that score pretty small to start. Tyler Wright, ranked number 4 in the world coming into this event. Gabby Bryan having a stellar year as well. Last year's Rookie of the Year, and then also Sally Fitzgibbons. So Gabby Bryan surrounded by Australian legends with some Bells titles to their name. Looking nice and loose is Sally. Riding away, that'll put her out in front.
Yeah, Sally just tapping into some of that magic that she's known for here at Bells. She's had so much success here. As we see Gabby Bryan looking for a little tube time.
Always so powerful. The surfer from Kauai drills the first turn, had to airdrop a bit. That kind of took away another maneuver. But she's engaged in the tour. She's really loving her job. Every single section she just looks like she wants to take apart. And she's got an extra gear. She can really go quick if she needs to. Changes speeds on demand, and she will try to mix up the scenario here with two Aussies that have really proven themselves at this venue time and time again, Bucks.
Yeah, this is a really tough heat. I mean, Tyler's a defending champion. Sally Fitzgibbons, gosh, she's had so many great successful heats and finals down here. Gabriella, well, she's got the power, though, to match it.
For Sally, it was here where she got her very first CT win. And that was the deal with her dad, right, Rosie, about the mustache disappearing if she got that victory. More on that in a moment. Tyler's got a cool pace on this wave. There's that traditional lean back that she loves. And she'll miss the finish, so a couple falls on her first 2 waves. But she definitely looks fired up. Plenty of time for Tyler to grease a couple of those finishes. But yeah, it was Sally, right, with the deal with her dad way back in the day here at Bells?
That's right. If you're new here, Martin Fitzgibbons used to have a very, very thick moustache on his upper lip. And as we just watch Tyler Wright going through the motions on this winky wall, there she lays in that back arm and then makes connection there. It's not often you see Tyler Wright go incomplete on the last turn on 2 rides. So, you know, a couple things that Tyler can kind of tighten up. But yeah, she made the deal with her dad. We're actually in Peru at a championship tour event, and Sally was going really well, and she was looking really good for a win over there. And she made the deal, Dad, if I win an event, you got to shave the moustache off. She didn't win that event, but when she won Bells, the mo had to go.
Oh, and it's never been back. Classic. Gabby Bryan putting together some great moves on this one. Saw her earlier, right before the women's opening round got started. She was just getting all of her prep work done, but she just looks so happy. She looks so loose. She still had time to kind of chat real quick. She didn't seem like anything was too serious. I feel like she likes to just enjoy the whole process, even her prep. She's got a smile on her face as we check out Sally's wave again, Rabbit.
Yeah, Sally's opening ride. It's a scorcher, Joe. This wave really stands up. There's no dead sections whatsoever. And she really looks like she's added another dimension to her surfing, Rosie.
Yeah, she does. I mean, every time, Sally's got to be one of the hardest working women on tour, and she is just studying so intricately her technique and how she can improve working on surfboards. And cool to see, you know, what she's bringing into this year. I think when you get to that veteran status on tour, you've got to dig deep to find motivation and find a fresh approach in your surfing, and I think Sally's doing that this season.
It would have been a bit of a shock to her last year, the mid-year cut after such a stellar career, but she's been thrown a lifeline.
Yeah, she has. I think you just think of so many things that Sally's accomplished. It's hard to pick one. I mean, what comes to mind for you, Rosie, when you think about this amazing career that is still continuing in front of our eyes?
Yeah, I mean, it's so special for me because I've known Sally since she was a teenager, and just to see, you know, the way that the arc of her career, where she's gone. I mean, she's had some just falling short to that ever elusive world title so many times, the way that she's able to kind of pick herself up and recalibrate and come into the next season fired up. I'm so inspired by her work ethic and just her happiness. She really glows when you chat to her, and personally, she's just an amazing character.
Ah, so true. Bugs, what about yourself?
You know, it's a different thing. For me, Sally has been one of the most marketable women's surfers in history. She's helped to really elevate women's surfing, not just in Australia, but globally. I really feel that is her contribution, even above all the titles she's won.
I love that. Yeah, just a true ambassador of the sport. Loves being involved in the conversation of how to make it better and make improvements. And like you said, she's not afraid to redefine herself. If it's new equipment for a new season, now been on the Pangs for a couple of years now, but also just taking on new challenges. This is her 116th championship tour event in her career, and one thing that impressed me the most is she has perfect attendance. As we see a wrapping turn from Tyler Wright. Nice commitment to that second power hack, and she will shut it down. So after a couple of falls, she's in sync with Winky Pop, her best so far in wave number 3. A 4.27 puts her into the top 2, and I think she's done that.
Yeah, that was a way better flow from Tyler Wright. You can tell even in her body language when she kicked out of that wave, it was kind of like, okay, that's what I needed to do to find that connection under my feet and really finish the wave off.
One more look here, Bugs.
Well, this time, Tyler's really in her stride here. She's able to set up these big maneuvers that she's well known for, just gouging, and she had the extra time to polish off that finishing move.
So much pressure on that Paizel surfboard off the bottom. Always been known for that powerful back foot, Rosie.
Yeah, so fun to see her kind of utilize that power and strength and really get up and over her surfboard there. Make sure that she finishes that wave off.
5.67 for Tyler Wright. She's out in front now. Fitzgibbons in second, but Sal threw down a 7.5 on her opener. So the Aussie veterans taking control at the early stages of heat number 5. The one thing missing for me from Tyler is just she hasn't experienced a Rip Curl WSL finals yet, even with strong starts to the last 2 consecutive seasons.
Yeah, she was there at that the first edition of the WSL finals, and she was just lighting up at the excitement at the moment, and how just to crown someone on that day. I think for Tyler, that's something that's really pushing her and motivating her this season to make the WSL finals, to compete and see if she can win it in a one-day championship.
Let's now hear from Caroline Marks, hanging out with Kaipo.
Here last year, but
hey, Joe. Hey, I'm here with the last heat winner, Caroline Marks. Caroline, an 8.33, a 7.5, 15.83. That's got to feel good to start your run here at Bells this year.
for sure, yeah, it feels really nice. The waves got so much better today, so I'm really happy to be back at Bells. I haven't been to Australia in a couple years, and it's one of my favorite places ever, so I'm just really happy and grateful to be back here.
Well, Bells has been good for you. Your last 2 goes here, I mean, you're consistently making finals there. Why do you think, I mean, semifinals in 2018, semifinals in 2019, why do you think you and Bells match so well?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess I have a pretty good relationship with this wave. Some of my favorite surfers have won this wave, Aki, and I'm working here at Luke Egan, and he's, I'm drawing some backside inspo from him. So, yeah, I don't know. I just like the vibes over here, and I guess it's kind of working out.
Well, two of my favorite goofy foots, Luke Egan, Mark Occhilupo, and you're actually one of my favorite goofy foots too. Caroline Marks on to the round of 16, Joe.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. She looked incredible. So many turns. She's able to throw it up vertically. She started getting the reputation when she was just really young as having the best backhand on tour. And you felt comfortable saying that. And then other goofy foots like Tati would acknowledge it when she came up, seeing how lethal she was at a very young age. Great to see Caroline in that kind of form and looking incredibly comfortable at Winky Pop today.
Yeah, she is. She's looking dangerous. It's good to see her back on the championship tour. I mean, thinking about her moments, that first one at Snapper, there's so much potential and so much space left in her career to achieve great things.
Oh yeah, and qualifying that season for the Olympics as she got to go participate in the Tokyo Olympic Games. That's what's on the line this year as well, a qualification season. Sally Fitzgibbons got to go to the first edition for surfing as well to represent Australia. So join us in that whole qualification hunt to provisionally qualify a lot of our competitors right here on the championship tour. With now Tyler leading this one, 5.67 and a 3.17. The Australian veterans leading so far over Gabby Bryan. We'll take a quick break. The opening round continues. A lot more action to come right after this. You're watching the opening round of competition. Loving being here in the state of Victoria. Melbourne's not too far away. That's what makes it so fun. You get into waves like this and also enjoy the city as we see Fitzgibbons with a huge sweeping down carve, belting the lip, pushing hard off the top again. Three great maneuvers. Can she continue? An aggressive wrap again for Sal. Draws out the carve. Wide open face continues, jams it shut nice and vertically. How about that for the former Bells champion? Lighting it up to back up the 7.5. Tyler heading that direction. Fin throw into a layback, and she'll sink on the transition. But Sally's just turned this place up. It just got a little bit warmer up in the booth here. Fired up with a lot of different turns to really digest on that one, Rosie.
Yeah, Sally just finding that flow and the linkage through those maneuvers. Just so impressed with her, Bugs.
Where do you start with that wave? An 8.5. This is the most dynamic Sally Fitzgibbons I have seen for several years.
All the way at the start, Sally Fitzgibbons just had such a glassy face to work with here, Bugs.
Yeah, she set this one up so beautifully. That first carve, and then this one here, that's such a brilliant, huge fantail coming off that. And that's her third major maneuver. She sets up beautifully here, maintains the speed. Looking for a great finish. Just hangs in there for an 8.5. One of the best rides of the day. The waves are absolutely pumping right now. Look at the texture, offshore, beautiful conditions, Rosie.
It's, you know, not a drop of water out of place, but in my mind, this is displaying someone who has such a good connection with the wave. She really has such a good read and a tempo on every section that's coming at her. She doesn't overtime, she doesn't overdo it. She just really flows and connects the sections, and she's been rewarded with those big scores.
Gabriella Bryan already a quick jam on the open face, getting way out in front for the bottom turn and crushes it. Another powerful hack from Gabby Bryan, who definitely wants to join that conversation of who's the most powerful surfer on tour, and making a big statement right there, Rosie.
Yeah, she inflicts a lot of damage on waves. You can just see the wave being dismantled. The water sprays all over the place. I love it when she gets through the turn, she holds that rail, but then there's that extra emphasis on that like last third of her turn that really lights up you know, your imagination. You know what it's like when you surf and you just stomp that back foot and you release those fins and you feel that power engage. Gabby's so good at it.
Great timing and putting a lot of effort in those great hacks there. She knows she's got some Bell's champions surrounding her here in the opening round. Tyler Wright, defending Bell's champ, swings into her first forehand hook. Little stumble, but she'll recover with a float. Swinging hard into the wrapping cutback. And the two-time world champ will just fill in that space with a wrapping turn. Quick under the lip snap and a float as she's run out of room. So I loved how she maintained her composure for all those majors down the line. She had a 3.17 as her low score, which she'll look to get rid of. But how do you catch up to Sally Fitzgibbons? Started with a 7.5, then went to an 8.5, getting those numbers back to back.
16 points really locks up first place in this heat so far. Tyler Wright just got herself back in the frame. She's got that 5.67, looking to improve on the 3.17. Gabriella Bryan, by far her best ride.
What an exchange. Laura Enever, what did you see in that?
How about that? Some classic Sally Fitz at Winky Pop here this afternoon. You know, Sally and Tyler out here. It's like a Rip Curl Grom search back in the day. These two women have been coming down here for many, many years for Easter and for these events for Pro Juniors. But just to see Sally hit every section of that wave, it just looked absolutely beautiful and well rewarded. You know, it must feel, you know, she's looking so relaxed. In 11th right now on the rankings, but to come in tonight and put on a performance like this in her first round is pretty special.
Well, Laura, you've competed with Tyler and Sally in your career on the championship tour. First with Sally, what's the energy that she brings to heats like this, especially when she's making no mistakes?
100%. I mean, she's a veteran. She's one of the eldest on tour now, and you know, to see her in this same sort of similar position as last year and fight and claw her way out and just look so composed, she is one of the best to do it. And I love.
Catch up with Laura in a second there as Sally is already locking into her third ride. Big hack to start. Still in form, and how was that? Beautiful roundhouse cutback. Right off to the lip again. She is unstoppable. 3 waves, no mistakes, and it's not like she's surfing easy. She's pushing every single maneuver. Gabriella Bryan comes down with the lip, who's just trying to keep pace with the fireworks in this matchup. Brian's got a 6.23 on her wave before. Remember those two powerful verticals that looked incredible. So with that last wave, she's trying to get a 4.91 to catch up with Tyler. Meanwhile, Fitzgibbons has the whole pack comboed.
You know, is the mid-year cut, is Sally, you know, falling off mid-season last year potentially the best thing that could have happened to her? Because I'm looking at Sally and the way that she's overcome that challenge and the reinvigoration and just the energy that she's showing us, Bugs, the determination, just incredible.
I think towards the middle of last year, during the last Australian season, Sally looked like she was surfing so within herself. She was locking up. She was getting tight. She looks so loose and free now.
I think this is going to eclipse the 7.5. It's a smaller wave, but just the quality of maneuvers, I'm just, yeah, I'm going to be hanging on each number as it pops in and populates as the judges key them in.
I really want to surf like that.
Yeah, right. Look at that. Just a board power, smooth, in control.
Well, good call, Rosie, because she just locked in an 8.07 for another excellent score on a shorter ride, but just a brilliant ride.
And the difference here with Gabby Bryan, who's definitely fired up.
Well, that was what was interesting is the exchange before between Tyler Wright and Gabby. Gabby got the 6.23, Tyler got the 5.47, so just really narrowed that deficit. This is very close between second and third.
And I think that's what we're going to be watching. I think Sally can pretty much come in and get evening tea started, because I think it's definitely going to be Gabby and Tyler that are in the hunt for that second place finish to save themselves from the elimination round.
Another shorter ride by Gabriella, but it nets a 6.93. They're two telling scores, a 6.93, 6.23. Tyler's still sort of stuck in those fives.
What a heat. It's still pumping. Look at Winky Pop. Corduroy lines to the horizon. It just gets better and better. Such an amazing day here on this world-class venue. 6:10 on the clock. Priority with Tyler Wright. She'll hold her position. And Sally's going to let her run through.
Well, the women's round has absolutely today got the best of the conditions by far.
Scoring. And that's the best part about pro surfing. It's just like being a surfer around the world. You take trips, you travel, you're hoping that you get ideal conditions on your boat trips or wherever you might be. Even surfers that travel to this part of the world, they're hoping they get a piece of Winky Pop like this. The world's best in great conditions right now, and they know it. Tyler Wright trying to take advantage of priority and these dreamy conditions at Winky Pop. She's gonna be patient. She needs a 7.49. That's not for the win, that's just to stay in that second spot to skip the elimination round.
Yeah, this is an intense heat. All of these ladies have shown up to play. I think Gabby, you know, she's found those more critical sections. She's added that extra power. Tyler's been a little bit more lateral in her surfing. She hasn't quite had that bowly section to really sink her teeth into.
That's the way I see it too, Rosie. It's really been the quality of the wave. Tyler has only been able to do those nearly like the swishing slaps off the top of the wave without doing the full Tyler carve. And then the down the line, she misstepped on her first couple of waves, but I still don't think they would have done it. And, you know, this is a high-scoring heat.
Loving every bit of it. Tyler Wright was at the press conference as this thing was kicking off, and she was sitting right next to her big brother, Owen Wright, and she was just loving the whole vibe around Owen, you know, in his retirement celebration. And if you guys missed that, Owen was incredible this morning. It's been a while since he's put a jersey on, but he was right in sync with Winky Pop. But he was so proud. She was so proud to be sitting next to him in his retirement event. And I remember how emotional it was for her to say how much she's dedicated to the bell and how badly she wanted it, and ranking that Bell's trophy up there with her world titles. And I wanted to feel if she's coming back with that same energy. And she said, oh yeah, I just want to win more. Sometimes you can kind of accomplish your goal and relax. Not for Tyler. She definitely wants to defend that bell this year.
Definitely, and I think at this stage, she's going to be, if she's relegated into that elimination round, let's have a look what she does here.
So waiting with priority. Tyler needs a 7.49. Quick cut back with that extended whip into the pocket. Bowley section. There's the float. Looking very aggressive. Tyler chasing a 7.49. We've seen a lot of great action in this heat. One of the best of the afternoon, as we'll check out the Harvey Norman heat recap. It's going to look like a surf movie here. This is all led by the domination of Sally Fitzgibbons.
Sally has clicked into another gear. She's showing us just shades of dominance in this heat. Just beautiful surfing throughout. I mean, 2 excellent scoring rides in her scoreline and a 7.5 to throw away.
Doesn't get any better than that. Just no mistakes. Throwing away the 7.5, keeping excellent. Sally Fitzgibbons, every time she steps up, you can tell she's putting everything she's got. And it's not like she's forcing it. It's just real smooth, perfect decisions on her maneuvers. Lights out. Fitzgibbons has everyone needing massive scores. Gabby Bryan needs a 9.64. Tyler Wright needs a 7.49. You talk about an amazing career for Sally, showing her longevity and showing that she's only getting better and taking on more challenges. She hasn't been in that position where she's been finishing runner-up in the world in recent times, but you could tell she's still got what it takes to go the distance this season, Rosie.
Yeah, and just for her to take some time to reflect, to find perspective, and relearn how to surf competitively. I think the word you used was that Sally looked locked up in a few events, and she wasn't finding that same freedom and fun that surfing can give you. To me, just having a glimpse at what she's doing here, she's found that fun element.
Yes. Sally has, really, the windscreen wipers have done their job. She can see clearly now.
The rain is gone. 125.
Interesting, the last wave of Tyler Wright, only a 5.53. Again, the wave not quite allowing her. She went for the big float down the line, but didn't get around that last section. She needed that next section.
Sally Fitzgibbons through a lot of different types of turns. She's looking for potentially a ramp and changes gears, slams the roundhouse, her first fall of this entire matchup. And she'll notice that she's got less than a minute to go. And yeah, Sal, you can do it. You can come in. She almost paddled back out.
You know, that 8.5 was one of the best, one of the top 5 rides of the whole day.
Yeah.
Sally feeling it. A special performance for the Australian. Sally went back-to-back here at Bells about a decade ago. A little over that. 2011, 2012 is when Sally owned this event, as we'll see Gabby Bryan looking just to keep second off of Tyler Wright. So far, so good. Big section, lays into it. Such a beautiful connection, but now Tyler will get a chance to answer. The defending event champ throws down a really stylish carved tail release to give the judges something to think about. Remember, she was already chasing a pretty big number, 7.49, 2 scores coming in to give us the final outcome of the matchup, Bucks.
Yeah, well, you've got to be thinking whoever she comes up against in the next round, if she doesn't get through that Tyler Wright will be a handful. She will come out with a lot of venom in the next matchup.
Certainly will. You can see the competitors coming in here at Winky Pop. Let's start with Gabby's last wave, Bucks.
Yeah, Gabby is just, it's her power. The point of difference has been that finishing move. It's just more powerful, more direct. The timing's been just exquisite. Tyler, I really like this last wave. This move here, that's Tyler starting to feel it. Like she loosened up at the end.
So if Gabriella improves on one of her 6s there, then Tyler would need more than that 7 range number. So we'll take a moment to see what happened on that final exchange. Sally Fitzgibbons, we could certainly say, dominant and gets the win. Last of Tyler comes up short. She will end up in the elimination round. Gabriella Bryan, last year's Rookie of the Year, had her hands full and did well to stay in second to move on into the next round. Great heat for Sally Fitzgibbons, and the Australian legend story continues with the greatest of all time. Stephanie Gilmore comes up next against Brisa Hennessy and Courtney Conlogue. We'll be right back.
I've been going to Bells since I was a little kid doing junior events. It's a magical place. When I think of Bells, I think of a raw, beautiful coastline. I think of these long, straight swells that come all the way into the bay. I think of these iconic moments, like Ocky's bottom turns, Fanning's huge forehand carves, Kelly Slater's heroics into the shore towards the button, Lisa Anderson's dominance, Nikki Wood, who won the event as a wild card. He was the youngest ever winner. And of course, Gail Cooper's win times 10. She's the most winningest surfer at Bells Beach. Bells is ingrained in the history of Australian surf culture. To hold that trophy up and to ring the bell is one of the greatest feelings as a competitive surfer.
Some special moments have happened right here on this bluff in the water from Winky Pop to Bells Beach. We're celebrating 60 years of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And Stephanie Gilmore has rung the bell quite a few times, winning it as a rookie in 2007, a four-time Bells champ. Headlines the matchup, also an 8-time defending world champ as well. She's taken on Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy, who's thrown out a big hammer in the pocket and just comes off her surfboard on her finish. But wow, is she powerful. Her warm-up sessions have been solid, and they're looking for a back-to-back Glen Pang victory here. Sally on the same equipment as Brisa Hennessy. Remember Brisa, Steph, also Courtney Conlogue. Conlogue getting this wave during the break, Rosie.
Yeah, Courtney just slicing through that wave, telling her body language that she is hungry, on the hunt, and very engaged in this heat. Goes down on that last maneuver. Oh no, does she make it?
Almost.
Almost.
Almost. That's right. What about Brisa, Rosie?
I love Brisa's all or nothing approach here. Just slashes through that first turn, throws that tail around, surfing with a lot of speed. Beautiful last maneuver there.
And then also Stephanie Gilmore getting involved, Bugs.
Yeah, Steph Gilmore back at Bells, one of her favorite hunting grounds, and looking pretty loose. Oh, she goes down as well. She went down hard.
Going so quick and falling on the finishing move. Here comes the Californian Courtney Conlogue. Swings that turn down to the bottom, wide open face, quick little chip off the lip. Taps it again out front. Nice down the line speed, and will redirect with a full swing twist and wrap. Tighter jam there, really connected off the lip on that final turn. But Conlog's in her happy place. Loves coming to Bells, always has. And kind of had the same connection as Tyler when Tyler talks about how much this means to her, this venue. Courtney always had that as well. She'd walk up the staircase when we were competing at the bowl, and she just would look at Lisa's name and everyone that won it before her. And she just said, I couldn't wait to get on that staircase. She's up there a few times now, Rosie.
As well as this woman, Sally Fitzgibbons, has a couple bells in her trophy cabinet.
It's probably an interesting feeling, Bugs, when you turn in a performance like that. Probably all you want to do is just surf all afternoon. Just feel it, but you've got to pace yourself in a competition. What is she going to do to come down from that?
It's true. It was such a great performance, a grand performance by Sally Fitzgibbon, and now she's got to go and get that repetition head on.
And just keep applying the energy. She's in a different situation these days. It's all about surviving the cut, which is always challenging when you look at veterans in that position. And it's kind of hard to even go there right now with our defending world champion, Stephanie Gilmore, needing a result at this stage of her career.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the shakeup on the tour rankings at the moment, and just to see this youthful blood really challenging these veterans. I mean, every woman in this heat has something to surf for. They've got, you know, they got to surf like their life depends on it to make the cut, to qualify for next season.
As we check out some incredible stats for our two greats here at Bells Beach, you look at Courtney Conlog, 3 Bells titles, Stephanie Gilmore with 4. And some classic numbers there when you look at their average heat score, both in the 14+ range, just slightly in favor of Steph Gilmore. 74% winning percentage. That is just incredible on Steph Gilmore's side. But the thing that Courtney has going for her, dominance has been more recent. As we look at Brisa, left chasing there. Yeah, Steph just went on a crazy run in the early years, picked up her last one in 2018. But we're definitely still kind of feeling that Courtney era where she's taken over the Bells Bowl multiple times. But now both these Bells veterans in a situation where they really want to move up towards that WSL Final 5 picture.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line. I mean, to qualify for the rest of the season, to make the WSL finals a goal, to make it into that top 5 picture. There's so much on the line at these last 2 events in Australia. Steph, I mean, would be feeling that pressure. She was in the situation last year, but I think it's even a little bit heavier right now, seeing her placing in her rankings and knowing the groundwork that she's got to cover.
All three of these women are under pressure. This is a pretty gnarly heat, and whoever comes third here, you know, you don't want to end up in that second round, that elimination round in this event. There's already some big names in there.
Brisa Hennessy, Steph Gilmore. Wow, what just putting those names together just takes you right to lowers last year. The Rip Curl WSL Finals. Brisa leading that heat all the way with, gosh, less than 2 minutes on the clock. Got called for a block priority change. Steph Gilmore had just a slight opening. It was just a crack in the door, and she just burst the door down. Beat Brisa in the first match of the morning. And we just saw history made. Went all the way through to Carissa Moore. Picked up her 8th world title. And now back here at Bells in a situation like we saw last year with Steph. Last year, Steph needed a result. We were worried about losing her last year at this venue. She went against Carissa Moore in a quarterfinal heat, and you could just tell Gilmore was feeling the situation unfolding. She was falling on her turns. Now, a year's gone by, she's felt that energy from a mid-season cut, and I feel like she's entering this event with a bit more confidence than she did last season.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. I think when I look at it from my perspective, Steph not being able to compete at Pipeline, she had more time to kind of put emphasis on the event, and as we head into the Australian leg, we know how successful that she is on home turf. But I feel like this season, the way and the energy and the kind of changing of the guard feeling, I feel like Steph's got more to surf for and might be feeling a little bit more pressure, Joe.
I like that, Rosie. Bugs, your take on Steph's situation right now?
Well, my take on the situation is that you think about last year, she barely made the cut. She barely made the cut. She snuck into the 5. Like, she just barely snuck in on the last second, both things, last gasp. I think that will serve her well as far as relieving a bit of pressure, knowing that when the chips are down, if it comes down to it, she will pull out a performance that will ensure her forward movement.
And I suppose for these veterans and these Bells champions, they're pretty happy a venue like this comes up when they need it the most. Steph, what a rhythm already at Winky Pop. 2 big turns. One of the best styles in the game. Just finessing her way through every single decision. That'll go with a 5-6-7 and start building her campaign for a 5th Bells title this year. So Steph specifically is in 14th in the world. She's got to move above the 10th mark. After Margaret River. What'd you see here, Rosie?
Wow, just that first connection, that rail, just, there's not a drop of water out of place. I mean, there's no part of that wave where you'd say she bogged that turn. There's just a clean rail surfing, totally engaged, and the degree of difficulty of what she's doing here, where she's holding onto that rail line for such a long length of time, is just so impressive. And then the power to get to that next maneuver, just a 3-turn combo that's so well linked together, and it's so easy to get stuck in that rut of being repetitious. And I think Steph gave us 3 different looks at maneuvers on a kind of lateral section.
That wave there reminded me very much of her performance at Lowers. That was the kind of form she had.
And she worked with her equipment extremely closely. They've picked up some new designs with Darren Hanley to kind of update her famous cash cow surfboard.
Oh, look at this wave.
Absolute perfection. It's almost a puff, a little light offshore, and keeping it super glassy and groomed here for the last heat of the afternoon.
So that short right there by Steph Gilmore, 6.93. A couple of judges saw it in the 7 range. So, she's very, very dangerous even on a short, sharp ride.
Sally Fitzgibbons threw down a 16.57 combined total. She's hanging out with Kaipo.
Sally, 16.57. That's the highest heat total of the day. It was worth waiting for your heat. How are you feeling coming out of the water with that performance?
Big smiles.
Yeah.
No, I was really excited. It's a long day, when we call it on and you're going to be second last heat of the day. So I even walked home. I did everything so slow because once you prepare and start watching the waves, you get so frothed. And yeah, there's a couple left over, so I'll take it.
Ah, you look in fine form. You got a couple of bells to your credit. Do you still remember the sound of the bell ringing? Does that ever ring in your ears when you come here?
For sure. I actually remember lifting it, and I was so little at the time. I was I think Claude had it behind me, and similar to Katie at Portugal. So, and you hear it ringing. It's really cool. It's so special just to be back, and the home crowd, and I have my family down for Easter, and everyone watching back home. I just feel all that energy. So it's cool. You just put it into your surfing.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about a home crowd. How much do you feed off of that hometown energy?
Oh, it's so neat. I've been coming now for, 20 years since I was a Grom, and you do the pilgrimage from home and drive down. You don't fly. I think that kind of ruins the tradition. And yeah, you just get down here and everyone you see in the car park or in the surf says, "Hey, Sal," and that's what I love about it.
Well, congratulations. Great surfing, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Loving it, Kaipo. That was one of the best starts I've seen from Sally in a long time. A total takeover. If you missed it, you could check out the heat analyzer on worldsurfleague.com and see how she just went from a 7.5 to an 8.5. Looked absolutely impressive. 16.57 total. Ended up throwing away her 7 Ranger when it was all said and done. And how about that little punch out from Brisa, Rosie?
Yeah, ditching the fins there. Unfortunately, that wave through the middle section got a little bit sleepy, but she finishes the wave well. just, you know, my assessment of these women when they stand up on the wave, they are so engaged. They're so just ready to attack, and it's cool to see that energy.
Well, she substituted that 3-5 for a 5. So improving her position, maybe not chipping away to get to first place, but making it a little bit more distance between her and Courtney. Courtney now needs a 6.67.
Courtney Conlog, a veteran of the tour, has some, you know, comparables to like a Sally, hardworking, always enthused with their jobs. They both have time for everybody, always with a happy smile, has come close to a world title multiple times. Courtney's come off some injuries, and even though she didn't have the run she wanted in Hawaii, she lifted her performance and finaled in Portugal. The coolest thing that Courtney told me at the WSL Awards was she's like, I finally feel like myself. I finally feel 100%, as we know she had a few injuries that she was pushing through. And she's like, wow, I could almost cry hearing myself say it. It meant so much to finally, as an athlete, feel like you can compete with everything you've got. How's this wide open face? Steph Gilmore loses the handle on a perfect wave. That was frustrating for Steph Gilmore, but also frustrating for her fans that knows that she was about to light that thing up from start to finish. That doesn't happen very often.
Well, I mean, you got to say, like, there was no burning of speed on that wave. She just went into it with full throttle. She wanted to throw everything at that wave, Rabbit.
Yeah, I think she just kind of got caught up in the lip there, and she might have been in two minds, thinking down the line. See, a nice carving setup turn, and this is where she gathers the speed, just kind of loses it there. I think she was looking for a check turn and then power on down the line.
Yeah, I think it was John in his post-heat interview. He said, you know, Winky Pop is such a kind of funky wave to figure out because it'll kind of go out to sea and then bend back at you. So you really have to have your wits about you and read the section so well.
And he also mentioned that there's these flat sections, and then suddenly you come around a section, there's a really powerful, strong section facing you, and that's what Stephanie just faced right there.
Great example there. Steph Gilmore going down 6.93 and a 5.67. That's she's settling with now for the lead. But how about this little slingshot into this right for Courtney Conlog? High lines for a moment, and now sets up that first turn, and what a way to attack the lip. That thing just threw her straight down to the bottom. Steph now just quickly has to check out the next one. But how about the effort for the Sea Tiger, not holding back. Put herself under the lip and almost pulled it off. Incomplete there as Courtney is looking for a 6.67. Brisa Hennessy needs a 6.11 to catch up with a four-time Bells champ. More sections like this coming your way right after this quick Bonsoy brew break.
tides at the Ripple Pro Bells Beach. And this is the 4th stop of Rising Tides on the tour, and it's so awesome. We've got a bunch of young girls here, as well as some former world champs.
Sharing that stoke of surfing, you know, I really love that. I get a lot out of it. So yeah, this is like next level.
Pretty excited. I reckon it'll be so cool.
I'm Estella and I'm 10 years old. My favourite surfer is Jadson Andre and Carissa Moore.
You know, when I first started surfing, I was sometimes the only girl in the lineup. And so to be surrounded by so many girls all over the world, wherever we go, there's just so many more girls surfing.
It's inspiring. I feel like it's the dose of inspiration that you need for an event. I think it fuels the fire in the most beautiful way.
Welcome back to the show here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Another successful WSL Rising Tides, the 4th edition of the season. Those Groms are on the bluff watching this unfold right now. Brisa Hennessy setting up her first turn in front of her mom and dad, who are watching closely. Getting down the line and quick reaction time. She rides down with the lip. Courtney's turn. She's going for these wild, aggressive closeout sections. She had a crazy attempt before we went to break. And she doesn't mind a wipeout. She'll pick herself back up and enter the battle once again. So Gilmore still sitting out front, 12.6 combined total. Low score of 5.67, very similar numbers to Brisa, so incredibly tight at the moment for first place. Steph before was talking about all these iconic moments at Bells Beach, rolling into this heat, mentioning all the greats from Nikki Wood winning at 16, Mark Occhilupo, Mick Fanning, Lisa Anderson, and more. And you know, she's the one talking, so you just want to enter her into that picture. She's definitely got a forehand carve and really just overall performance that really changed everything at Bells Beach.
Yeah, I mean, 4 Bells wins. Did you say she won in her rookie season in 2007? I mean, that's a huge feat. This event has so much history. It's a privilege, I think, to win this event, but to win it as a rookie, that's huge. It's such a huge accomplishment.
You were there too. You were a rookie in 2007, Rosie. It was a special season, a special group, a top 17. You got to surf with women like Steph. In the final with her that year was Sofia Milanovic as well.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, just those generation of women that were on the tour at that time, and then obviously Steph entering the chat and being so dominant on the tour. Just really cool to see the stuff that Steph's done in her career.
And now that she's, you know, the oldest on tour, and it's been that way for a couple of years, now the defending world champ, there's never been this hint of, I'm moving on, you know, like kind of in a comparable to the GOAT on the men's side. That's always been a question for Kelly over the years. Even in the early stages, the early 2000s, so what are you going to do now? And maybe that's because he did walk away for a few years in the late 90s and early 2000s. But for Steph, it's always been like she's surfing too well. That's not even an idea that you want to put out there. It seems like there's a lot more title campaigns in front of her, Bugs.
Well, there's been such a conversation about, you know, the GOAT. I mean, such a conversation about Lane 7 world titles, and can Steph get there? And then she equaled it, and then, you know, can she go on? And now it's a question of, you know, where is her hunger at? I mean, what are her goals? You know, is her goals to get 10 world titles, or is it just to, she loves it so much, you know, she loves life on tour. She loves going to all these amazing locations, and look how good she's surfing.
And it never feels like she's distracted. It always feels like this is exactly where she wants to be as she's taking this one apart. Great carving work, lights up the lip, throws it right back into the power source again. Steph is feeling good after this ride. Her support crew there. Boyfriend Harry right next to her coach, Tommy Whitaker. They definitely got excited about that one for good reason.
Yeah, Steph waited a long time for that wave. I mean, we think about that long wall that she had, and then just to make up that ground and have redemption on this wave and see that silky smooth style, and even just a little bit more emphasis on her turns on this wave.
So quick, just so speedy, and able to change gears. Almost think she was a little bit fired up after the mistake on her previous wave.
Yeah, she's pretty fighter. I think another thing that has served Stephanie really well is that in the years where she's not contending for the world title, she tends to, you know, pursue other interests in her life. You know, she hangs out in LA in the music scene, and you know, she's got friends, and she just does cultural things, artistic things. And I think that's really served her well as far as, like, she's nearly taking her breaks while she's still on the tour.
Yeah, she's so good at filling up her cup and definitely like leaning on other interests to motivate her and being inspired and staying curious and always having a lot of fun.
And I guess that's what it's all about, finding the balance. You see a lot of young surfers that qualify. They're finally at their dream place. That's what they've worked their whole life to, and it almost is too stressful. All that pops up is challenges. They overwork, they overthink it, and it comes and goes, and they wonder if they had the time of their life. Where Steph, you could say she's had the time of her life while winning 8 world titles. And I think that's why that question never comes up, you know, because she fits this in so well with joy, the things she's really into, her passions. And absolutely ripping like she did on her last wave is 7.33, 6.93 for Gilmore to extend her lead. Brisa still second. Conlog in the hot seat trying to get out of third. She needs a 6.67 to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, this is getting scary as time starts to wind down. I know for Courtney, she's had those attempts on those big floating maneuvers. She's definitely thrown a lot of risk in her surfing.
As we see paddling with priority, Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy will have to step off. So a mistake there for Brisa gives Courtney priority with 3 minutes to go.
You know, another thing with Courtney is that she's so fearless. Sometimes that fearlessness doesn't serve her as well. Like a couple of these waves here on the bigger waves, as she's left it so late, she hits it so hard, the lips actually hit her in the chest on the way up. You know, we saw her last year or the year before at Margaret River when it was like solid 8 feet, completely in her wheelhouse, like where she dominates, and she kind of got too picky. You know, she's such a brilliant surfer, and sometimes I think that, you know, I love the fact how fearless she is, but sometimes I think she needs to be a little bit more calculating.
I know what you're getting at, especially thinking about Margaret River. Whenever it's big, you're going, here goes the Courtney show. That's where she's going to really take on the world's best because she has that fearless approach. But sometimes you're maybe making reckless decisions, going on the set of the day, but you didn't have a chance to actually make it around to get a score on it, or being late to a big section and just throwing everything at it when you could have easily gotten around it and got the score.
Exactly, and going back to Margaret's, I mean, she didn't have to get the 10-footers.
And she couldn't help herself. Here comes Courtney Conlog. Let's see if she can get the 6.67. Great start with the snap. Big hack there on the second effort. Third move. Real clean wrapping maneuver. She has enough speed to go the distance. She will shut that one down. Brilliant surfing for Courtney. Steph's right behind her. Solid carve. Gilmore styles her way through. Almost thought she was going to catch a rail. Picks it right back up. Harry and Tommy loving the show. They've been laughing ever since that 7.33 nonstop. That's when you know you're getting total joy out of this experience.
Yeah, she's in a dominating position now in this heat as she locks in her best wave. But this wave from Courtney is going to be super interesting as we know that Brisa had that priority. Now this was Courtney capitalizing on that mistake from Brisa. This wave had a lot more length to it. This is the first complete ride that we've seen from Courtney. So by far the best wave that she's had in the heat. She's searching for that 6.67. It's in the judges' hands.
Yeah, she's left and run really late, but it was a brilliant ride. Steph Gilmore, even before this wave comes in, and you got to love this one, this finishing move here. Just, I think this is going to go into a top 2 for sure, Joe.
Yeah, I back that.
And she's already at her career average.
I love that. What a magic performance from Stephanie Gilmore. Waiting on that last number to come through. Courtney just turned in her best, which might send last year's world number 5 into the elimination round. Brisa goes over the falls, so at a valiant effort just trying to take off with just a couple of seconds on the clock. Courtney Conlog gets the score she needs. A 7.23 to move on to second. Gilmore definitely gets the win, but we still are waiting to see that final number come through. With some great dedication from a longtime veteran and a 3-time Bells champion. Conlogue digging deep. Numbers in now. Rosie, Bugs, you guys called it. 8.83 for Stephanie Gilmore to finish off the show tonight here at Winky Pop. Gilmore, 16.16 combined total. And Courtney taking that second spot. Let's relive all the great highlights in the Harvey Norman Heat recap, as we have some giant numbers to enjoy once again. Gilmore in fine form, kicked off in the 5-point range and just continued to improve, Rosie.
She did. She just went from strength to strength, just seeing moments of brilliance, her tapping into some amazing form and really shedding some of the pressure that the mid-year cut is presenting.
Just unbelievably connected. I love how much of the open face she covers, how deep her bottom turns are, how quick she was in transition, all kinds of variety, and a sweet way to finish. 8.83, one of the best waves we saw all day, right at the close. Thank you, Steph, as she's looking to achieve a 5th Bells title this year. She'll take a moment and just enjoy that lineup and another stellar performance here at this event.
Well, the last 2 heats of the day, Sally Fitzgibbon and Stephanie Gilmore laying down the gauntlet. 2 of the highest scoring combined totals of the day. Brilliant performances, and Steph Gilmore surfing a point and a half better than her career average at Bells Beach.
What a special day to kick off competition. We've got a lot of incredible highlights to go over once again. Coming up next, it is the WSL post show. See all the major highlights of the first day of competition right here at Winky Pop. We'll be right back. You're watching the WSL Post Show here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. What a day. Quick call early this morning. The sun was barely up. It was about a little after 6 or so, and it's a little after 6 in the evening. Wow. How are you guys feeling? Joe Trappell, Rosie Hodge, Richie Lovett here on the Harvey Norman host set. There's a lot to take in on opening day, Rosie.
I love it. I love the first day of competition. I get, it's that first glimpse of everyone's intent. How's the equipment looking? Are the surfers prepared? Are they ready for battle? And we saw a lot of battles today.
All those things that Rosie just brought up, Rich, how did they take it on? Kind of giving an overall grade to our professionals on tour.
Amazing day. It was great to watch the form of the men and the women. Awesome call to get competition underway today, and it just got better and better through the afternoon. We saw classic groom conditions down at Winky Pop and some of the most high performance surfing to kick off the event. Everything from airs to power carves, and what a way to finish.
Well, one surfer we really need to dive into is the story of world #1 Molly Picklum coming home to Australia. She's been incredibly busy. We wanted to see how she was going to perform. Entered the water with some aggression and a lot of confidence. Seeing her battle with Macy Callahan and Joanne DeFay. How'd you see this one play out, Rosie?
Yeah, brilliant heat. Great to see Joanne back in competition. Macy was so impressive, incredibly just staunch maneuvers. But it's interesting because Molly, there's been a lot of noise as she enters that world #1 headspace. And she's done so well to keep her composure and really wear that yellow singlet with a lot of authority.
Sometimes wearing yellow, you feel like you got the target on your back and it can make you almost uncomfortable, like you don't want to drop it. For Molly, I think it's going the other way, giving her a lot of confidence right now.
Absolutely. We're watching a woman here who's just maturing into this position, who's growing in front of our eyes in confidence, and her surfing ability just keeps getting better and better. She's so comfortable in the yellow jersey, and we're going to have to wrestle it off her, I think.
Every time she answers a question, too, in front of a big crowd, in front of media, she's just so confident. She's been just prepared for this her whole life. Just seeing how DeFay stayed in third in that heat, though. Talk about a heavy heat in the elimination round. We're losing one of these surfers. Tatiana is a Bells finalist. Tyler Wright's a defending Bells champ. And Joanne DeFay is coming back from injury, who's looking incredibly confident. How is that one going to play out?
The elimination round is no joke, and it's as we hit that mid-year cut, as we look at what the implications are for all of these heats, it's a scary thought. I mean, for Joanne to find herself in that round coming back so far in the season, there's a lot of groundwork to do.
Crazy to see a situation like that for how dangerous Tatiana is, and Tyler looking to defend her title here. Last thing she wants is an elimination round loss.
Yeah, that hero to zero, you want to stay away from that label and, stacked, but this is the nature of the sport at the moment. We're seeing these younger women starting to come in and take the glory, take the points, and this is what's going to happen.
As we also transition to the big day for the men, a big heat that really stood out was watching Gabriel Medina, Kanoa Igarashi hit the lineup. A lot of fire between these two guys, and Liam O'Brien ended up getting sent to the elimination round. Medina was incredible, especially when he got everybody screaming on that full rotation.
Yeah, and this is where you thought, okay, Medina's going to run away with this, because this was pretty early on in the exchange, but then Kanoa was so amazing to watch. You know that he's trying to save his spot on tour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's clutch time for Kanoa, and he's done a full reset. He's got a new coach in Mitchell Ross, a new mindset coming in where he's going to go back to what he knew instead of trying to put on a show. He's surfing to win now, and just an amazing performance. Light and fresh, just the board looks so spicy, and pinpoint timing, completely accurate with every single maneuver that he did today, and took the win.
And Gabriel Medina happy to stay in second there, even with that 8-point ride, that big full road, biggest pun I saw all day. But Igarashi, the man of the moment, like you mentioned, he's in a totally different seat. He wore yellow at this event last year. He was #1 in the world. Now he needs to make some heats to qualify past the midseason cut. 8.23, 8.17. Didn't look like he was performing with any pressure whatsoever. And it's crazy how quickly things can change. You're at lowers competing for a world title. now he's competing for a spot on tour.
Yeah, it's hard to keep that endurance. I think surfing is that endurance sport where every single year you have to reinvent yourself, but I think a lot of confidence can be taken out of the fact that Kanoa got the win over Gabriel Medina in that heat, and let's see what kind of steamroll that can give him through this event.
There's certain things that get people fired up, and I think for Kanoa, he likes when he's got a bigger name next to him. I just remembered heat in the Olympics where he beat Gabriel Medina with a big air. It's some people just standing next to you that people are saying it's impossible. He can make it probable, and he did that again today.
Look, Kanoa is not shy in saying what he wants to do, and he wants to win a world title. You know, when other people maybe come up against the likes of Medina and go, oh, wow, you know, this is a big task for me, you know, Kanoa gets excited. Bring it on. I want to absolutely nail this guy, and I want to win. So I feel like he's got enough confidence to get himself out of this situation, and with surfing like that, you know, he could go all the way through and maybe win the bell.
100%. Great part of the WSL post show. It's time for our Boost Mobile Wave of the Day. Hey, you just saw this. Congratulations, Stephanie Gilmore, 883 on her last wave of this matchup that just came to a close.
Yeah, just beautiful to watch. This you can put on repeat and just burn it into your retinas, because that's the kind of surfing that I love to watch. That style, but also the touch of aggression that we're seeing from Steph.
Yeah, just classic Stephanie Gilmore on a right-hand groom point break. Does it get any better than that? Just, you know, it had the style, it had the power, and a little bit of flair and aggression. She looks like she spiced things up a little bit, so look out, here she comes.
She's adding fire in her performance. I really love it. Almost maybe a little frustrated she fell on the wave before, and just absolutely lights out on that final wave. Let's hear from Steph. She's hanging out with Kaipo.
Wow, Steph, it was worth waiting for. Last heat of the day, highest single wave score of the day. Oh, yeah, pretty cool. Your thoughts?
I saw a lot of great surfing today, but the conditions look tough. Like that devil wind at Winky is really hard to read, so it just kind of turned on this last heat. I felt a bit bad, but I kept paddling out to Brisa and Courtney and be like, guys, it's so pumping out here. Like, can you believe there's just 3 of us? And I actually had one of the best waves I've had at Winky, and I fell off, so that was a bummer. But yeah, I'm actually about to get back out. I can't get enough. There's no one out. So
I was going to say, it's still good out there. I'm going to let you go back out, enjoy your session. Steph Gilmore onto the round of 60 with the highest single wave of the day. What a way to end the day, Joe.
I love it, Kaipo. Congrats, Steph. You've earned that session. Nobody out. She can't help herself. It's firing. 883, and there's more dreamy right-handers filling through with an empty lineup, and that's the grometer. Hey, she's right back out there, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you when you're seeing perfect 4 to 5 foot groomed Winky Pop and no one out? Of course you're going to go. That's just the surfer, and you're going, I can't pass this up. I've got to do it.
What does that mean for you? Does she turn into your favorite to win this year here at Bells Beach?
Yeah, I like her odds, and I just like the question is she feeling more pressure last year at the mid-year cut, or is she feeling more pressure now? Because it certainly seems like her surfing's a lot freed up, but I like when Steph surfs under pressure, I like what we get from her.
Yeah. Well, I know she's surfing now, but I want to know when we're doing this again. It was so much fun. Let's bring up Surf Lion, a great partner for us, to dive into the forecast. Richie, love it. What do you make out of it?
Well, what I make out of it is that we had an amazing day of competition today. That's that modest and fun size swell that we had on offer. We knew it was going to be in the water. It was a 14-second period swell. And while the wind was a little bit tricky in the morning, but came around offshore, perfect conditions. So we're going to have more of the same tomorrow. More of this west-southwest swell is going to push in, feed up into the Bells area. And then you can see over the next 4 days, things really start to get interesting on Saturday and Sunday. A bigger swell is going to come through. We're going to have a little bit of wind with it at the moment. So on the charts, we're going to have to navigate through that. The positive for me is that we're going to have plenty of swell, and we're going to be able to run this event in some really fun contestable waves.
Love that. Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Surf Lion, letting us know that we're going to have some great waves for this event. Opening day was absolutely incredible. It means a lot to us. It means a lot to Rip Curl as well, who's been hosting us for so many years as the ultimate surfing company. Rip Curl recently released the news that they officially became a B Corp. Let's take a look.
Hi everyone, I want to talk to you about some exciting news. Rip Curl's recent achievement in becoming a B Corp company. Now, you might be wondering what is B Corp.
Well, B Corps are businesses that meet the highest standards of social and environmental performance, public transparency, and legal accountability to balance purpose and profit.
In other words, B Corp are businesses that prioritise people and the planet, not just profit.
Today we want to highlight some of the key actions we have taken to achieve this certification.
As a company, we understand the impact of our actions on the environment,
which is why we track and certify our carbon emission to reduce our impact.
At our Torquay HQ, we installed solar panels to power our store, warehouse and office with renewable energy.
In our Thailand wetsuit factory, we've installed solar panels that offset their operational emissions.
We believe in treating our workers fairly, which is why we pay a living wage and provide social activities to show they are valued.
We are committed to restoring coastlines in different regions of the world
and celebrate 22 years of Rip Curl Planet Days.
Through our partnership with SurfAid, we protect our oceans and support communities. We also participate in SurfAid's annual Urban Surf Cup to raise awareness for ocean protection.
We believe in working with Indigenous Australians, and we understand the part we have to play in reconciliation here in Australia.
In times of crisis, we provide flood relief support, donating clothing and have provided financial support.
We focus on innovation and have created a sustainable product like a board short. This is made from the 100% recycled polyester.
We are committed to recycling and have a global TerraCycle wetsuit take-back program to recycle used wetsuits.
We also divert 50% of our waste to Airstep, who create carpet underlay using neoprene offcuts.
To ensure our suppliers share our values, the 100% are screened using third-party social monitoring.
These are just some of the actions that we've taken to become a B Corp certified company. I'm proud.
I am proud.
I am proud to represent a brand that believes in doing its part to protect the environment, support our communities,
and is committed to using business as a force for good.
Rip Curl is the ultimate surfing company.
The one that is the best for the planet.
It's time for the top 5. Let's get things started. Coming in at number 5, we had 6 surfers confirmed that made the cut. Pressure-free surfing for the rest of the season, even qualifying for the start of 2024.
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, the top 5 in the men just solidifying their spot and just giving themselves a bit more motivation to make the WSL Rip Curl finals at lower trestles. I mean, all of the men that are in that final 5 picture at the moment, I wouldn't mind seeing them at lowers this year.
Absolutely. They've ticked the box. They're on to the next goal.
You gotta love that. Also, Molly Picklum wearing yellow, getting through her heat today, officially making the cut. As the top 5 continues, coming in at number 4. Things got down to the wire with Rodriguez and Jordy Smith moving through row.
Yeah, it was interesting watching this heat play out. You saw Michael Rodriguez, he was just going on everything and anything, trying to surf into rhythm. Jordy Smith, he had to dig deep to find advancement in this heat, but then Michael Rodriguez did this, Richie.
Yeah, amazing surfing. And Roddy, as you said, was just kind of hunting and couldn't really find his rhythm, but then came back so strong at the end of this heat. And it wasn't an easy one at that either. These guys were dominating through the early half, but a great result for him, a confidence builder, and I really like that he took to the air. That was his weapon, and he used it well.
And they just knocked out Callum Robson right at the end. Callum got the news on the beach that he was going to the elimination round. Coming in number 3, excellence from John Florence. Rosie, what'd you see?
Oh man, just a festival of John high performance surfing. I just couldn't tear my eyeballs away from the screen. John just clicking into gear. He's been spending a lot of time here in Australia. He looks incredible.
He does look so good, and I've got to apologise for all the grunts and ahs and screams that I was doing when I was commentating this heat. But it's just what I feel when I watch this guy doing turns like this, just those power hacks, and you know, I can never get sick of watching this sort of surfing.
No, don't apologise, Rich. We were right there with you. All sorts of sounds were coming from the entire bluff, and Ross was happy for the debrief. Job well done for a previous Bell's champ. Coming at number 2, lights out for Sally Fitzgibbons. making no mistakes in this one, Rosie.
Yeah, I got to call this heat, Richie. It was phenomenal. Great to see an invigorated Sally. What did you make of it?
This is the best I've seen Sally surf in a couple of seasons now. She just looked so free, so loose, so powerful. There's some differences in her style that I'm seeing in this heat in particular compared to other heats, and her boards are looking amazing. So working with Glenn Pang there, she's going to be dangerous in this event.
Winning the post show, winning the top 5. Owen Wright on his retirement party takes over his opening round heat, Rosie.
Yeah, this was so fun to see. I mean, Owen coming in as a wild card. He said in a couple interviews that he feels sorry for his competitors because the mindset that he's taking in to this event, it's all or nothing.
Wouldn't it just be a fairy tale ending to ring the bell on the way out? But man, with surfing like that, the guy could still be on the tour for a long time to come. But we understand the reasons why he's walking away, and pleasure watching him do his thing over the years.
Well, sometimes it's a surprise, isn't it? Sometimes athletes don't want the attention that can come with such a big retirement announcement. I'm really thankful that it's really going this way for Owen Wright. Remember Mick Fanning when he came close to winning the bell on his final event? I mean, with that kind of energy, being in Australia, just like Mick in front of his major sponsor of Rip Curl, maybe it's going to happen, Rosie.
I think so. I mean, he's made the quarterfinals, I think, 6 times. He's just got to go 2 more heats. It's like 4 more waves for the guy, you know?
Well, with surfing like that, anything's possible. You know, he's a real danger man out here. He's got that big backhand attack, so much leverage and power, and yeah, it's going to be a sad day when he you know, hey, when this event's over and we don't see him in competition anymore.
And just Richie, updates again on when we could possibly get things going again in that elimination round, which is on deck.
Yeah, I definitely think tomorrow's a possibility. The swell will taper off just a little bit, but we'll definitely come down and look at it in the morning. But then again, Saturday, things start to ramp up again, so confident over the weekend we'll be running heats.
Solid. Looking forward to it. Rosie, any last-minute changes to your fantasy team from what you saw today?
I'm going to stick with who I've got. I think everyone's ripping.
Well done. Everyone out there playing fantasy, you still have time to make those changes before we get started with the next round of competition in the round of 32 and the round of 16. Thank you for being with us on an incredible opening day of competition. We'll leave you with the highlights of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Join us tomorrow morning on WorldSurfLeague.com for the call. Take care. We'll see you then. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.